A cheerfully decorated omelet with a smiley face is presented, ready to be eaten. A brown-haired man happily feeds a baby, smiling as he asks if the food is amazing. More good luck arrives as the man's brother wins a pizza in an online giveaway. He receives a shocking phone call, learning he's ranked first in his department. Overjoyed by his string of good fortune, the man lifts the baby high in celebration. However, the baby has a surprisingly mature internal monologue, questioning a summons as a narrator warns that things were going too well. The joy abruptly ends as the scene shifts to a funeral, where the man stands as a mourner, his dad and stepmother having passed away. Before the funeral altar, he recalls the somber words of the attendees, who call the situation tragic and offer condolences for their friend Jung-yuk. He stands alone before the memorial, determined to hide his tears from his young brother Shiha. As a woman holds the quiet Shiha, the man realizes they are each other's only family, while others whisper about the baby's unsettlingly calm and tearless demeanor. As Shiha sleeps peacefully, the cruel whispers continue, with mourners speculating that his silence could be a sign of autism. An older couple looks on with pity, worrying aloud about how 2 orphan children will be able to live alone. Overhearing a woman cruelly remark that he isn't even blood-related, he listens as another woman shushes her, warning that Shihyuk is approaching. The scene quietly transitions to the city skyline. Weighed down by stress, Shihyuk sits on a bench and resumes smoking, a habit he had long since quit. He then spots his aunt and uncle nearby, overhearing his aunt press a hesitant uncle for information about someone. A look of pure shock and horror crosses Shihyuk's face. He listens in disbelief as his uncle callously brings up death insurance, justifying it by complaining that raising children is expensive. His uncle then proposes a scheme. They'll borrow the insurance money to care for the kids, a plan that leaves Shihyuk stunned. Holding Shiha, Shihyuk feels the protective world his parents built for them being torn apart by the harsh reality he now faces. A hand suddenly claps onto his shoulder, startling him. He turns to see his friend Do-won has arrived to offer support. Shihyuk explains his overwhelming financial burdens to Do-won, from university tuition to a home loan, leading Do-won to ask the critical question of who will look after Shiha. Crushed by the impossible weight of it all, Shihyuk breaks down, screaming in anguish about the unfairness of his life. His friend continues to press him on the logistics, asking if he's considered options like preschool for Shiha. Shihyuk calmly responds, revealing that he was often seen as gloomy for growing up without a mother. In a painful flashback, he remembers being bullied as a child because his mother left, and he vows that Shiha will never suffer the same way. He tells a shocked Do-won that he won't let Shiha grow up like he did, especially since his brother is now completely alone. With grim determination, Shihyuk adjusts his tie and declares that he is the only one left to protect Shiha. His resolve is shattered by a sudden, piercing scream from inside the building. Panicked, Shihyuk breaks into a desperate run, calling out Shiha's name. He finds Shiha wailing uncontrollably while being held by the same cruel woman from the funeral. Shiha's face is flushed and streaked with tears as he lets out a heartbreaking cry. Shihyuk reaches for him, his heart sinking as he realizes his brother, who is usually so quiet, would never cry like this without reason. He pulls his brother into a hug as Shiha manages to choke out the word hyung, asking him what happened. Holding Shiha tightly in his arms, Shihyuk gently reassures him that everything is going to be okay. He comforts his sobbing brother, promising that he is here now, as Shiha continues to cry for his hyung. Later, they stand at the entrance of their home, where Shihyuk is struck by the cold, dark emptiness and the fact that his parents are truly gone. Shiha breaks the silence, calling out brother as he sweetly offers a tissue from a nearby box. More bad news arrives as Shihyuk learns the accident investigation couldn't find a perpetrator, meaning their car insurance claim is void. At the insurance office, an agent formally confirms they will not be able to pay the claim, leaving Shihyuk to sigh in defeat. Staring at news headlines about soaring child-rearing costs and home loans, he's overwhelmed by the staggering financial reality of raising Shiha alone. As a box of belongings falls with a crash, Shihyuk rushes to Shiha's side, sighing with relief to see his little brother is unhurt. Watching Shiha quietly inspecting a laptop, Shihyuk is suddenly overcome by a wave of affection for his cute little brother. After finding an old laptop to be too slow, Shihyuk decides it's junk and tosses it into a cardboard box to be thrown away. Shiha promptly rescues the laptop from the box, toddling over to present it to his brother. A moment later, Shihyuk finds Shiha sitting inside an empty blue storage bin, looking up with wide, curious eyes. Struck by the overwhelming cuteness of the scene, Shihyuk immediately grabs his phone, thinking he absolutely must film this moment. After snapping a few pictures, he smiles and asks Shiha, still sitting in his makeshift boxcar, if he wants to play. With a joyful expression, Shihyuk pushes the bin around the room, making engine noises as a delighted Shiha enjoys the ride. Shihyuk continues pushing the bin with a happy Shiha inside, making boo-woo engine sounds as they play. Exhausted from their game, Shihyuk collapses on the floor, wondering why he's so tired, as Shiha gently pats his head. A knock at the door startles them, and as Shihyuk holds Shiha, a voice from outside announces that a donut delivery has arrived. Shihyuk opens the door to find his friend, Do-won, grinning cheerfully as he holds up a bag of donuts. A sweet fantasy sequence unfolds, showing Shiha happily munching on a donut surrounded by an array of colorful treats. Sitting together at a small table, Do-won encourages a hesitant Shihyuk to quickly say whatever is on his mind. Do-won explains that their prestigious school, SKY, has excellent connections, ensuring they won't have to worry about finding jobs after graduation. With dramatic flair, Do-won points at Shihyuk and loudly declares, "Do-won is your brother." Shihyuk and Shiha stare back with blank expressions, leading a deflated Do-won to complain that their reaction is too harsh. Do-won excitedly reveals that he has come up with a solution for all their problems: paying bills, taking care of Shiha, and college. He grandly presents his plan, the Kangen Daycare Center. But Shihyuk questions if it's only for professors and staff. Do-won admits it is, but explains he asked for a special favor, arguing that a student should be able to get child. He lays out the full plan. With Shiha in daycare, Shihyuk can focus on classes and earn a scholarship, leaving Shihyuk touched by his friend's efforts. Do-won adds that the on-campus location is perfect for visiting Shiha during free time, a thought that clearly moves Shihyuk. Struck by his friend's kindness, Shihyuk reflects on how his own relatives abandoned them, making Do-won's help feel unbelievable. Shiha breaks the somber moment by adorably offering a heart-shaped donut to his brother, who asks if he really wants him to have it. Do-won smiles warmly at the sight, questioning if he's worthy of such a kind gesture as Shiha looks on curiously. Deeply moved by his little brother's sweet gesture, Shihyuk accepts the donut with a gentle, grateful smile. With the help of movers, Shihyuk and Shiha move into a two-room house conveniently located near Kangen University. A real estate agent enthusiastically details the benefits of their new place, including a 5-year rent freeze and sensible tenants. The agent emphasizes the quiet neighborhood, warning that rowdy, drinking neighbors would be a bad influence on children. The scene settles on their peaceful new home as Shihyuk calmly holds Shiha. Shiha looks up at his brother and lets out an adorable little coo. The scene transitions to a wide shot of a large, modern university building on campus. Shihyuk stands outside the dean's office, recalling that the professor asked to see him, as Do-won cheerfully pops up to announce he also asked for a part-time job for him. Inside, the head of the department apologizes for being away when Shihyuk's parents passed, but Shihyuk assures him it's okay. As Shihyuk leaves, he watches Do-won cheerfully holding Shiha, promising to take good care of him. But Shihyuk can't help but worry. Back in the meeting, the professor discusses a scholarship, which Shihyuk fears he can no longer manage, but the professor tells him not to worry about recommendations. The professor reveals that because he was top of the department, he'll also receive an off-campus scholarship, a fact that Shiha's inner voice notes with surprise. Stunned, Shihyuk learns the scholarship totals 12 million won and asks if all seniors in their department make that much money. The professor chuckles, clarifying that only one person makes that kind of money, before redirecting the conversation to more important matters. Overjoyed, Shihyuk thinks to himself that he can't wait to share the wonderful news with Shiha. The professor brings up a translation job, recalling that Shihyuk is good at English and that his late father was a respected translator. In a flashback, a younger Shihyuk explains that he joined the Korean literature department to follow in the footsteps of his father. Shihyuk confidently asserts his English skills, only for the professor to dryly remind him that this is, in fact, the Korean literature department. The professor hands him a sample text, instructing him to translate it and email it to the publisher, which Shihyuk agrees to do at home. The professor bluntly states he's only helping because Shihyuk works hard, telling him any other person wouldn't get the same chance, prompting a grateful thank you. Patting a bowing Shihyuk on the shoulder, the professor offers some final words of encouragement. "Shihyuk, Cheer up. Arriving back at the daycare, Shihyuk calls out to Shiha and finds him playing with a toy car, while Do-won sits nearby with a bandaged arm. Overjoyed, Shihyuk lifts Shiha into the air, reflecting that he's ended up following in his father's footsteps before pulling his brother into a warm hug. Do-won asks if the meeting went well, and Shihyuk happily reports that he received both a scholarship and a job offer. Grinning from ear to ear, Do-won suggests they all go out to eat to celebrate the good news. The three walk together across the sunny university campus, a small, happy family. Their new daily routine unfolds, showing Shihyuk brushing his teeth as Shiha watches, followed by him lovingly drying Shiha's hair after a bath. Shihyuk fondly remembers his father, who believed English could broaden one's world and started his own career as an interpreter. A beautiful, flower-framed wedding photograph of his parents captures a moment of past happiness. His thoughts drift to a lonely memory of himself as a child, sitting sadly in a messy room. He remembers how their family fell apart, visualizing his mother walking away as the memory shatters like broken glass. Back in the present, Shihyuk watches Shiha sleep, thoughtfully realizing that he too is now working as a translator. He gently strokes his sleeping brother's hair, tenderly wondering if this loving feeling is how his own father felt looking at him. Panicked, Shihyuk holds up his laptop and wonders why it's acting so strange. Kneeling in his room, he suddenly remembers that it's his late father's old laptop. Zap! A strange digital distortion glitches around him, leaving him utterly confused. Flash! A bright light emits from the laptop screen as he stretches before it. A tender memory of his father's gentle touch surfaces as he stares at the screen. He finds himself surrounded by a disorienting haze of blue, futuristic data. Looking ahead, he sees holographic code floating in the air, a sight he can't comprehend. The strange holographic interface now fills his entire home, an unbelievable reality. He sits at his desk and begins typing, immersed in the glowing digital environment. Working with surprising ease, he wonders how the translation is progressing so smoothly, questioning if his skills were always this advanced. A sleepy Siha calls out for his brother, surprising Shihyuk, who notes it's only 5 a.m. Siha sits happily on the floor, pulling all the tissues out of a box one by one. While walking hand in hand, Shihyuk explains to a curious Siha that he's going to a daycare center. With a concerned look, he asks if anything is wrong with the plan. As they walk, he thinks that, although the situation is strange, he's just thankful the laptop isn't broken. A couple stops them on the street, the woman gushing over how cute Siha is. Beaming with pride, Shihyuk asks Siha if he's cute and encourages him to say hello. Sila shyly raises a hand in a tiny wave. Eek, the couple swoons, the woman declaring Sila the cutest Korean baby she's ever seen. Shihyuk thanks them and compliments Filipino babies in return, prompting the surprised woman to ask how he knew their nationality. He smiles warmly, explaining that he recognized their mixed Tagalog accent. Walking away, a bewildered Shihyuk wonders to himself how on earth he could possibly know that. They arrive at a colorful building, and Shihyuk announces that this is Siha's new daycare center. Pointing toward a bright playground, he asks Sila what he thinks, and the little boy looks on in awe. A smiling, gray-haired woman introduces herself as the director of the Kengan Daycare Center. The director explains the daycare's benefits, including full tuition support, making Shihyuk feel both relieved and perplexed. She informs Shihyuk that he'll need to provide separate nap bedding and spare clothes for Sila. To help him adjust, the director suggests Sila spend an hour playing there starting the next day. While Shihyuk handles the paperwork, the director gives Sila a set of colorful markers to play with. The director watches with a fond expression as Sila immediately begins to draw. After Shihyuk finishes the forms, the director invites him for a brief chat while Sila plays. The director praises Sila's exceptional creativity, leading a proud Shihyuk to boast about his great memory as well. With a serious tone, the director asks if Sila has ever undergone a language development assessment. Her suggestion that overlooking such issues could cause delays leaves Shihyuk looking deeply concerned. He clenches his jaw, realizing he was too optimistic to assume Siha's speech would develop on its own. His resolve hardens as he reminds himself that he is the only one who truly believes in Siha. A determined Siha stands proudly at the top of the daycare's entrance steps. Shihyuk and the director watch as Siha sits at the top of the playground slide, ready to go. At the bottom, Shihyuk crouches with open arms, encouraging his little brother to slide down quickly. With a look of slight apprehension, Siha begins his descent down the slide. Whoosh! Shihyu catches Siha in a joyful hug, laughing that he almost flew away. While holding Siha, Shihyu takes a phone call, confirming he sent the sample. His face lights up with joy as he ends the call and tells Siha that he passed the translation test. He enthusiastically promises to earn lots of money to buy Siha anything he needs. On the other end of the line, Hong Jin-soo of KI Media confirms receipt of the translation sample. Citing a professor's recommendation, Jin-soo offers Shihyuk a project, leaving him stunned. Jin-soo offers a trial contract at half the usual rate, which Shihyuk accepts, knowing it's a common starting point for new translators. Back home, Shihyuk contemplates the situation, sensing a problem, as Siha curiously reaches for the glowing laptop. He stares at the screen in disbelief, realizing that the Korean Hangul characters are now being read as English. In an office hallway, a man cheerfully greets his tired-looking colleagues good morning. An exhausted woman complains to her startled manager that she's dying and asks when he'll hire more people. Leaning on her manager, the woman laments that 2 people have quit and finds the thought of being dead for 3 months soothing. As a man with reddish-brown hair hurries past, the woman asks her manager if the project he's working on was supposed to be hers. The reddish-brown-haired man confronts the manager, angrily questioning why a newbie was entrusted with the important novel, The Gold Needle of Time. The manager defends his choice, telling the skeptical man to look at a sample of the new hire's smooth writing style. To the man's surprise, the manager reveals the new hire is the son of the famous Lee Jang-hyuk, prompting him to ask if the father is supervising. When the manager hesitates, the reddish-brown-haired man argues that translation skill comes from experience, not genetics. The manager blushes, suggesting the new hire seems to have inherited his father's abilities, an idea the other man finds ridiculous. A colleague named Han Jim reports that using internal resources for a novel translation would cause a 3-month delay, which another employee finds problematic. The manager is told that the famous writer Taik-soo wants to meet him, flashing back to a memory of being told to go immediately, as it's a rare opportunity. Han Jo-im is called over by a colleague, and he mentions he wanted to meet the new hire in person. The reddish-brown-haired man glares, clenching his fist with a look of grim determination. In a bright playroom, a man with dark brown hair excitedly tells Shihyuk that Siha is absolutely loving a new toy. A skeptical Shihyuk questions this, but the man insists it's true as Siha plays with a red dinosaur puppet, confirming with a happy yes. As Siha plays with a train set, the man thanks Shihyuk for coming along, who admits bringing Siha to meetings is a hassle. The man informs Shihyuk that the company was so impressed with his translation sample, they wanted to sign a contract immediately. Shihyuk sits perplexed, wondering why they would choose him when they already have an established translation team. A chibi Shihyuk is shocked by a giant red arrow pointing down over a 50 sign, questioning the low payment. The man explains that the rate is normal for a newbie, as it takes about 2 years to get established, so Shihyuk reframes the job as an internship. The reddish-brown-haired man smirks while on the phone, remarking that Shihyuk is just a kid who hasn't even started his professional life yet. He presents a contract, outlining a massive verification task for a paltry sum, calling the price generous and saying others would work for less. Shihyuk confronts the man, asking if he knows how many new talents are underpaid due to inexperience, and if he can simply turn his back on it. Shihyuk astutely identifies the work as belonging to KI Media, surprising the man who realizes he's not dealing with an average kid. Pressing his advantage, Shihyuk asks if CEO Kang is aware of the exploitative contract, leaving the man speechless. Announcing he will hold the contract as evidence, Shihyuk confidently walks away from the stunned and defeated man. In a moment of unexpected kindness, little Siha offers a tissue to the distressed man. Carrying the sleeping Siha on his back, Shihyuk walks away, thinking he doesn't believe in knowledge he hasn't personally acquired. Shihyuk recalls the unsettling feeling he had about the contract, realizing that the knowledge of experienced people doesn't just appear from nowhere, while the professor from the daycare smirks about gaining trust. Sitting alone on an outdoor bench, Shihyuk carefully reviews the problematic contract. On the phone, Shihyuk explains he sent the contract details, noting the unfair payment terms, and stating that it deviates from a standard agreement. After hearing the other person's excuse about past workplace bullying, Shihyuk firmly states he just wants fair treatment and negotiates a higher page rate, which is accepted. The man on the other end, now seen in farming clothes, mutters under his breath, calling Shi-hyuk a brat. Back at home, a sleepy Siha stirs and softly calls for his older brother, Hyung. Siha quietly climbs onto his sleeping brother's chest, cuddling up as a glowing butterfly flutters by. Shi-hyuk wakes up with a smile, surprised to find his little brother sound asleep on top of him. Holding up an adorable penguin onesie, Shi-hyuk asks Siha if he wants to wear it, and the little boy eagerly nods yes. Siha is transformed into a cute little penguin, complete with an orange scarf and matching shoes. Shi-hyuk proudly walks down a hallway holding hands with Siha, whose penguin outfit melts the hearts of onlookers. As a woman is shocked into speechlessness by Siha's cuteness, Shi-hyuk jokingly holds his brother close and declares, "No. Can. Do!" Two decorated Polaroid photos capture Siha's adorable poses in his penguin costume. A crowd gathers to coo over Siha, and Shi-hyuk beams, thinking the outfit was a great idea. A man with glasses and a goatee arrives, waving apologetically for being late and telling Shi-hyuk he can't just be left like that. Shi-hyuk formally greets the man as Mr. Hong, which startles both him and the onlookers who recognize Shi-hyuk. Mr. Hong warmly shakes Shi-hyuk's hand, impressed that this is his first work, and suggests they get straight to their discussion. Shi-hyuk explains his goal is to tailor the translation to Korean readers' preferences, a task Mr. Hong acknowledges won't be easy. Mr. Hong offers Shi-hyuk a tour of the editorial department, and as they walk away, Shi-hyuk senses an air of resentment from the staff. Mr. Hong explains that an important part of the job is reviewing foreign books to see if they're a good fit for the Korean market. He presents a rapid-fire lecture on his book review process, using a checklist and phone filter to show how he selects promising titles, leaving Shi-hyuk completely overwhelmed. Siha steps forward in his penguin suit with arms outstretched, telling the man to step aside because he needs to discuss something important with his brother. Mr. Hong calls out to Shi-hyuk as he walks cheerfully through the office, while Siha waves at the employees, who all seem to freeze in place. As a flood of technical knowledge about semiconductors fills his mind, Shi-hyuk realizes that complex wording he didn't understand before is now rearranging itself. A woman suggests a way to arrange the semiconductor example to make it neat, while other employees watch in awe as he types. The office staff erupts in admiration, blushing and exclaiming that Shi-hyuk's work is amazing. An adoring crowd of coworkers swarms Shi-hyuk's desk, eagerly asking him to look at their work next. Overwhelmed by the sudden attention, a nervous Shake asks everyone to wait. A hand firmly grips Shi-hyuk's shoulder as a voice roars for everyone to get their hands off of him. Mr. Hong protectively pulls Shi-hyuk aside, scolding the staff for burdening him with their work when he should be observing the manager's tasks. The reddish-brown-haired man argues back, stating that lower-level work is an important first step and questioning why the manager is now pressuring them about their positions. After threatening the staff with overtime, the enraged manager dismisses them, and Shi-hyuk quietly slips away from the commotion. Shi-hyuk overhears a colleague having a serious conversation with Siha, who is still in his penguin suit, and wonders what they're talking about. The colleague praises Shi-hyuk to Siha, explaining that the publication rights are secured thanks to him, and a proud Siha thinks of his brother. The colleague continues, saying he'll negotiate a higher rate, and questioning how a newbie could earn the same as an experienced translator, causing Shi-hyuk to blush. In a cute fantasy, Siha, dressed as a CEO, hands over a business card on his brother's behalf, though Shi-hyuk thinks it's best not to push it. A man with white hair bursts into the office, shouting for everyone to scatter, catching Shi-hyuk and Mr. Hong by surprise. As a stream of data flashes before his eyes, Shi-hyuk is shocked to hear the name Song Taek-soo. The legendary martial arts novelist Song Taek-soo is introduced as a bestseller for 23 consecutive weeks in the 2000s. The narration recalls how every man of that era has memories of reading his novels all through the night. Mr. Hong explains that he has begged the author, who is now farming, to write a new novel every year, but he was always ignored. The white-haired man expresses his shock that Song Taek-soo has finally decided to write something new. With a pounding heart, a blushing Shi-hyuk holds Siha close as the little boy calls out to his big brother. Shi-hyuk playfully demonstrates a sword-fighting stance for Siha, explaining what the characters in the novels do. Mr. Hong joins in, enthusiastically showing Siha how the characters can also create wind from their hands. The white-haired man chides Mr. Hong for his dated pop culture references, telling him it's not that era anymore. In a meeting, the white-haired man announces that one of their best books is being published in North America thanks to a great translation sample. Shi-hyuk suggests changing a translated phrase to pardon, which brilliantly solves an issue and leaves Mr. Hong and the white-haired man speechless with admiration. Mr. Hong suddenly leaps to his feet, declaring that this isn't the time for such discussions, leaving the others confused. The white-haired man reminds Mr. Hong that the president's contract is waiting in his desk drawer. The two men eagerly surround an overwhelmed Shi-hyuk, telling him to just sign the contract and not to worry about anything else. Using Siha's boredom as an excuse, Shi-hyuk quickly leaves the office as Mr. Hong waves goodbye, saying a thumbprint will do. Safely outside, Shi-hyuk holds Siha and thinks to himself that he barely managed to escape. Shi-hyuk thanks his little brother for being the perfect excuse to get away, and Siha looks up at him curiously. He thinks that while he appreciates the offer, he'd rather not lose his precious time with Siha to become a corporate zombie. Shi-hyuk decides what they should eat, thinking of a pork bone stew called gamjatang. Arriving at a restaurant named Gamjatang from Antarctica, complete with a penguin mascot, Shi-hyuk wonders if people still eat this dish. A close-up reveals a steaming and appetizing bowl of gamjatang. Inside, Seong-jun adamantly refuses to eat the stew his mother offers, shouting, "No way!" and begging to leave. After trying a bite, however, Siha gives a big thumbs up, surprising Seong-jun's mother. Siha happily declares the food is yummy, prompting a now excited Seong-jun to agree, much to the amusement of his family and a smiling Shi-hyuk. Shi-hyuk wistfully imagines a future where Siha grows up and hangs out with friends, worrying if his little brother will be able to speak like them. He daydreams of a grown Siha serving him breakfast, then snaps out of it, wondering why he imagined such a thing. Looking at a report showing Siha's slow language development, a concerned Shi-hyuk concludes that they need to see a specialist. The next day, at a daycare, Seong-jun appears in his soccer uniform and cheerfully asks if Siha is joining. Seong-jun excitedly tells a gray-haired woman that he met Siha in Antarctic yesterday, while Siha gives a small wave. Shi-hyuk formally introduces himself and his brother, Lee Siha, as the little boy waves. Seong-jun's mother introduces him and mentions that he and his sister Hana are twins. Holding a soccer ball, Seong-jun asks Siha if he likes the sport. Seong-jun enthusiastically demonstrates how to kick the ball as his mother reminds him not to kick it when he's outside. The gray-haired woman smiles warmly, telling Shi-hyuk she thinks Siha will do just fine at the daycare. On a playground, Seong-jun passes the soccer ball to Siha, who happily kicks it back. Despite the positive signs, Shi-hyuk remains worried, believing he still needs to get his brother checked by a specialist just in case. At a consultation, an older woman with glasses examines a paper and asks Shi-hyuk to confirm it's a test Siha took before he could speak. After reviewing the results, she tells a concerned Shi-hyuk that she believes the doctors will likely adopt a wait-and-see approach. The scene shifts to a large hospital as Shi-hyuk wonders if the specialist she has in mind is an acquaintance of hers. The woman explains that a famous pediatric researcher, Miss Song-yina, will give a detailed opinion, leaving Shi-hyuk surprised by the name. She then adds a bit of gossip, worrying that the brilliant Dr. Song, one of the hospital's top beauties, is still single because of her research. Promising to call the doctor for him, she finalizes the referral, and a grateful Shi-hyuk thanks her for taking such good care of Siha. As the woman sees him off, their peaceful goodbye is interrupted by a child's distant shout, "I'm going to kick now." On the playground, a boy kicks a soccer ball with full force, sending it flying directly at an unaware Siha as another kid yells a warning. Shi-hyuk's face twists in horror as he lets out a desperate, terrified scream for his brother. Hearing his name, Siha looks up sweetly, thinking of his brother, completely oblivious to the soccer ball just inches from his face. With a soft thump, the ball bounces harmlessly off the top of Shiha's head, leaving him looking more confused than hurt. The ball rolls to a stop nearby, as an unseen observer thinks to themselves, "Clean goal." The boy who kicked the ball stares in stunned disbelief at the outcome, shouting, "Headshot!" In a flash, Shi-hyuk rushes to his brother's side and scoops him up, anxiously asking if he's okay. His fear quickly turns to relief and amusement as he kneels down and declares Siha a football genius for taking the hit to his head. While Shi-jake muses about sending his little striker to soccer school, the daycare staff watch fondly, noting how deeply he cares for Siha. Later that evening at home, an aproned Shi-hyuk cheerfully asks Siha if he enjoyed his day as he starts to prepare their meal. A brand new pack of colorful rainbow sticky notes sits on the table, waiting to be used. Holding a blue pen, Siha carefully draws pictures of himself and his brother, thinking his name with affection. Turning from the stove, Shi-hyuk smiles and calls out, Shiha, let's eat. His cheerful expression instantly vanishes, replaced by one of complete shock as he sees something off-screen and stammers, "What?" The cause of his shock is revealed. Shiha has covered their white refrigerator and washing machine in colorful drawings. Shihyuk stares down at the scribbled-on appliances, his face darkening with a wave of frustration. After briefly imagining praising him, Shihyuk instead puts on a stern face and tells Shiha this isn't allowed, promising a scolding if it happens again. His resolve quickly crumbles into a smile as he pulls out his phone, deciding he should probably take a picture of the art before cleaning it. He snaps a cute selfie with Shiha, who flashes a peace sign in front of his colorful masterpiece. Afterwards, the two brothers work side by side with cloths to clean the drawings off the appliances. Tucked snugly in bed, Shiha lies awake, his wide eyes staring thoughtfully into the quiet room. A glowing, magical butterfly appears, and a curious Shiha gets out of bed to follow it. The light leads him to a brightly glowing drawing tablet, and as he reaches for it, he softly whispers, "Mom." As he gazes at the screen, a faint, ethereal hand gently strokes his hair, bringing a peaceful smile to his face. The tender moment is broken as a sudden jolt of energy courses through him, making him gasp in surprise. With a sudden thud, the strange energy overwhelms him, and he collapses unconscious onto the floor. The room is silent, showing Shiha lying motionless on the floor beside the still glowing tablet. A new chapter begins, titled, "Brother, Am I Cute?" Shihyuk is lost in a dream, recalling a fond memory of his father smiling as he drove their car. The dream continues with a warm image of his mother smiling gently from the passenger seat. The happy memory is violently shattered by the blinding headlights of an oncoming car as he screams, "Number!" Jolting awake from the nightmare, Shihyuk sits up in bed, gasping in terror. Looking around the dark room in a panic, he calls out for his brother, Seha. He peers out of his room, and his heart stops as he sees Shiha lying in a heap on the living room floor. Rushing to his side, he sees his brother's flushed face and labored breathing, and screams, "Seha!" Scooping up the feverish boy, Shihyuk runs out of the apartment, berating himself for sleeping while his brother was sick. Cradling Shiha close, he is overwhelmed with guilt, thinking he should have cared more and taken better care of him. Tears of regret stream down his face as he sobs a heartfelt apology to his unconscious brother. He races through the night toward the bright lights of a large, modern hospital. Bursting into the emergency room, he holds Shiha tightly, groaning in distress over his dangerously high fever. A calm nurse approaches them, gently telling him to hand over the baby so she can take his temperature. Amidst the emergency room chaos, Shihyuk frantically begs a nurse to hurry up and call a doctor. The nurse tries to reassure him, but an overwrought Shihyuk covers his face in despair, thinking how impossible it is not to be worried. A panicked Shihyuk asks a purple-haired doctor what's wrong with Shiha, but she calmly tells him not to worry, as it's likely a cold. Unconvinced, Shihyuk frets that it could be another disease that also presents with a fever. He mentally cycles through a terrifying list of illnesses, concluding Shiha doesn't have their other distinct symptoms. The doctor notes that although the fever is stubborn, Shiha should recover soon, but Shihyuk remains overwhelmed with worry. Defeated, Shihyuk slumps into a chair and quietly agrees with the doctor's assessment. The doctor formally introduces herself as Sung Yena, explaining she was contacted by the daycare director. Shihyuk quickly moves to his brother's side, anxiously asking if he's feeling okay now. He stares in disbelief, asking, "What did you just say?" after hearing his little brother speak. Sitting up in bed, a blushing Shiha holds up a cold compress and clearly says, "Ice pack, this." Overjoyed, Shihyuk strokes his brother's hair, tearfully thanking him for getting better as Dr. Yena watches on. Smiling brightly, Shihyuk asks Shiha if he's hungry and suggests they get him some porridge. Shihyuk asks Dr. Yena if they can be discharged, but she playfully tells him, "No?" A curious Shiha looks on as Dr. Yena suggests they take care of something else while they're at the hospital. In her office, Dr. Yena comments on Shihyuk's coffee, telling him it's far too strong for his little brother. As Shiha reaches for his cup, Shihyuk explains that his brother wants him to drink cocoa instead of coffee. On the phone, Dr. Yena confirms with the daycare director that Shiha usually only says simple sounds and brother. The director clarifies that he will use words sometimes, which seems to be new information for a surprised Dr. Yena. Dr. Yena chuckles and concedes the point, ending her call. Shihyuk asks if she thinks Shiha is intentionally not talking, and she suggests it's more that he doesn't need to. She explains her theory. Because Shi-hyuk understands him perfectly, Shiha feels no compelling need to speak. Dr. Yena explains that the brain often takes the easiest path, which Shi-hyuk correctly identifies as brain plasticity. Impressed, she confirms he's right and begins to use the visually impaired as an example of the concept. She explains how brain functions can remap themselves, showing images of the brain and a patient's hand with an IV. Surprised by his knowledge, Dr. Yena asks if he's a junior in her class, but he says he majors in Korean literature. Finding his knowledge unusual for his major, she listens as he claims he read about it for childcare, though a tag notes, "You're lying." Seeing a stack of advanced psychiatry and pathology textbooks, Dr. Yena decides a separate test isn't necessary, to Shi-hyuk's relief. As they walk, Dr. Yena laughs, admitting she's having fun and commenting on his surprisingly deep medical knowledge. Patting Shiha's head, she reassures Shi-hyuk that he'll probably start talking more once he's at daycare away from him. Looking at what Shiha is drawing, Dr. Yena turns to his brother in surprise and asks, "Shi-hyuk, this is?" Dr. Yena trails off with a perplexed expression as a serious-looking Shi-hyuk crosses his arms. A flashback shows Shiha's previous, simple drawings, as Shi-hyuk recalls his art wasn't this detailed until yesterday. He remembers finding his brother unconscious on the floor after he had touched his stepmother's glowing tablet. He then recalls his own strange experience of gaining translation skills after collapsing near his father's laptop. He concludes that, for some unknown reason, Shiha must have experienced the same phenomenon he did. A portrait of Beethoven illustrates a syndrome that affects communication skills. Shi-hyuk thinks that, unlike those with the syndrome, Shiha is very expressive with his gestures and face. He argues that it's not Shiha's fault others don't understand his nonverbal cues, though Dr. Yena remains skeptical. Dr. Yena seriously advises that if his speech doesn't improve in a few months, they should consider genetic tests. The tense moment is broken by a sweet scene of Shi-hyuk patting Shiha, who proudly shows off a detailed penguin drawing. Dr. Yena watches the heartwarming interaction with a faint, knowing smile. Outside, a fully recovered Shiha runs with boundless energy through a garden full of flowers. Shi-hyuk follows with a smile, telling his little brother to be careful as he marvels at his renewed vitality. He thoughtfully watches his brother, thinking about how talented Shiha is at drawing as a realistic bird sketch appears. Shi-hyuk begins daydreaming about his brother's future, imagining a banner celebrating Lee Si-ha's entrance into art college. His imagination runs wild, picturing Shiha as an artist in Paris, and even holding a prestigious gallery exhibition. The fantasy comes to a screeching halt as he's hit with the reality of how much money all of that would cost. Snapping out of his daydream, Shi-hyuk looks flustered and confused. He apologizes to Shiha for being distracted and decides to focus on the present, suggesting they get kimchi soup. He muses that everyone finds their own path, and all he truly wants is for Shiha to live a normal, happy life. A memory of his own parents surfaces as he accepts that he can't be the one to answer all of his brother's future questions. Filled with resolve, Shi-hyuk makes a silent, heartfelt promise to support his little brother's future completely. With newfound determination burning in his eyes, he realizes his mission is simple: gain money for Shiha's sake. Outside their apartment, a newly motivated Shi-hyuk cheers triumphantly as a confused Shiha watches from the playground. The scene shifts to a book titled The Golden Hour Hand, introduced as the story of an elderly doctor reflecting on his life's regrets. The story's flashback reveals a tragic scene where the doctor wonders if he could have saved more people if he had been faster and braver. Through a miracle, the doctor returns to his youth, gaining the golden hour ability to rewind time before surgery. Back in his room, Shi-hyuk explains to someone on his computer that he wants to add some clarifications to the novel's text. He uses diagrams to illustrate his point, explaining that the relationship between doctors and nurses in the novel is different from how it is in Korea. His contact is amazed by his insight and asks if it's his first translation, but Shi-hyuk says he'll email the original writer for his opinion. Suddenly panicked, Shi-hyuk pretends he can't hear and hangs up the call as the person on the other end shouts his name in frustration. Sitting back at his desk with a tap, he confidently decides that being a translator is the right path for him. He begins composing an email to the author, Jason, formally introducing himself as the translator for Golden Hour. Later, Shi-hyuk stands outside their apartment building, calling up to his brother and suggesting they do some more drawing. Inside, he sets up the drawing tablet at the table for an eager Shiha, who looks ready to create. As Shiha focuses intently on the tablet, a faint, magical butterfly hovers near the screen for a moment, Watching his brother draw with such skill, Shi-yuk blushes with pride, thinking that Shiha is truly talented. A close-up shows Shiha's hand confidently sketching a simple, charming character on the glowing screen. Shi-hyuk joyfully scoops his brother into his arms, announcing that the author replied with high praise for his translation work. He smiles, feeling incredibly honored to have his skills acknowledged directly by the original writer. Looking up at him, Shiha sweetly points to the tablet and says, "My brother." Shi-hyuk is touched to see that Shiha drew a picture of him, and he thanks his brother for the wonderful likeness. Overwhelmed with happiness, Shi-hyuk dramatically collapses onto the floor in a fit of joyful laughter. Shiha playfully falls back beside him, mirroring his brother's blissful pose with a happy gasp. Lying on the floor, Shiha looks over at his brother with a soft, affectionate expression. He crawls over to his still laughing brother, finding the whole situation incredibly convenient and heartwarming. The story pauses as an older, serious-looking man with glasses asks readers to support the creators on their official website. At the breakfast table, Shiha covers his eyes with a frustrated groan, prompting a confused Shi-hyuk to ask what's wrong. Shiha looks up with a pout, his messy hair falling into his eyes as he holds his head in annoyance. Shi-hyuk smiles gently and brushes his brother's hair out of his face, realizing it was just bothering him. As they leave the apartment, Shi-hyuk checks the door and feels a sudden, inexplicable chill run down his spine. Startled by something off-screen, a nervous Shiha quickly hides behind his brother's leg. Shi-hyuk gasps in shock as a tough-looking man with a scar suddenly appears before them with a sinister grin. The man's intimidating demeanor vanishes as he waves cheerfully, introducing himself as their new neighbor and greeting Shiha. Mistaking Shi-hyuk for Shiha's father, the neighbor is surprised to learn they're brothers, and Shi-hyuk admits it's a common misunderstanding. The neighbor strikes a pose, and Shi-hyuk is shocked, seemingly recognizing him from 20 years ago. A brief flashback shows a younger, chubbier version of the neighbor, laughing about how his face hasn't changed. Shiha bravely steps out from behind his brother and puffs out his chest, defiantly calling out to him. With his arms outstretched, Shiha stands his ground, and the neighbor amusedly asks if he's trying to protect his brother. Shi-hyuk plays along, asking if Shiha can really protect him, and the boy nods with fierce determination. When Shi-hyuk playfully summons a giant shadow monster in his imagination, a terrified Shiha stammers for his brother. Overcoming his fear, Shiha points at the imaginary foe and bravely shouts a challenge for it to fight him. The neighbor, thoroughly confused by the one-sided battle, playfully accepts the challenge just as Shiha seems to disappear. Shi-hyuk, now holding his little warrior, waves goodbye, telling their amused neighbor they have to go. Arriving at a modern hair salon, Shi-hyuk announces that he's there for his brother's haircut. A blonde stylist fawns over Shiha, calling him adorable, and asks what kind of hairstyle he'd like. Shi-hyuk shows the stylist a picture on his phone, and she agrees that the fashionable cut would look very nice. While Shi-hyuk asks for his opinion on the style, a distracted Shiha is more interested in the tablet the stylist gave him. Shiha points to a different picture on the tablet, insisting he wants the haircut he sees on the screen. Holding his phone, Shi-hyuk looks conflicted, unsure whether to go with his choice or the one his brother picked. Shiha looks up at his older brother with wide, pleading eyes, silently asking for his approval. Holding his little brother, Shi-hyuk looks embarrassed by his new haircut and asks for Seha's approval. A friend in a blue hoodie teases Shi-hyuk about being worried for school tomorrow, which Shi-hyuk nervously denies. The friend laughs, admitting he likes the haircut because it matches Seha's, much to Shi-hyuk's surprise. Over a meal, the friend reveals he called Shi-hyuk to share some good information. The friend explains it's not field training but a vacation activity, and Shi-hyuk worries about supervising Seha, but his friend assures him it's possible. As Seha sips his drink, the friend tells Shi-hyuk to just find a suitable company and get the necessary documents. Imagining a creepy business card and a voice welcoming him to a company, Shi-hyuk shudders and rejects the idea. The friend thoughtfully cools a spoonful of food for Seha and is surprised by how much the little boy is talking. An unseen woman's voice expresses happiness for Seha's progress, while the flustered friend coos over him. The friend suddenly looks dejected, wondering why the conversation reminded him that he doesn't have a girlfriend. On the first day of school, Shi-hyuk calls out to an excited Seha as he runs ahead toward his first day at nursery. Two girls nearby comment on how cute Seha's haircut is because it matches his older brother's style. Seha proudly shows off his matching haircut, and his brother smiles, asking if he likes his new look. Holding his brother's hand, Shihyuk mentally plans his day of classes and translation work before picking Seha up in the afternoon. A friendly woman with blonde hair introduces herself as Teacher Yudahi and warmly greets Seha. Teacher Yudahi reassures Shihyuk that she'll take good care of Seha as he prepares to say his goodbyes. Shihyuk gives Seha a very long and detailed farewell speech, leaving his little brother looking slightly bewildered. As Shihyuk continues his lengthy instructions, the teacher gently interrupts to ask if he's finished, prompting him to say one last thing. Before Shihyuk can finish, another boy excitedly calls out to Seha, inviting him to come play. The teacher waves goodbye as Seha immediately runs off to play, leaving a shocked Shihyuk behind. As a tearful Shihyuk laments that Seha didn't even look back, the little boy cries and hugs his brother's leg. Seeing his brother upset, Seha quickly runs to grab a box of tissues. Seha thoughtfully offers the tissues to his emotional brother, who is touched by the sweet gesture. Blushing and overwhelmed, Shihyuk looks down at his little brother, completely speechless. Overcome with emotion, Shihyuk tightly hugs Seha, wondering where he learned to be so considerate. Later, in a university lecture hall, Shihyuk works on his laptop, thinking he misses Seha while trying to focus on translation. An orange-haired young woman surprises him from behind, cheerfully noting that it's been a long time. Calling him Dae-young, she's corrected when he states his name is Soo-hyun, though she claims she already knew. The young woman looks at Soo-hyun with concern and asks if he's feeling all right. Soo-hyun has a brief, somber flashback of seeing the woman, So-hyun, paying her respects at a funeral. Back in the present, So-hyun looks flustered, and Soo-hyun notes that her unease is clearly written on her face. So-hyun politely dismisses her by saying he's busy, and she apologizes for interrupting him. She asks if he's working a part-time job, and he confirms it's for translation, which she finds amazing. As she leaves, So-hyun compliments his hairstyle, leaving a perplexed Soo-hyun to wonder what she meant. A professor walks in, sarcastically thanking the students for showing up and offering them the chance to leave his difficult class. The professor cheerfully asks if everyone knows his class's bad reputation, causing So-hyun to cry as Soo-hyun worries about his homework. A thick, intimidating textbook is dramatically slammed onto a desk. The professor gives the class one last chance to decide if they'll attend, while a student whispers about needing to graduate. Feeling doomed, Soo-hyun realizes the class with the strict professor Kim Ha-seub will be a disaster of tiring research and group projects. Resigned to his fate, he decides to face the challenge, but wonders who he will be able to team up with. So-hyun leans over with a bright smile, enthusiastically asking him to join her group. Pointing to her two eager-looking friends, she explains that if Shihyuk joins, there'll be a full team of 4. So-hyun questions his hesitation, while her two friends awkwardly welcome him to the group. Shihyuk gives a friendly wave, confidently stating they'll get to know each other, and So-hyun notes his positive attitude. When an off-screen voice questions his choice of teammates, So-hyun seriously asks for their reasoning. She argues that to win, they need proper team members. But Shihyuk interjects, stating the first thing they truly need. Shihyuk explains team strategy, noting the fastest thinker should take the lead to buy time for the leader to organize their ideas. He continues that they also need someone with intelligence, accuracy, and insight to see things from multiple angles. Using a chibi version of himself, he explains that diverse real-world experience is key to grounding theories in practical examples. His new teammates look at him in awe, asking if he'll be their team leader, which they seem to fully support. An unseen person imagines a stoic Shihyuk being adored by chibi girls, thinking his brilliant ideas will surely win. So-hyun excitedly points, imagining his brilliant ideas will get a lot of views and likes online. Shihyuk compliments So-hyun's quick wit and speaking skills, causing her to blush and giggle shyly. Declaring him the perfect choice, So-hyun nominates Shihyuk as team leader, and the others enthusiastically applaud. As a cute chibi version of himself, Shihyuk accepts the leadership role, and So-hyun tells him she has faith in him. So-hyun pouts with her arms crossed, muttering in frustration about the person with a great haircut. Seha remembers his brother's promise to return at 3 o'clock. Looking sadly at a mental image of Shihyuk explaining the clock. At the nursery, a boy introduces his sister to Seha, who babbles in response as his brother mentally finds the interaction funny. A little girl named Shihaya formally introduces herself to Seha as they hold hands. The spiky-haired boy, wearing a box on his head, declares his desire to be a robot, and Chihaya simply agrees. Wearing a pink apron and holding a ladle, Chihaya stands beside a dejected-looking Seiha. When Seiha calls for his brother, Chihaya corrects him, but the teacher clarifies that Seiha really does have an older brother. Chihaya proposes a game where she's the mom, and Seiha and the robot boy are brothers, which the boy cheers for. While the boy pretends to do a rocket punch, Seiha calls for his brother, and the teacher exclaims in surprise at the scene. The teacher, Yudahi, looks at her phone with a shocked expression. Peeking from outside, Shiyuk breathes a sigh of relief, thinking he wasn't caught watching. He worries about being an inconsistent presence for his brother, recalling advice not to confuse a child. Clutching a bag, Shiyuk is suddenly startled by something off-screen. Kneeling outside, Shiyuk answers his phone and tells the caller he just ate cup noodles. He blushingly admits he came to the nursery early, and the person on the phone playfully teases him about it. Explaining he has work to do, Shiyuk says he'll wait until 3, but the caller promises to meet him there later. Teacher Yudahi kindly allows Shiyuk to come in and watch the children as they wake from their nap. Inside the quiet room, Seiha and the other children are seen sleeping peacefully on their mats. Seiha sleeps soundly, a blissful, blushing smile on his face. As Shiyuk watches over the children, the teacher looks at a photo on her phone with a concerned expression. Seiha sits up from his nap, rubbing his eyes and sleepily calling out for his brother. Shiyuk lovingly strokes Seiha's hair, confirming he's there, and his little brother calls his name again. Seiha tearfully hugs his brother, who comforts him by saying he missed him and isn't going anywhere. Cradling a happy Seiha, Shiyuk suggests they spend the rest of the day together, much to his little brother's delight. Their neighbor looks on, blushing and emotional, while Shiyuk comments on his tendency to cry. Shiyuk playfully calls out the neighbor for wiping his nose, despite his denials of being emotional. The neighbor claims he has rhinitis, an excuse Shiyuk finds completely unconvincing as Seiha watches. After the neighbor asks for support, a helpful Seiha offers him a small white cloth. The teacher cheerfully announces it's time for everyone to make their beds. The children, overseen by their teacher, begin dutifully folding their pillows and blankets. Shiyuk surprises Seiha by holding up a blanket and offering to make the bed with him. Another boy, Oh Seungjun, rushes over and grabs Shiyuk's leg, asking for help too. A little girl named Hana joins in, grabbing his other leg and insisting she was first. Shiyuk calmly tells them not to fight, while Oh Seungjun insists to Hana that he was there first. Playing along, Hana pushes on Shiyuk's back, comically demanding that he let her older brother go. Shiyuk laughs as both children playfully cling to him, praising them for being good at their game. Later, with his hair back to normal, Shiyuk asks a shivering Seiha, now in a penguin costume, if he wants to be held. Holding his little brother, Shiyuk apologizes, explaining he needs to go to the university to meet his friend. In a tense moment, Sohyun reminds Shihek about their group discussion meeting, which he seems to have forgotten. She angrily asks if he wants to get in trouble, reminding him that everyone made time for the meeting. After admitting he was kidding, Shiyuk explains his need to pick up Seiha and asks if he can bring his little brother along. Sohyun smiles, assuring him it's fine, and he gratefully thanks her, leaving her slightly flustered. Shiyuk holds his little brother, who is still dressed as a penguin, and gives a warm, slightly embarrassed smile. While on the phone, Shiyuk wonders if he missed something, but the caller explains they're just calling after studying all night. While on the phone, Shiyuk looks at his screen in disbelief, wondering if there's a problem with what he's seeing. The person on the phone inwardly expresses admiration for Shiyuk's quick proofreading, thinking they're glad there's nothing to fix, and feeling like they can read his mind. The caller offers Shiyuk the job of translating work into English, assuring him it's all right, even if a certain Mr. Taiksu isn't available. Immersed in his work, Shiyuk discusses the nuanced distinction between two similar words for disciple, questioning if the difference is due to Chinese and Korean concepts. Shiyuk looks annoyed as a cute, heart-filled message from the caller pops up on his phone, playfully asking where he suddenly appeared from. Flustered, Shiyuk quickly ends the call, explaining he's late for an appointment and asking for the details to be sent via text or email. Arriving at a meeting spot, Shiyuk sees Sohyun talking with another student, Soohyun, and overhears her offer to help with a group discussion he has to leave. Soohyun explains to Sohyun that he can't join her because he's fasting, while she realizes he's in their class but can't recall his name. Soohyun then turns his attention to Shiyuk, calling him brother and offering to study for a literature course together, leaving Shiyuk confused. Feeling awkward for eavesdropping, Shiyuk formally greets Soohyun and Sohyun, who asks why he was waiting outside the room. Soo-hyun explains he's finished talking with a colleague and promptly leaves, allowing Shi-hyuk to join So-hyun. So-hyun notes that Shi-hyuk is early for their meeting, and he explains he had to bring Se-ha along. Before leaving completely, Soo-hyun offers to share his extensive genealogy notes with Shi-hyuk anytime, making both him and So-hyun uncomfortable. While Shi-hyuk politely declines the offer, another male teammate encourages him to accept, as So-hyun looks on awkwardly. Shi-hyuk places a reassuring hand on So-hyun's shoulder and tells the teammate they don't need the notes since they're already on the same team. Suddenly, an adorable Se-ha in a full penguin costume appears at Shi-hyuk's feet, leaving his brother completely stunned. Looking flustered, Soo-hyun hurries away as So-hyun formally bids him farewell. In a fun cutaway, voices praise Se-ha and his amazing brother from the perspective of a soda can. So-hyun is completely smitten by the scene, holding her hands to her heart with a blissful and adoring smile. Holding up a photo of the penguin-clad Se-ha, she gushes about his cuteness and wonders what to do since they need to go inside. As So-hyun reaches out to pat Se-ha, who is being held by Shi-hyuk, he playfully tells her to wash her hands first. In a nearby hallway, a frustrated Soo-hyun clenches his fist and mutters a curse under his breath. Shi-hyuk walks with So-hyun while carrying Se-ha, thinking the situation with the senior is resolved, while So-hyun internally dismisses him as just an annoyance. So-hyun notes that Soo-hyun seems to know Shi-hyuk, even though neither of them can remember his name despite being in the same class. As they wait for the elevator, So-hyun playfully holds Se-ha's hand, while a puzzled Shi-hyuk wonders why the senior would know him. Se-ha stands on his own, looking up with wide, curious eyes. The other two teammates, a man and a woman, are completely overwhelmed by Se-ha's cuteness, blushing and admitting they want to touch his cheeks. Se-ha gestures with his little wing, which Shi-hyuk jokingly interprets as him telling the gushing teammates to calm down. The teammates protest that they can't possibly calm down, as Se-ha adorably calls out for his brother. To keep his brother occupied, Shi-hyuk sets Se-ha up with a drawing tablet, announcing that Se-ha will be drawing while he studies. Beaming with delight, all three teammates, So-hyun and the other two, give a resounding yes to the arrangement. Later, Shi-hyuk leads the group meeting, explaining that the issue of bullying is broad and has evolved to involve entire groups. He continues his lecture, pointing out that bullying isn't limited to children, but also happens among adults in universities and workplaces. So-hyun raises her hand, posing a sharp and personal question. What would Shi-hyuk do if Se-ha himself became a victim of bullying? A dark aura surrounds Shi-hyuk as he thinks of an extreme response, causing So-hyun to react with concern, calling his idea too much. Snapping out of it, Shi-hyuk hopes Se-ha didn't hear his dark thoughts before confidently telling the team he can predict their opponent's strategy. He lays out their debate plan, explaining they're first up next week and need to focus on data research like articles and statistics. He anticipates the opposing team will argue for changing the law, but dismisses it as not the main point of contention. Shi-hyuk warns that if their opponents present statistics, they must not respond in kind, or the discussion will be completely derailed. A worried So-hyun realizes the danger of a stalemate and asks if it would be better for their team to present statistics first. In what appears to be an earlier time, Shi-hyuk kneels down to say goodbye to Se-ha before heading off to class. With dramatic flair, Shi-hyuk pretends to be distraught, asking Se-ha with wide eyes if he's really leaving him. He continues his exaggerated farewell, backing away towards the exit as Se-ha quietly watches, thinking his brother's name. The teacher laughingly tells Shi-hyuk to just go and stop turning around while he smiles, pleased that Se-ha's eyes are still fixed on him. The teacher thoughtfully watches Se-ha, who looks on with a slightly sad expression after his brother leaves. Decisively clapping her hands to change the mood, the teacher gets Se-ha's attention and he looks up at her with a blush. As soon as the door closes, Se-ha's expression falls, and he sadly calls for his brother while holding the teacher's hand. Another little boy with spiky hair rushes over to Se-ha, excitedly inviting him to play and asking for his bag and shoes. The spiky-haired boy pauses thoughtfully, asking Se-ha if his older brother, Shi-hyuk, gets hobbled when he does something wrong, like how his own mom scolds him. Remembering a happy photo of himself with his brother, Se-ha has a sudden realization. Se-ha playfully pats the spiky-haired boy's head and declares, "I love you," leaving the boy confused as a more serious Se-ha points nearby. As the spiky-haired boy rubs his head, an unseen person misinterprets the gesture, asking if Shi-hyuk is hitting him and mentioning honeycomb. The little girl rushes over in alarm, telling the spiky-haired boy he can't get hit in the head as he holds his cheeks in distress. Se-ha sweetly hugs the spiky-haired boy, who looks on with a surprised, blushing expression. The spiky-haired boy gets his revenge by tickling Seha, exclaiming with a laugh that it tickles. The teacher smiles fondly as she watches the children play, thinking that they will all grow up someday. Back in a university classroom, students anxiously discuss their upcoming debate, realizing their first opponent is the top student in the department. Shihyuk, identified as, quote, the top one, sits with a calm and serious expression, holding his pen. Sohyun tries to get Shihyuk's attention by calling him Suhyun, causing him to look over in confusion. Shihyuk notices a man in a green jacket and black cap glaring at him intensely, wondering why he's being stared at. Sohyun giggles and clarifies the man's attention is on Seha's cute initiative, not Shihyuk, much to his relief. The man in the green jacket leans towards Sohyun, asking her about a rumor regarding Shihyuk. The man flirts obnoxiously, winking and calling out, Suhyuna, which earns him a look of pure disgust from Sohyun. Shihyuk explains the man has a reputation for approaching any woman he finds pretty, which seems to make Sohyun blush. Sohyun playfully asks, like me, prompting Shihyuk to silently note her overconfidence. Shihyuk smiles and agrees that she's pretty, adding that pretty girls are well aware of it. Feigning embarrassment at the compliment, Sohyun inwardly reflects that confidence is better than humility. Shihyuk suddenly points out a pink hair roller still in Sohyun's bangs, reminding her of when she left home that morning. Mortified, Sohyun hides her face and asks why he didn't tell her sooner, while he jokes it's the secret to her bangs. The man in the green jacket seethes with rage, his eyes glowing red as someone wonders what to do about his intense glare. Another man tells the enraged man to look straight, but he just shouts back in angry confusion. As Shihyuk wonders if the man gets excited easily, the man shouts from his seat, "You don't know who I am." With a knowing smile, Shihyuk thinks the debate will be easier than he expected, leaving Sohyun confused. Sohyun watches him with concern, believing he's about to make a fundamental mistake. The angry man stands at the podium and introduces himself as Kim Byung-soo, the representative for the opposing debate team. Kim Byung-soo begins his argument, claiming that bullying often happens for trivial reasons like simple dislike or annoyance. Sohyun raises her hand and questions if it's realistic for children to call the police, to which Byung-soo says they should be educated to do so. Byung-soo smugly adds that the arrival of the police scares the bully's parents, forcing them to change their attitude. Sohyun presses him on whether the victim should have to endure an investigation, but Byung-soo argues that parents should just move on. Shihyuk listens with a slight smirk, thinking to himself that Byung-soo's entire argument is sloppy. Rising from his seat, Shihyuk politely thanks Byung-soo for his story, acknowledging it as one possible viewpoint. Shihyuk then declares his intent to argue against Byung-soo's 100 settled point, shocking a nearby student. Byung-soo scoffs, asking if Shihyuk will use statistics, and Shihyuk confirms he has 100 verified data from Korea. Just as Byung-soo starts to concede, Shihyuk cuts him off to begin his counterargument. Shihyuk extends his hand with a confident smile, ready to present his case. A spectacled student in the audience watches intently, wondering if this new information will change the debate's outcome. A flustered Byung-soo calls the idea ridiculous, sarcastically questioning the National Statistical Office's data. Shihyuk reveals his team is 117 and that he investigated the School Violence Prevention Center. He presents a case where a victim reported abuse to the 117 hotline, leading to police intervention that solved the case. He continues, explaining the legal sanctions imposed, including separating classes and ordering social service for the perpetrator. The presentation concludes by showing that these measures led to a 100 case resolution rate. Byung-soo looks on in disbelief, as Shihyuk argues that the police simply followed procedure without considering the victim's perspective. Shihyuk drives his point home, asking if a solution that leaves the victim unsatisfied is truly a solution, as Byung-soo stands speechless. A teammate in an orange hoodie stands up to support Shihyuk, passionately arguing for legal action and lawsuits against perpetrators. Sohyun agrees emphatically, adding that the victim's greatest fear was never physical violence or extortion. Clenching her fist with determination, Sohyun poses a critical question. What were the children most afraid of? Shihyuk delivers the powerful answer, being stamped, explaining that the permanent label of victim leads to endless torment and helplessness. With his eyes closed, Shihyuk asks if solving a problem on paper truly makes the underlying issue disappear. A final slide illustrates the point, showing a victim suffering from psychological anxiety from from having to attend school with their attacker. Shihyuk explains that the emotional burdens on the victim and their family are never included in the so-called 100 resolution statistics. Enraged, Kim Byung-soo shouts back, demanding to know if Shihyuk has a better solution. Shihyuk simply gives a confident, knowing smile as he begins to answer. Later, walking down the street with his victorious teammates, Shihyuk is showered with praise from Sohyun, who exclaims he was totally amazing. The other female teammate agrees enthusiastically, telling him his performance was really good, and that their win was all thanks to him. Shihyuk modestly credits their opponent's mistake, but his teammates insist he won because he did a great job. Sohyun daydreams about the end of the debate with a blush, prompting a curious, from Shihyuk. In a flashback, Shihyuk presents his solution. Victims should run away from the abusive environment as fast as they can. Kim Byung-soo scoffs at the idea, yelling that it's not a practical solution and is just running away like a loser. Byung-soo mutters to himself that a victim is a loser and wonders where someone named In Seong has gone. Shihyuk calmly explains his reasoning, citing that many bullying victims suffer from PTSD, and a primary treatment is leaving the stressful environment. He shares a photo of a victim who took a leave of absence to join an overseas volunteer camp, showing a positive outcome. Over an image of a gavel and scales, Shihyuk argues that sometimes running away is its own form of winning. He poses a powerful question, asking if forcing a traumatized victim to fight back isn't a form of violence itself. Facing his opponent directly, Shihyuk calmly states that his proposed solution is an effort to truly protect the victim. As the audience erupts in applause for Shihyuk's amazing performance, Kim Byung-soo stands defeated. The professor smiles, acknowledging the discussion's results are clear, while a proud Sohyun beams. Overwhelmed by the applause for his team, an embarrassed Shihyuk covers his face, thinking he wants to cancel any plans to get closer. When Sohyun excitedly suggests getting chicken and beer, Shihyuk declines, explaining he has to pick up Seha from the daycare center. While giving Seha a piggyback ride, Shihyuk smiles as his little brother tells him he's really strong. Walking down a hallway, Shihyuk stops in surprise when he spots something ahead, Seha peeking out from behind him. A man named Dongwon holds up an invitation with a wicked grin, telling Shihyuk he's already seen it. Dongwon casually introduces himself as being 20 and tells Shihyuk to speak comfortably, who awkwardly agrees. Leaning in to greet a startled Seha, Dongwon gets a bit too close for comfort, causing the little boy to flinch. Shihyuk nervously explains that Seha is just shy, though he privately thinks that's not the real reason for his reaction. He reflects on how different he and the extroverted Dongwon are, worrying that it's not a good idea to bring Seha around so many adults. Dongwon gives a thumbs up, assuring Shihyuk that they're all good people and that Seha will like them. The next morning at 10:10, Shihyuk rests in bed, exhausted from working late on a translation project. A sudden exclamation of, "Oh my gosh!" fills the air. The source of the surprise is Seha, who is lying adorably on his brother's chest. Tired, Shihyuk suggests they lie together for a bit, and Seha happily cuddles up to his brother. Seha playfully pinches his brother's cheeks, causing Shihyuk to laugh and joke that his hands are spicy. Deciding not to let Seha get bored, Shihyuk sits up with him on the couch, ready to be diligent. He notices Seha is wearing his little penguin backpack and curiously asks what's inside. Seha hops down and begins to rummage through his penguin backpack. He proudly pulls out the pink imitation from the previous day, ready for an adventure. With surprising strength, Seha begins pulling his tired brother off the couch, determined to go. Shihyuk playfully lifts Seha into the air by the back of his shirt. Wondering why the bag is so full, Shihyuk peers inside as Seha begins to list the contents. He's shocked to discover the bag is stuffed with tissues, his computer mouse, and his mom's tablets. Recalling how Seha carefully packed for everyone, Shihyuk laughs and suggests they lighten the heavy load. Seha protectively hugs his bag, refusing to leave anything behind, and Shihyuk quickly gives in. Now fully dressed in his penguin hat and outfit, Seha proudly announces he is Pepe Joe. As they walk hand in hand, Shihyuk notes Seha's love for penguins and suggests they go see them later. They arrive at a gathering where Dongwon and two neighbors warmly welcome them at the door. Shihyuk awkwardly thanks Dongwon for the invitation, admitting he's still not used to his intense smile. Seha, dressed in his adorable penguin costume, gives a shy little bow and says, "Hello." The neighbors introduce themselves as living on the 3rd and 4th floors, and asks how old Seha is. Dongwon mentions he's ordered chicken, and Shia confirms Seha can eat it, realizing he's never tried that before. A fresh hot box of crispy fried chicken sits ready to be eaten. Shihyuk introduces Seha to fried chicken, who watches with wide, curious eyes. Drooling with anticipation, Seha can't wait to get a taste of the chicken. Observing Seha's eagerness, the neighbors laugh and suggest they hurry up and eat. Seha takes his very first bite of a chicken drumstick. A crunch echoes as everyone watches intently while Seha tries the chicken. His eyes sparkle with delight as he declares the chicken is absolutely delicious. The neighbors are thrilled by his reaction, laughing as they agree that chicken is the best. With a menacing grin, Dongwon tells Seha he needs to eat well to grow up like him, terrifying the little boy. Seha quickly hides behind his brother, as Shihyuk reassures him that Dongwon isn't really a villain. Changing the subject, Shihyuk asks Seha if he likes penguins, piquing his interest. An illustration of a majestic emperor penguin appears, complete with a crown, cape, and sword. As Shihyuk laughs at the idea of an emperor penguin, Seha leaps to his feet in excitement. Seha stares in awe, completely captivated, while Dongwon notes that it's the perfect scene for a child. Tugging on Shihyuk's shirt, Seha excitedly cheers for his brother, who asks if he likes it that much. Dongwon puts on a menacing face, confusing both Shihyuk and a curious Seha. Shihyuk wonders what's coming next, as Seha points a curious finger at him. As Dongwon clasps his hands with a sinister laugh, the others wonder what he's up to. Dongwon plays the villain, laughing maniacally as he demands Shihyuk hand over his brother. Seha bravely steps in front of his brother, telling the man to go away, as Shihyuk notes Dongwon's genuine commitment to voice acting. The neighbors cheer Seha on, encouraging Emperor Penguin to show his power, while Shihyuk remains puzzled. Seha firmly grips a wooden back scratcher, readying his sword. Wielding the back scratcher like a legendary blade, Seha lets out a mighty battle cry of "Pei." The group cheers for Seha's bravery as he faces down Dongwon, while Shihyuk wonders where on earth he found a stick. Dongwon plays his villain role to the hilt, reaching out with glowing red eyes as someone prompts Seha that now is the time. The heroic Seha charges into battle, sword at the ready. Feigning defeat, Dongwon dramatically cries out that he's been hit, as Seha stands victorious. With a determined expression, Seha delivers a final tap to the defeated villain. Shihyuk kneels and praises his little hero for protecting him, while Dongwon can't help but laugh from the floor. Later, holding a sleepy Seha, Shihyuk announces that the video editing is finished. A shining blue and gold crown from the edited video glimmers on screen. The finished video shows Seha transformed into a mighty emperor penguin, heroically raising his sword. Seha excitedly points at the phone, showing himself as the Super Emperor Penguin, and proudly tells his brother. The delighted neighbors say they're happy to do things like this because they enjoy being around kids. Giving Seha a piggyback ride, Shihyuk agrees with his little brother, confirming that he is indeed Emperor Penguin. In a classroom, a professor reminds Shihyuk to bring his materials next time, as a female classmate calls out to him. An orange-haired girl smiles sweetly and suggests they have a victory party since their lecture ended early. Shihyuk apologizes, explaining that he has to leave to see Seha, leaving the girl looking crestfallen. As his phone buzzes, Shihyuk tells the confused girl that he needs to mentally prepare before answering. Shihyuk answers his phone with a warm smile, greeting the caller after a long time. Walking down the hall, Shihyuk learns on his call that a Mr. Taeyeksu wants to see both him and Seha about a translation project. Both Shihyuk and the orange-haired girl are confused to hear that the teacher found out about his personal situation. The caller explains the teacher wants to meet the translator and also invited them to come pick strawberries, much to Shihyuk's surprise. It's revealed the teacher owns a strawberry farm, and March is the perfect time for a visit. Shihyuk smiles during his call while his orange-haired classmate looks on, still wondering what's happening. At daycare, a spiky-haired boy asks Seha if his grandmother is coming home tomorrow. The boy leans in and asks Seha if he knows the special name his grandmother calls him. A little girl with pigtails runs up behind them, excitedly shouting that she knows the answer. She proudly declares the boy's special name is Dog, causing the teacher to laugh and tell her not to spoil it. The twins explain their grandma calls their brother a dog when he misbehaves and yells at them too. The twins decide Seha needs a new name as well, while their teacher worries that their grandma scolds them too often. Seha strikes a victorious pose, proudly declaring himself P-Emperor. At the daycare, Seha gestures to his friends, the spiky-haired boy and a girl with pigtails, who listen intently. The spiky-haired boy points with a flash of insight, excitedly identifying the penguin monster Super Emperor Penguin. Beaming with joy, Seha opens his arms as the children cheer his name. Seha, Pepe! A Shiyuk arrives with open arms. Seha happily runs to greet his beloved brother. Holding his little brother, a blushing Shiyuk is confused when Seha introduces himself as Seha Pepe, wondering if he's a penguin. Shiyuk gets swarmed by the twins, who happily cling to his legs while he holds a surprise Seha. Seha fiercely grips his brother's jacket and possessively declares him mine, leaving Shiyuk to wonder what he means. Seha buries his face in his brother's chest, giving him a tight, heartfelt hug. Shishik smiles warmly, reassuring Seha that he will always be his big brother. The teacher humorously tells the other children to form a line if they want to hug Shiyuk, who looks overwhelmed by the attention. Shiyuk watches fondly as Seha sits at a small table, diligently drawing on a digital tablet. On a bus, the daycare teacher excitedly announces to her Kangen's daycare center friends that they're going to a strawberry farm. The teacher reminds everyone to wear their seatbelts as Shihyuk sits next to Seha on the bus. Shihyuk asks a little girl if she's okay not sitting with her friends, but she happily reassures him that she is. The teacher notes how much the girl, Hana, loves Shihyuk's brother, prompting Hana to enthusiastically declare her affection for Shihyuk Oppa. Shihyuk laughs, feeling honored to be the famous first love Oppa, while Hana blushes shyly. Seated behind them, the orange-haired girl who wanted to sit next to Shihyuk is stunned by the sudden confession. Shihyuk turns to the orange-haired girl, Suhyun, and asks what she said, but she quickly dismisses it as nothing. The daycare teacher announces that today is special because they're joined by Suhyun, who attends Gangneung University. After explaining that Suhyun decided to join them, the teacher encourages applause, and Suhyun happily introduces herself. The reason for their trip is revealed. The teacher owns a strawberry farm, and March is the perfect time to visit. Shihyuk smiles while on a phone call as his orange-haired classmate, Suhyun, looks on curiously. In a flashback, Shihyuk gushes on the phone, promising to do whatever is requested before thanking the caller and hanging up. Suhyun excitedly proposes going to the daycare center together as a volunteer, and a surprised Shihyuk agrees. Holding up a small gift box, Suhyun smiles brightly and points. Suhyun winks as she takes a cheerful selfie with the daycare teacher. Leaning in close to a resting Shihyuk, Suhyun asks why his face looks so dungy. Suhyun snaps a picture of Shihyuk desperately crying for help as the children climb all over him, remarking that memories are all that remain. Shihyuk calmly agrees, explaining that since he lacks childhood photos, he wants to take plenty for Seha, and asks her to focus on the kids. He tells Suhyun not to film him, but she defiantly pouts and insists she's doing it anyway. Shihyuk argues that selfies waste battery, but Suhyun passionately declares his reasoning unacceptable. Shihyuk gently speaks to a sleepy Seha, waking him up to see the view since it's his first time traveling so far. Seha's eyes widen in wonder as he looks out the window at the lush green landscape, and Shihyuk promises they'll make good memories. As the teacher announces their arrival, the children run excitedly toward the Strawberry Experience Learning Center. A man with glasses and a hat waves enthusiastically, welcoming Shihyuk, who greets him back, realizing he's arrived. The man from the phone call, Taek-soo, stands with a warm smile and welcomes everyone. Mr. Song Tak-soo formally introduces himself and shakes Shihyuk's hand. Shihyuk explains that he recognized the teacher immediately upon meeting him, and they both share a pleasant laugh. Taek-soo kindly greets Seha, who offers a cute little wave in return. Seha excitedly calls for his brother to hurry for the strawberries as the twins race ahead. Mr. Taek-soo smiles warmly, telling the children and the teacher to follow him. The scene transitions to a bright, sunny view of lush strawberry vines. Inside a massive greenhouse, countless rows of ripe strawberries await the excited children. Mr. Taek-soo gives the children a basket, telling them they can fill it completely, and they cheer in response. The teacher happily praises a child's discovery while picking strawberries in the dense bushes. Shihyuk bows respectfully to Mr. Taek-soo, thanking him for the invitation and for covering the children's fees. Mr. Taek-soo winks, saying Shihyuk will pay for it with a good translation, prompting Shihyuk to joke that it's an expensive one. Mr. Taek-soo suggests they talk business after the experience, and Shihyuk bows, saying it's an honor. Shihyuk asks if they should pick strawberries, and the excited children cheer, wanting giant and pink ones. A voice reminds Seha to only pick the big red strawberries, encouraging his brother to try hard. Seha carefully inspects the strawberries as Shihyuk watches fondly, noting his little brother's concentration. Seha proudly presents a tiny strawberry, and Shihyuk's voice gently tells him to find the big ones instead. Looking up at his brother, Seha calls out to him, leaving a confused Shihyuk to wonder what he means. Seha beams, proudly holding a tiny and a large strawberry, thinking about picking them for his brother. Seha shyly offers a strawberry to a kneeling Shihyuk, who smiles warmly at the sweet gesture. The twins excitedly run up to Shihyuk, showing off the big and pink strawberries they found, earning his praise. The spiky-haired boy proudly shows his large, shimmering strawberry to Seha and his twin sister. A voice announces snack time, promising the children they can finish picking strawberries after they eat. A delicious-looking picnic of sandwiches and other snacks is laid out, ready to be enjoyed. Sitting on a bench, Shihyuk and the children enjoy their food, commenting on how sweet and delicious it is. The spiky-haired boy proudly shows Seha the star-shaped bite he took out of his sandwich. The daycare teacher and Soohyun enjoy their meal, with Soohyun comically lamenting the hard work of being a teacher. Shihyuk stands outside the greenhouse with a drink, smiling contentedly at the clear blue sky. Mr. Taek-soo approaches Shihyuk, suggesting that it's time for them to discuss work. In a flashback, an executive in a boardroom dismisses a project, stating it will fail without a publishing affiliate. A man with glasses, Dr. Taishu, confidently argues the project will succeed with his support due to demand from China. The executive asks about their plan, noting that they must accept something in return if China agrees. Dr. Taishu proposes publishing an English edition first to test the American market before entering China. When Dr. Taishu reveals Shihyuk will be the translator, the executive's interest is piqued, and he's surprised to hear Dr. Tak-soo is involved. Dr. Taishu explains that Dr. Tak became interested after hearing Shihyuk translates while raising a child. The scene transitions to a city street as the men hope President Hong does his best. Back in the present, Mr. Taitsu asks if the children had a good time, and Shihyuk gratefully agrees. Mr. Taitsu humbly credits the children themselves, causing a flustered Shihyuk to agree. Mr. Taitsu gets down to business, asking for Shihyuk's thoughts on his work as a translator. Seated together, Shihyuk explains his main concern is the lack of English revision support, unlike his Chinese work. Despite his concerns, Shihyuk says he's optimistic because he finds translating into English to be fun. Shihyuk uses the example of spreading ancient Buddhist scriptures, noting English is necessary for worldwide fame. He explains that English is a scalable language, easily translatable to others, which Taek-soo thoughtfully repeats. Taek-soo agrees, noting that English-speaking cultural enthusiasts represent a huge potential market. With a confident smile, Mr. Taek-soo feels certain that the book will be a success. He adds that it would be more surprising if the book didn't sell well, leaving Shihyuk curious. Taek-soo compares their work to farming strawberries, explaining that without proper care, there is no harvest to enjoy. He then directly asks Shihyuk a pointed question, "Are you good at farming?" Under a spotlight, the true question is revealed as Taek-soo formally asks Shihyuk to be his translator. As they face each other, Shihyuk thinks to himself that translating different books is precisely his job. Shihyuk reassures a curious Taek-soo, stating that as a reader, he respects the work and won't let him down. Eagerly, Shihyuk promises to gather feedback on the translation from international students at the university. Shihyuk confirms he doesn't mind the extra work, confidently telling Taek-soo that he trusts his taste. Leaning forward with a smile, Shihyuk formally asks Mr. Taek-soo if he wants to sign a contract. Watching from a distance, the man with the hat and glasses from earlier smiles, glad they are there. Suddenly, Shihyuk winces and grabs his arm, startled by a sudden jolt. As they prepare to leave, Shihyuk bids farewell to Mr. Taek-soo, looking forward to their new partnership. Mr. Taek-soo stops Shihyuk, offering him another gift. Much to his surprise, the gift is revealed to be a large, beautiful box filled with 4 packages of fresh strawberries. Seha's eyes light up at the sight of the strawberries, as Mr. Taek-soo tells him to share them. Shihyuk tries to refuse the generous gift, but Mr. Tae playfully calls it a bribe for a job well done. Mr. Taek-soo knowingly suggests that Seha has already decided who will receive the strawberries. A diagram shows Seha's plan for the strawberries, dedicating portions to his brother and himself. As Seha looks at the box of strawberries, Shihyuk asks who he wants to give them to. Seha stomps his feet and gestures emphatically, trying to communicate his choice. Shihyuk realizes Seha isn't describing a scary villain, but their uncle, Baekdong Hwan. Finding his brother adorable, Shi-yuk confirms the name, which Seha happily repeats. Shi-yuk continues guessing, asking about Mundo as the scene shifts to a bright blue sky. Seha confirms Mundo, and Shi-hyuk realizes both men Seha named share the name Hwan. Soo-yun playfully winks, asking Shi-hyuk if she gets any of the strawberries. Shi-hyuk decides to give the remaining strawberries to Mundo and Baekdong, while Seha offers the last box to his brother instead. Waving from the sidewalk, Mr. Taeksu bids them a warm farewell as their bus departs. Back home, Seha is sound asleep, clearly exhausted from the exciting day trip. Watching over him, Shi-hyuk fondly recalls Seha playing with the other children on his very first trip. Seha smiles in his sleep, dreaming about choosing who gets the strawberries, and Shi-hyuk muses that he must be happy. Later, Shi-hyuk works on his translation, noting the challenge of conveying the nuances of martial arts in English. He slaps his cheeks for motivation, telling himself to cheer up by thinking of his little brother Seha. Focusing intently on his screen, Shi-hyuk crosses his arms, realizing he's reached an important section. He recalls Mr. Taeksu's unique writing style, determined not to lose its essence in the translation. In a peaceful moment, Shi-hyuk sips coffee while Seha sits across from him, happily drawing on a tablet. Shi-hyuk is amazed to see Seha's drawing of a penguin knight has received numerous likes on social media. A visitor, Baekdong, arrives with gifts, thanking Shi-hyuk for the invitation, while Shi-hyuk questions the random assortment. Baekdong realizes he's the topic of conversation, as Seha points at him and happily calls out his name. In shock, Baekdong asks if the incredible drawing on the tablet was done by Seha. Baekdong praises the artwork while Shi-hyuk chuckles, saying Seha drew it quickly. Declaring Seha a genius, Baekdong is stunned by his exceptional skill, and Shi-hyuk proudly agrees. An idea strikes Baekdong, who suggests turning Seha's popular paintings into emoticons. Shi-hyuk, while feeding Seha, expresses confusion over the idea of emojis and how the process works. Baekdong explains that a friend simply submitted 24 drawings to get emoticons registered, highlighting how little there is to lose. He adds that his friend made enough money from emojis to pay for an entire semester of tuition. Shocked by the earning potential, Shi-hyuk imagines being showered with money. Shi-hyuk hesitates, noting Seha doesn't have enough paintings, but Baekdong suggests he'll draw more if he loves a character. Baekdong argues he could draw the required amount quickly, but Sheik points out that all of his drawings are of penguins. Seha proudly shows off his waving penguin drawing, suggesting a custom greeting of "Pei-ha!" Inspired, Shi-hyuk thinks that giving Seha a money-making experience could broaden his creative expression. Baekdong daydreams about Seha becoming a famous artist, with himself as the exclusive interviewer. As Baekdong prepares to leave, Shi-hyuk looks on thoughtfully, contemplating the future. Shi-hyuk offers a warm thank you, but is interrupted when Seha excitedly calls out Baekdong's name. Seha presents Baekdong with a gift box of strawberries from the farm, telling him to take it. Overcome with emotion, Baekdong cries. Deeply touched by the thoughtful gift from Seha, with great effort, Seha carries another, larger gift box, determined to give it to Mundo. Shi-hyuk offers to carry the heavy box so they can go deliver it to Do-hwan together. In the hallway, they overhear a tense argument between the landlord and a female tenant over her dog. The landlord reminds the upset woman that the building has a strict no-pets policy. The landlord stands his ground, and the tenant reluctantly agrees to get rid of her pet within the week. A close-up shows the small, innocent dog looking confused and sad. Muttering about other tenants, the landlord slams his door shut with a loud bang. Shi-hyuk comforts a startled Seha, gently reminding him of their mission to deliver the gift to Do-hwan. Holding hands, Shi-hyuk and Seha continue on their way down the street. Seha suddenly stops and points to the sky, trying to get his brother's attention. Looking up, Shi-hyuk sees a cloud perfectly shaped like a puppy's face, as Seha shouts with delight. After a moment, Shi-hyuk gently picks Seha up, reminding him that Do-hwan is waiting for them. Walking on, Shi-hyuk asks if Do-hwan liked the gift, and Seha gives a happy little confirmation. A blushing Do-hwan covers his mouth, overwhelmed with emotion as he realizes Seha mentioned his name. Shi-hyuk lightly scolds Do-hwan for his language, worrying that his little brother might pick up bad habits. Seha looks up inquisitively as Shi-hyuk asks him what's wrong. Suddenly, Seha dashes away, prompting a surprised Shi-hyuk to call out for them to go together. Seha stops abruptly and points ahead, leaving his brother wondering what has captured his attention. A shocked Shihyuk looks on as Siha excitedly yells that there's a puppy right here. Siha points to a fluffy puppy sitting in a cardboard box, and Shihyuk wonders if it's the one from the argument. The happy little puppy is shown up close, sporting a red polka dot bow with a shiny gold tag. A determined phrase appears, declaring, "Let me handle it." Shihyuk gently picks up the puppy, which gives a small woof, and asks the woman if she's the owner. Confronting the orange-haired woman, Shihyuk holds the puppy as she demands to know what he's doing. Siha declares, "Puppy, house." Shihyuk tells Siha the puppy doesn't live here, but Siha insists it's the puppy house, prompting Shihyuk to question the woman again. The woman explains she only got the puppy out of boredom and was exposed when she took it for a walk. Annoyed, she claims she already sent her own dog away, cursing puppies as Shihyuk urges her to look at the one he's holding. The woman glances back, her expression turning to one of pure shock. Blushing and flustered, the woman stammers as Siha astutely observes that his brother has crossed the line. She snaps at Shihyuk, furious that he's laughing while his child says such things. Pointing accusingly, the woman demands he teach his child proper manners and not let him speak so carelessly. Shihyuk's expression darkens as he challenges her lecturer, sarcastically asking if sending her dog away was good home education. The woman flinches, her eyes fixed on the puppy's shiny tag. Shihyuk confirms with Siha that the woman is not the puppy's owner after all. With a gentle smile, Shihyuk decides they will take the cute puppy home for now, as Siha happily pets his new friend. Later, Do-hwan pets the puppy, reporting that he's looked around but can't find anyone to take him. At a desk, Shin-kik tells a concerned Baek-dong that he has to wait until tomorrow for the owner, and might have to consider an animal shelter. Baek-dong grimly explains that shelters euthanize animals after 20 days, and Shihyuk is horrified at the thought of the puppy dying. As Baek-dong stresses the need to find a home by tomorrow, Siha notices the puppy and grows anxious, but Shihyuk quickly reassures him. Siha tearfully hugs the puppy, begging his brother to protect it. Shihyuk gently tells Siha that they can't keep a puppy at home, his expression filled with conflict. Showing pure affection, Siha gives the puppy a loving lick on its face. Watching the tender moment, Shihyuk realizes he has never seen his little brother express himself so strongly before. On the phone, a disheartened Shihyuk reports that finding a home is difficult and thanks his friend for trying to help. After hanging up, Shihyuk sighs in frustration, recalling that Soo-hyun and everyone else said no due to things like allergies. Shihyuk sadly pets the affectionate puppy, apologizing that finding it a new home is the only thing he can do. Remembering the pain of being abandoned, he resolves that he absolutely cannot send the puppy to a shelter. The puppy playfully pounces on Shihyuk, who blushes and asks if it's trying to act cute. Holding a tablet, Shihyuk is amazed at a cute drawing, realizing how much Siha must truly love dogs. He continues to stare at the painting, a thoughtful expression on his face. Shihyuk discovers the puppy hiding behind a cabinet and playfully asks what it's doing there. Siha puts a finger to his lips, shushing both his brother and the puppy during their game of hide-and-seek. The puppy lets out a loud woof, revealing their hiding spot as Siha desperately tries to quiet it. Laughing, Shihyuk playfully surprises Siha on a cushion, declaring that he's found him. Siha hugs the puppy tightly, his face full of adoration as Shihyuk calls his name. Shihyuk reflects on the ugly argument Siha witnessed, acknowledging that he can't always shield him from the bad things in life. While snuggling the puppy, Siha seems to understand that you can't erase bad events that have already happened. Shihyuk vows to shower Siha with more love to help him overcome any bad things he encounters. In a touching moment, Shihyuk kneels and pulls Siha into a heartfelt hug, telling him, "I love you," as the puppy looks on. At the daycare, the spiky-haired boy excitedly asks if the puppy lives with Siha now, declaring that he wants one too. The daycare teacher firmly but kindly explains that they are not allowed to keep a dog at the center. Shihyuk agrees that it was an unreasonable request, listening as the teacher explains the need to consider safety and cleanliness. With a knowing smile, the teacher raises a finger, suggesting to Shihyuk that there may be other ways to solve his problem. A happy woof echoes across a peaceful countryside landscape under a bright blue sky. A tired Shihyuk walks up a flight of wooden stairs, with Siha and the puppy, all looking exhausted. Noticing Siha stumbling, Shiryu kindly asks if he's tired and wants to be carried. Siha and the puppy pause, looking intently toward a brick wall and a closed wooden gate. Shi-hyuk points ahead, guessing their destination is just over there, as the puppy wonders if it's Coco. The daycare teacher explains to Shi-hyuk that she knows someone who raises chickens, but recently started wanting a dog. Shi-hyuk beams with relief, as the teacher reassures him that they will surely love such a cute puppy. In a yard, Siha excitedly points at some chickens, calling out to them while the puppy watches. A smiling blonde woman asks a wide-eyed Siha if this is his first time seeing a chicken. Shi-hyuk, holding the puppy, greets the blonde woman, who happily welcomes him, excited to meet her new family member. The blonde woman smiles warmly at the puppy, expressing relief that Shi-hyuk seems like a good person. With a happy woof, the puppy leaps affectionately into the surprised woman's arms as Shi-hyuk and Siha watch. Gently cradling the puppy, the woman calls him a nice guy and asks Shi-hyuk to take good care of him. Shi-hyuk tells a downcast Siha that it's time to say goodbye, reassuring him that Grandma will take great care of the puppy. Siha looks on with a sad expression, quietly murmuring, "Puppy." The woman notes Siha's sadness, while he mutters disappointedly about the puppy house. Seeing his brother's distress, Shi-hyuk tries to comfort him, promising he'll see the puppy again. Shi-hyuk turns to the new owner, asking if it would be okay for them to visit the puppy sometimes. The woman kindly holds the puppy out for Siha to see one last time. Siha's expression shifts from sadness to sudden determination. Mustering his courage, Siha waves goodbye to the puppy. Just as they're leaving, the puppy gives a happy woof, surprising the woman with its energetic farewell. Unable to leave, Siha tumbles to the ground and joyfully plays with the puppy, who licks his face. Watching the heartwarming scene, Shi-hyuk smiles with a gentle, blushing fondness. The scene transitions to a quiet night view of the city skyline. Back at home, Shi-hyuk dries his hair with a towel and asks Siha if he's finished his drawing. Tucked in bed, Shi-hyuk asks a surprised Siha for permission to publish his drawing on social media. With Siha's happy approval, Shi-hyuk smiles and prepares to upload the post from his phone. The uploaded drawing shows the puppy looking very sad, with tears welling in its eyes. The scene shifts to a university campus, where students walk with tired, heavy steps. In a lecture hall, Shi-hyuk stares at his phone in disbelief, wondering how this is possible. He sees that Siha's drawing has over 500 likes, realizing his social media account is suddenly becoming popular. Reading overwhelmingly positive comments about the cute drawing and its backstory, Shi-hyuk blushes with pride. Relieved by the lack of negative comments, his expression turns menacing as he vows to immediately delete and block any haters. An orange-haired girl approaches, startled by his intense glare, and asks why his face looks so scary. She notices his laptop open and asks if he's working on his translations again. She asks what kind of narratives he's working on, and he explains it's a martial arts novel for export. Though unfamiliar with the genre, the girl gives him an enthusiastic thumbs up, saying it's cool, and he thanks her. The girl asks if he still practices with international students, then tells him she has a favor to ask. Shi-hyuk explains he wants to get reviews from native speakers, and the girl is comically shocked that he has friends. Understanding his request, the orange-haired girl smiles and readily agrees to help. Later that day, the scene transitions to the exterior of an apartment building. A blonde woman in unicorn pajamas looks at Siha's post, touched by the cute drawing and its hidden message. Smiling warmly at her phone, she lies on her bed and declares that the artist is a genius. A heart-shaped speech bubble appears from one of the apartment windows. After class, Shi-hyuk tells Siha it's time to go home. A man in a plaid shirt and backpack smiles warmly, asking Siha if he's ready to go. Dressed in a cozy hooded sweatshirt, Siha bows politely and says hello. A group of students gathered around can't help but gush over how incredibly cute Siha is. A blonde man greets Shi-hyuk's group, asking the orange-haired girl to introduce him as Siha looks on curiously. Shi-hyuk introduces himself as a third-year Korean literature student and then introduces his little brother Siha to the admiring group. A stylish blonde woman introduces herself as Alyssa from the United States, a sophomore in the fashion design department. After another student introduces herself as being from Japan, Shi-hyuk grows uneasy, sensing someone has been staring at him. Shi-hyuk turns to find Alyssa waving hello, and he cautiously asks what she wants. Addressing the international students, Shi-hyuk explains his work as a translator and asks them to review a Korean novel he's just finished. After asking for questions, Shi-hyuk is immediately met with a raised hand, asking about his translation fees. The students excitedly bombard Shihyuk with questions about part-time translation work, making him laugh at the universal focus on money. Shihyuk explains the types of translation needed, such as product manuals and reports, emphasizing that conveying meaning is the main goal. As Shihyuk tries to end the discussion, a tiny hand shoots up as Siha lets out a little "Ah!" A tan-skinned student thinks Siha is adorable, while Siha daydreams about wanting ice cream. The scene transitions to the exterior of an impressive campus building, with a thought bubble exclaiming, "Amazing!" Inside a convenience store, the tan-skinned student generously tells Shihyuk to pick out anything he wants to eat. Siha excitedly exclaims, "Ice! One!" while holding up a tube-shaped snack, catching Shihyuk's attention. At the register, the cashier informs a surprised Shihyuk that the snack he chose is a buy-one-get-one-free special. The cashier places the group's pile of snacks on the counter, announcing the total is 32,001. She teaches Siha about the 11 deal, starting with just one snack. Siha's eyes widen with delight as Shihyuk presents him with a second snack, thanks to the special offer. Doting on his brother, Shihyuk tells Siha he can have two because he's so cute, as the other students watch fondly. Outside, the students part ways, with the orange-haired girl Seo-hyun thanking Shihyuk for the food as Siha waves goodbye. As Alyssa thanks them, she stops Shihyuk, calling his name to get his attention. Alyssa suddenly asks a confused Shihyuk if he has any interest in fashion, catching him and Siha by surprise. Alyssa enthusiastically explains her children's fashion midterm project and asks if Siha would model her designs for a contest, with Shihyuk's help. Sensing Shihyuk's hesitation, Alyssa brightly tells him to think it over and contact her later. Alyssa turns her full attention to a curious Siha, calling his name gently. Kneeling down, Alyssa formally introduces herself to a blushing Siha, saying she looks forward to working with him. While walking home, Shihyuk watches Siha happily munch on his snack and thoughtfully considers the offer of him becoming a fashion model. At home, Shihyuk works on his laptop, planning to send a summary of the student reviews to KI Media while Siha draws beside him. Shihyuk bursts into laughter while looking at something, startling Siha, who looks up from his drawing. Blushing with a smile, Shihyuk holds his phone and thoughtfully considers how to phrase his next social media post. In an office, Baek-dong looks at his laptop, remarking that a recent post is just what he'd expect from Shihyuk. Baek-dong continues his review, noting that the article, while good, is written from a distinctly Korean perspective. Bat-dong and manager Hwang praise Shihyuk's rare planning skills, vast knowledge, and daring spirit, concluding he's too talented to be just a translator. Sprouting angelic wings, manager Hwang passionately declares that Shihyuk must join KI Media to truly spread his wings. Shihyuk's post is revealed, a cute drawing of snacks holding hands with the caption, "All I can trust is 11 now." The post receives glowing international feedback, with users from various countries relating to snack prices and the joy of a good deal. Baek-dong chuckles, noting Shihyuk's clumsy charm, while manager Hwang notices something curious about the author's name on the post. They see a picture of Siha in a penguin costume, and both men realize with shock that the 3-year-old might be the artist. Baek-dong decides the concept is solid enough to publish as an essay book, and asks manager Hwang if they should proceed. With the decision made to move forward with manager Hwang's plan, the scene focuses on the KI Media building under a clear blue sky. A banner for the Humanities College Sports Festival hangs in front of a school building blooming with cherry blossoms. Shihyuk smiles at his phone, pleased with the 765 likes on his post, and wondering if social media addiction is fueling its popularity. Seo-hyun suddenly bursts into the room, urgently yelling for a startled Shihyuk to run away. Panicked, Seo-hyun grabs a confused Shihyuk, telling him there's no time to explain and they must flee before they're caught. Peeking around a corner, Seo-hyun spots a group approaching and nervously realizes they've been found. A student with light purple hair leads a group of young men, confidently announcing he's found the traitor. The purple-haired student approaches a bewildered Shihyuk, addressing him as senpai. In unison, the group of students loudly beg Shihyuk to play in a football match with them. A student desperately pleads for Shihyuk, their team's former star player, to help them defeat the philosophy department in the sports competition. The students explain their bitter rivalry with the philosophy department after a debate loss, begging Shihyuk for help as he suspects they're just bad at football. An orange-haired woman tells a purple-haired man she's here to save Shihyuk, claiming he has free time, but Shihyuk retorts that she's the one who said that. Annoyed, Shihyuk walks off as 2 underclassmen, including the purple-haired one, desperately beg their senpai to play just once. Whirling around, he angrily asks if they're free, shouting that he's busy and has to go pick up Siha. At the daycare, Shihyuk is exasperated to see they've followed him, with the purple-haired man vowing not to leave until he gets permission. Ignoring his followers, Shihyuk's expression softens as he waves and calls out for Siha. He steps inside to find a blonde teacher about to tell a fairy tale to a group of attentive children. The teacher begins her story of a little mermaid who lived in the sea and saw a handsome prince. In this version, the little mermaid asks the sea witch for legs, and the witch agrees in exchange for her vote. The teacher explains the mermaid lost her voice but gained legs, prompting a little girl to cry out, "Impossible!" while Siha watches intently. The story continues that the mermaid couldn't speak her name, making the prince feel disappointed. The narration describes them beginning to dance gracefully, showing the mermaid as a ballerina. Break! Down! But then, the prince suddenly starts to break dance. The teacher cheerfully clarifies that the prince was the world's best b-boy dancer, leaving Shihyuk utterly baffled. The sea witch, so moved by their dancing, brings back the little mermaid's voice. As the children cheer wildly, the onlookers, including Shihyuk, watch the bizarre conclusion in stunned silence. Siha then stands up with his arms out, inviting the other kids to join him with a cheerful, "Wow." The teacher smiles nervously as the children get swept up in the story, realizing things are getting out of hand. As the entire class erupts into a chaotic mix of ballet and breakdancing, the flustered teacher tries to calm them down. SOS. The overwhelmed teacher desperately reaches out, crying for the director to help her. The director arrives, calmly noting it's wonderful the children are so healthy, but voicing her concern about the upcoming sports day. She asks Shihyuk for a favor, but he bluntly refuses while the purple-haired man still clings to his arm. With a knowing smile, the director muses aloud how much the kids would love it if someone could help with sports day. Her eyes land on the two students behind Shihyuk, and she points them out as available helpers. Sighing in defeat, Shihyuk asks when she needs help, causing the purple-haired man to celebrate his senpai's surrender. Shihyuk grabs the purple-haired man's head, stating his help isn't free and demanding to be treated to school lunch 5 times. Smiling, Shihyuk asks his underclassmen to help with the daycare sports day, and the purple-haired one eagerly agrees to do anything. Shihyuk smirks, thinking things went well and that the naive students don't realize how physically exhausting kids are. He cryptically warns them that the kids have infinite power and that they should only ask him to participate once. The director is delighted by the arrangement, and the orange-haired woman volunteers to help as well. As the daycare building stands in the background, the director says she'll depend on them. At the sports festival, Shihyuk, now in a soccer uniform, stretches while the crowd cheers for the Korean language department. A teammate calls out to a girl named Suhyun in the crowd, while Shihyuk worries about their chances against the philosophy department. His focus is broken when he hears Siha and another child calling his name, and he turns with a happy blush. Siha, Seung-jun, and Hana enthusiastically cheer for Shihyuk to win the game. Waving gratefully, Shihyuk thanks Siha, Seung-jun, and Hana for their support. Feeling encouraged, he resolves not to show any weakness. An overhead view shows the soccer match beginning on the field. His purple-haired teammate calls out to Senpai as Shihyuk approaches the ball. Shihyuk focuses intently as he dribbles the ball down the field. A teammate passes the ball, shouting, "Take!" The soccer ball flies powerfully across the field after a strong kick. A banner for the Korean Literature Festival waves as the crowd chants for their team. Seung-jun excitedly tells Siha and Hana that they should cheer too. The children energetically shout for the Korean team to score a goal. Siha jumps up and down, trying his best to chant, "Ko! Ko!" for his brother. From the field, Shihyuk sees the 3 children cheering for him on the sidelines. An opposing player from the philosophy department sprints with the ball, surprising everyone with his speed. The purple-haired man frantically yells at Shihyuk to play defense as a blonde opponent skillfully advances the ball. During a soccer match, a blonde-haired player in a blue jersey easily dribbles past 2 opponents. The player takes a shot, and the goalie makes a desperate dive, but the ball is already past him. A relieved blonde player sweats as his green-haired teammate celebrates, thinking how easily they scored compared to their opponents. In the stands, a worried Siha and an upset Seung-jun watch as Seung-jun laments that a goal was scored against his brother, Shihyuk. Siha thinks they should encourage his brother, who won't give up, and Hana eagerly agrees that Shihyuk will win. A blonde woman holds Seung-jun while talking to a curious Siha, who stands with his fists clenched in support. The crowd roars with excitement as the game continues on the bright green field. On the field, Shi-hyuk stands poised with his foot on the soccer ball, a look of intense focus on his face. Two opposing players in blue jerseys watch Shi-hyuk warily, appearing intimidated by his presence. An intense purple aura surrounds a determined Shi-hyuk as he prepares to make his move. Hana and Sung-jun gasp in panic, shouting that their brother Shi-hyuk has been trapped by the other team. The blonde teacher rallies everyone to cheer as she taught them, while a worried Siha tugs on her apron, calling for his brother. The teacher closes her eyes and concentrates deeply, taking a calming breath as if channeling energy. Throwing her hands forward, she yells that this is how they'll share their energy with Shi-hyuk, startling Siha. Led by the teacher, Siha, Shuongjun, and Hana all raise their arms and cheer with all their might. Energized by their cheers, Shi-hyuk smirks confidently on the field as his supporters celebrate in the background. Shi-hyuk expertly dodges two defenders who shout at each other to stop him at all costs. A teammate passes the ball high in the air, yelling, "Senpai!" and it soars directly towards Shi-hyuk. With perfect control, Shi-hyuk stops the powerful pass with his chest, stunning his opponents. In a flash, the soccer ball rockets into the back of the net, scoring the winning goal. Overcome with joy, Siha shouts for his brother as everyone around him celebrates the victory. Seungjin and Hana happily hug Siha, exclaiming that their support reached Shi-hyuk and helped him win. The teacher proudly asks the children if she was right, and they all cheer in agreement. She tells them to always listen to her from now on, and the three sparkling children shout a resounding yes. Later that evening, Siha sits in his pajamas, humming as he focuses on drawing with a stylus. Shi-hyuk gently pats Siha's head, checking if he's okay after all the cheering he did that day. Admiring his brother's work, Shi-hyuk praises the drawing and notes how much Siha must have enjoyed the day. Seeing Siha yawn and rub his eyes, Shi-hyuk gently tells his sleepy little brother it's time for bed. Carrying Siha, Shi-hyuk thanks him for his support and promises to cheer for him during the upcoming sports festival. Looking at the daycare building, Shi-hyuk thinks in disbelief about the upcoming event. At a meeting, the teachers unveil a poster for a large, joint daycare sports competition, causing Shi-hyuk to groan at its scale. The younger teacher thanks the staff for their help, praising the experienced director, who laughs modestly. The director explains that 5 daycares will be participating, so they should expect a large crowd. She announces their daycare's activity. They will prepare a large gourd filled with snacks for the children. Shi-hyuk smiles, agreeing the kids will love it, and asks if they just need to make the gourds. The director clarifies they need ideas to motivate the children, asking the group for suggestions. Shi-hyuk and 2 other staff members ponder deeply while the teachers wait for an idea. The purple-haired man presents his phone, surprising the director and the orange-haired woman with his idea. He shows them a cute penguin sticker based on Siha's drawing, suggesting they give it out as a prize. They decide to make the prize easy to win so that no child feels left out and bursts into tears. The staff busily prepares for the sports day, discussing balloons and other supplies. While taking a break on a bench, a colleague tells Shi-hyuk that he'll spend time with Siha once they're finished. The colleague invites Shi-hyuk to come watch them have fun, but Shi-hyuk scoffs at the idea. His colleague insists that adults can enjoy it too, making a flustered Shi-hyuk look away. Looking at the sky, Shi-hyuk recalls a sports day from his own childhood, when the weather was just as nice. He flashes back, remembering how his father had to work and couldn't attend his primary school sports days. As a young boy with a medal, he remembers watching other kids run to their mothers, feeling a pang of jealousy. The memory shifts to his surprise as a man in a suit his father runs toward him, calling his name. Kneeling, a man in a suit hugs a small boy, apologizing for not considering his feelings. Shi-hyuk recalls promising to communicate better, while also worrying if his father was struggling because of him. He remembers yelling in frustration, then agreeing to come, but only during his busy lunch break. Tossing a can into a bin, Shi-hyuk hopes Siha grows up resilient and unconcerned with others' opinions. Siha surprises Shi-hyuk by saying he wants to be just like him, leaving his older brother speechless. The scene shifts to a vibrant sports day event, bustling with people and decorated with international flags. As a girl calls out to him, Shi-hyuk is surprised when she tells him to get his necklace. The girl at the registration table gives Shi-hyuk his items, confirming they are in the white panel. Shi-hyuk explains to a confused Siha that they are both on the white team for the event. He shows Siha a stamp card, explaining they'll get presents if they succeed at all the booths. Another child suddenly calls out Siha's name, grabbing his attention. A boy named Jun and a girl excitedly run towards Siha, joined by their mother who greets Shi-hyuk. The mother mentions her kids always talk about Siha, and Shihyuk proudly notes Siha has become more talkative. Blushing, Shihyuk proudly takes a picture of Siha playing with his new friends, who are holding toy crossbows. An attendant explains the archery game. They need to hit the target 3 times out of 10 to get a stamp. After the game, a boy from the blue team grabs Siha, blaming him for the white team's problem. Siha is confused, but the boy points at him, clarifying he means the blue team, not BLBL. A little girl blushes as the boy from the blue team makes a determined face, finding him charming. The boy shyly tells the girl she's pretty, much to Siha's confusion. Shihyuk watches with a smile, noting Siha is more confident than he thought and cheering him on. The boy, Jung-ho, declares he'll beat Siha as they face off with toy crossbows over a fiery background. With intense focus, a boy named Seung-jun takes aim, vowing to hit all 10 shots. The attendant announces his score is only 4, leaving Seung-jun dejected as he missed the mark. A little girl with a band-aid on her cheek starts crying, and the attendant corrects himself, saying she got 3 hits. The girl happily runs to get her stamp as Shihyuk wonders how Siha will do. Shihyuk is suddenly horrified by the serious, professional-looking pose Siha has taken. Siha gets into a full concentration pose, lying down on the ground to aim his toy crossbow. With a satisfying thwack, his arrow hits the bullseye, shocking everyone. Another arrow flies true, and an announcer declares Siha has 9 shots left. Covering his mouth in awe, a blushing Shihyuk wonders if Siha is destined for the national shooting team. In a fantasy, Siha stands on a podium with a gold medal, dedicating his victory to his supportive brother. The attendant informs Jung-ho that he lost, having only made 6 shots, and Jung-ho angrily throws down his crossbow. Pointing dramatically, Jung-ho vows he won't lose to the white team in the next match. Jung-ho then turns his attention to the little girl with pigtails, leaving her confused. He shyly tells the girl she's the prettiest person he's ever seen and promises to be cool in the next game. The attendant watches Jung-ho leave, wondering where everyone else went as his friends have disappeared. A bright light shines as Jung-ho yells a final challenge to the white team. Shihyuk and the mother suggest moving to the next booth as the children excitedly agree. The scene transitions to the next event, Kangen's daycare center's ball-in booth. A smiling woman explains the simple rules. Get a score of 3 or more by throwing balls into a box. She happily presents sheets of penguin stickers, which she'll give out with the seals. Seung-jun calls out to Shihyuk, explaining that he made the stickers using Siha's drawings. Siha and Seung-jun talk, and the woman asks Shihyuk what they used to do, as Seung-jun mentions it often. Shihyuk explains they used to play ball every day at the daycare center as the kids get ready to compete. Jung-ho appears with fiery determination, vowing to win, surprising a laughing Shihyuk. Siha runs forward, ready to throw the ball with intense concentration. The woman announces Siha scored 4, while Jung-ho excitedly declares he won with a score of 8. Seung-jun steps in to reassure a worried Siha, telling him not to worry. Siha and the parents cheer for Seung-jun, encouraging him to make a fire shot. The 3 boys stand together, with Jung-ho puffing out his chest while Seung-jun gets into a fiery stance, much to Siha's dismay. On a bright, festive day, a crowd gathers for the daycare sports competition, held on a field decorated with international flags. Siha, Seung-jun, and Hana excitedly count the many stamps they've collected on their activity chart. After a narration box announces Siha's 3-2 victory over a boy named Jung-ho, Shihyuk watches Siha's proud display and thinks they can all coexist peacefully. During lunch, Seung-jun boasts about the fried tofu rice balls his mom made, only to be wowed when Siha reveals his brother packed him adorable gimbap. The blonde teacher is amazed by the large lunch Shihyuk prepared, and he tells her someone else is coming just as she invites everyone to eat together. A breathless man in a gray hoodie arrives straight from work, waving hello as a small creature calls out, "Mundo!" Shihyuk welcomes his friend Do-won, while Siha happily toddles towards him, also calling him Mundo. Do-won playfully offers Siha a cute gimbap roll, calling it Mundo before realizing what it is. After trying the food, Do-won praises Shihyuk's cooking skills, and Shihyuk replies that it's an essential skill for an uncle. Do-won asks how Siha is doing, and Shihyuk smiles, replying that his brother seems to be in a good mood today. As the children happily share food, Do-won thanks Shihyuk, who modestly insists he hasn't done anything yet, With a serious look, Shi-hyuk warns a startled Do-won to eat up because it's war from now on. Shi-hyuk explains that the kids' incredible physical strength will soon be on full display, imagining them running wild after their meal. The blonde teacher announces the start of the tug-of-war game, leaving Hana and another girl looking confused. Shi-hyuk gathers Siha, Songjun, and Hana to give them some last-minute instructions for the game. He reveals his secret winning strategy. Everyone should lie down at the start. An idea Do-won finds extreme, but Hana readily accepts. The tug-of-war competition begins with a sharp snap of the flag on the rope. Shi-hyuk and Do-won share an awkward laugh as they watch their unconventional strategy play out on the field. The referee immediately stops the game, shouting that it's a foul to lie down as both teams are seen pulling on the ground. On the other side, the blue team pulls with all their might. On the yellow team, Siha and Seongjun work together, pulling hard on the thick rope. With a determined shout, Siha puts all his strength into pulling the rope. The yellow team loses, leaving Seongjun and Hana on the verge of tears as they admit defeat. A boy from the victorious blue team taunts them, but Siha and his friends defiantly shout that they'll win next time. Seongjun rallies his friends, telling Siha it's time to show their strength as a glowing butterfly appears nearby. The teacher announces the main event of the sports day, breaking the gourd. She enthusiastically explains that if they can break the gourd by throwing balls at it, candy will rain down. With a cheer, the excited children rush forward as the game begins. From the sidelines, Shi-hyuk and Do-won cup their hands and shout encouragement for Siha. Seongjun hurls a ball with fierce determination, while Siha looks on. A volley of small balls flies through the air, striking the large white gourd hanging above the field. Growing frustrated, Seongjun yells that their efforts aren't working as the balls bounce off the gourd. A boy from the opposing team cheers as their gourd begins to crack open, shouting, "No!" at his rivals. The yellow team watches in despair, worried that they're about to lose yet another game. A glowing butterfly catches Siha's attention as it flutters past him. Watching the butterfly drift towards the gourd, Siha quietly wonders, "Mom?" Seongjun snaps Siha out of his trance, yelling at him to throw the ball quickly. Inspired, the children all throw their balls at the gourd with renewed determination. Success! The gourd bursts open, showering the field with candy as a yellow banner unfurls, and an amazed Siha looks up. As the glowing butterfly flies away, Siha softly calls out, "Daddy." Siha happily runs across the field, holding a bouquet of lollipops as someone praises his good job. Seongjun excitedly tells Shi-hyuk that Siha taught him how to open the gourd, while Shi-hyuk comforts a happy Siha. A concerned Shi-hyuk asks Siha if he was thinking of his mom, and the little boy tugs on his shirt, saying, "Mom." Spark, spark. Confused, Shi-hyuk wonders what sparkling means as Siha excitedly tries to illustrate a butterfly and a lollipop. Siha continues his gestures, making a don-don sound to describe the balls hitting the gourd. He then throws his arms out, shouting, "Mom!" Bang! While imagining the gourd exploding with candy and butterflies. Shi-hyuk smiles apologetically, telling Siha he's sorry, but he doesn't understand what he's trying to say. As Seongjun crosses the finish line to win a race, a narrator announces that the white team won the sports competition championship. The narrator adds that the children and Jong-ho never managed to get close, showing the boy sitting alone while the others celebrate together. Siha holds a bag containing a small flower pot, wondering why he suddenly has one. As Siha happily carries a small flower pot from the sports day event, Shi-hyuk wonders what it will be used for. The scene focuses on a calendar, where April 5th is circled with a child's drawing, signifying an important day. At a daycare center, a woman mentions the sports festival flower pot, asking her colleague, Teacher Yudahi, if preparations are going well. Teacher Yudahi smiles confidently at her superior, assuring her that everything is ready. In a classroom, Teacher Dahi prepares to tell a story to the eager children, including Siha, who all hold their empty flower pots. The story begins with a modern twist on Jack and the Beanstalk, where Jack's mother becomes ill from inhaling fine dust. To pay for her hospital bills, she asks Jack to sell their cow. When Jack returns with beans instead of money, his furious mother throws them at him. Suddenly, the mother finds she can breathe again, and Jack excitedly tells her to look outside. A magical, dancing beanstalk has grown overnight, purifying the air and earning money from an entertained crowd. With the money earned by the beanstalk, Jack's mother is cured, and they can finally afford to buy bread. Wow! The children listen in awe, all wishing they could have a magical beanstalk at their own homes. The older teacher praises Professor Dahi for her clever and engaging way of teaching the children about Arbor Day. With a knowing smile, Dahi gives a thumbs up and hints that the story isn't over just yet. The tale continues as a giant appears, threatening to steal the beloved beanstalk. As the beanstalk cries for help, the children listen with rapt attention, clenching their tiny fists in suspense. With a mighty leap, Jack lands a powerful punch on the giant, defeating him. His mother cries with pride, calling him amazing, as Jack confidently tells her to trust in him. The teacher concludes the story with Jack becoming a champion who bought 3 buildings in Gangnam, prompting a boy to ask if planting beans will make him strong too. Siha and a girl excitedly ask if they can also become strong, and the teacher happily announces that their lunch is kidney bean rice. The teacher smirks to herself, satisfied that her story cleverly tied into the importance of Arbor Day. Her superior is shocked, realizing the story also masterfully incorporated the lesson of balanced eating habits. The 2 teachers share a triumphant high five, while the children cheer in the background. A small trowel carefully pours fresh soil into one of the empty flower pots. The teacher watches fondly as the children, including Siha, begin planting beans in their pots. The finished product is revealed, a pot proudly labeled Siha and Shihyuk, dated April 5th. The scene shifts to Shihyuk, sitting in a university classroom, studying a book on Korean adverbs. He quietly mulls over the concepts of onomatopoeia and imitation words while holding a cold can. Seo-hyun playfully surprises him by pressing a cold drink against his neck, telling him he's working hard. Shihyuk explains that he has no choice but to get a scholarship, and Seo-hyun remarks that everyone is studying hard. He begins to lecture her on how grades connect to job prospects, which she finds annoying, but he continues, mentioning their graduates are hired by large companies. He brings up a well-connected professor in the electronics department, but then dismisses the thought, since he's in the science department. Laughing at his own ambition, Shihyuk admits it will be difficult, but views technical translation as a worthy challenge. Shihyuk explains the high demand for medical translation due to Korea's advanced technology, but notes that he lacks the necessary medical knowledge. He tells Seo-hyun about a successful translation company called Lawrence, assuring her of job security, which makes her wonder how he knows so much. Shihyuk soberly reflects that his industry knowledge comes from his father, whom he's been too busy with work to contact. Siha suddenly appears, holding his pot of beans and vowing to eat them to protect his brother, much to Shihyuk's surprise. A blushing Shihyuk smiles warmly and affectionately pats Siha's head. Later, at home, Shihyuk struggles to think of a computer password, while Siha sits beside him at the desk. His laptop screen reveals a daunting number of work files, highlighting his heavy workload. He recalls how his friend Ki-jun started a medical translation company and offered him a job, which he refused, only for the company to become a massive success. He remembers having to shyly ask Ki-jun for a job later, which his friend willingly accepted. In a flashback, a younger Shihyuk tells his father he's going to the library, believing that absolute obedience was the only path to happiness. Lost in thought, Shihyuk wonders if his current feelings of regret and heartbreak are what people experience when they lose a loved one. Siha gently pats his brother's back, breaking him from his somber thoughts. To cheer him up, Shihyuk takes Siha to a toy store, telling him he can choose just one toy. Entering the store's event zone, Shihyuk is immediately shocked by the high prices of the toys. He's horrified to discover that a complete set of transforming robot toys costs over 300,000 won. As Shihyuk debates whether to buy a set for Siha, his little brother calls out to him. Siha happily presents his choice, a simple, adorable penguin toy on wheels called a Pepe. As Shihyuk agrees to pay for the toy, Siha makes a small sound, getting his brother's attention. Siha excitedly holds up 2 toys, a small dog and a penguin, exclaiming how awesome they are. Shihyuk smiles, asking Siha if he really likes these kinds of toys, and Siha happily confirms with a yes. Looking at the 3 toys Siha picked out, Shihyuk realizes with a sweat drop that he bought more than he intended. While walking home, Shihyuk hopes his brother grows up to be more honest, as Siha happily runs ahead with his new toys. Memory surfaces of his father feeling sorry for buying toys, recalling how a younger Shihyuk would only choose small, cheap ones. The father fondly remembers scolding his son, watching a younger Shihyuk sleep peacefully while clutching a new game console. Back in the present, the bean sprout in Siha's pot glistens in the bright sunlight from the window. Standing on a chair, Siha curiously looks at the newly sprouted bean in the pot, labeled Siha and Shihyuk. Siha watches quietly as Shihyuk studies diligently at the table, muttering about Chinese characters. As Shihyuk's voiceover explains the difference between Chinese characters and Hangul, the bean sprout unfurls its first leaves. Shihyuk tells Siha he needs to study for an exam and asks him to play alone for a bit, which Siha agrees to before cheering his brother on. Siha enthusiastically runs around the room, cheering for his brother to work hard while Shihyuk tries to concentrate. Now settled down, Siha quietly studies alongside his brother, diligently scribbling in a notebook at the table. After finishing his work, Shihyuk calls out to Siha, who looks up from the book he was focused on. Later, at university, Shihyuk sits alone in a lecture hall, looking exhausted as he massages his temples. Seo-hyun approaches, teasing him for studying without his books, but he explains it helps him think, a method she finds extreme. Seo-hyun groans that watching him makes her feel sick, so Shihyuk laughs and offers to show her his notes instead. Blushing slightly, Seo-hyun tells him to do his best as he smiles and returns to his book. Seo-hyun playfully asks Shihyuk why he's still scribbling in a book at his age, finding his confused reaction adorable. Shihyuk proudly shows her the drawing, clarifying that he didn't do it and suspects Siha is the artist, leaving Seo-hyun puzzled. Looking at the drawing in the book, Seo-hyun is genuinely impressed and exclaims that Siha drew it very well. A close-up reveals Siha's detailed drawing of a chair, along with a thumbs-up stamp of approval in the margin. As the instructor tells the class to put their books away, Shihyuk considers adding storytelling to the drawing and posting it online. After receiving the answer sheet, Shihyuk smiles to himself, eager to hurry home and see Siha. Outside the classroom, Seo-hyun jokingly asks if he even took the test, and he retorts that he stayed up all night studying. Seo-hyun invites him to a new cafe to compare answers, but Shihyuk politely turns her down, explaining he has to go to the daycare center. Laughing, Shihyuk points out the dark circles under her eyes, suggesting she needs sleep more than coffee, which makes her blush in surprise. As Shihyuk checks his phone, Seo-hyun touches her face, realizing with dismay that he's right about her dark circles. With a hurried goodbye, Seo-hyun runs off down the hall, leaving a slightly confused Shihyuk waving after her. Shihyuk sends a text message, confirming that the CEO will be in contact with the recipient soon. He receives a friendly reply from Ki-jun, who agrees to help and wishes him well, bringing a warm smile to Shihyuk's face. Walking along, Shihyuk thinks about using his free time to post a picture of Siha on social media. He pauses to look at his open book, blushing slightly as he fondly admires Siha's little drawing again. With a happy and determined expression, Shihyuk closes his book and decides it's time to go see his little brother. In a classroom, a blonde woman scrolls through the Siha Pepe social media page, admiring the amazing drawings. With a confident smirk, she takes off her pink glasses, affirming to herself that her judgment was correct. She reflects on Siha's drawings, finding them captivating and his perception of the world profoundly enigmatic. The blonde woman feels a surge of motivation from encountering Siha's unique artistic expressions. Watching a video of the brothers, she notes how well they complement each other, but also reflects on the importance of genuine enjoyment. She considers her next move, thinking that while a classic strategy is fine, constantly changing tactics can be tiring. The woman sends a message to Shihyuk about his novel, which she found interesting and suggestive, though she thought it would appeal more to men. She proposes meeting to discuss it, and Shihyuk agrees as long as Siha can come, a condition she happily accepts. The blonde woman smiles, delighted that her plan is working and that she'll get Siha's valuable input. She holds her phone with a pleased expression, wondering if she should proceed with her plan, believing that opportunity favors the prepared. Shihyuk and Siha arrive at a cafe, holding hands as they walk toward the entrance. The blonde woman waves cheerfully from outside the cafe, calling out to Shihyuk and Siha as they approach. Inside, she thanks Shihyuk for his time and feedback before suggesting they order some drinks. Siha sits peacefully in a cozy, plant-filled corner of the cafe, happily sipping a large green drink. The woman slides a folder across the table to Shihyuk, telling him to look at the material she brought, piquing his curiosity. The blonde woman asks Shihyuk which of the two fabric samples she's showing him caught his attention first. Siha excitedly points to the vibrant blue fabric, and the woman smiles, asking if he likes that one. The woman explains that good book design is crucial for attracting female readers, who she feels are more sensitive to aesthetics. She continues, stating that the feeling and image of the design are vital, which Shi-hyuk thoughtfully considers. The blonde woman then offers to show Shi-hyuk some Eastern-style design samples she brought along. Feigning an accident, she reveals a different design, wondering how it got there, while Siha playfully barks. She shows Siha a cute puppy fashion design, asking if he likes it as he continues to bark. The woman reveals she designed the outfit herself, reminding a surprised Shi-hyuk of her previous question about modeling. Noting Siha's captivated expression, she proposes that he model the outfit for an upcoming fashion contest. She frames the opportunity as a valuable experience and a precious memory for Siha to share with his brother. Siha quietly contemplates her words, pondering the idea of creating a special memory with Siha. He worries about the contest having a large audience, remembering past instances of Siha getting a lot of attention. Looking down at the table, Shi-hyuk hesitantly declines the offer, saying he doesn't think it will work out. With huge, sparkling eyes, Siha pleads with his brother, saying he really wants the puppy outfit. Seizing the moment, the woman suggests they go to the fashion department's workshop for measurements right away. In a new location, Siha is seen crawling happily on the floor. A friendly voice greets Siha, who looks up from the floor with a curious expression. The blonde woman, now in a different outfit with a hat, waves and reintroduces herself as Alyssa. Alyssa explains she came with the finished outfit, gently patting Siha's head and calling his sweater fluffy like a puppy. She playfully pinches Siha's cheeks, calling him cute, which leaves him looking slightly bewildered. In a candy-filled fantasy sequence, Alyssa looks confused as she wonders if she's being called a witch. Another child at the daycare points at her, loudly declaring that she's the pretty witch in black who seduced the prince. The children confirm they've caught the witch, while Siha watches the scene unfold. Alyssa playfully swoops in and picks up a startled Siha, as the other children shout in protest. The boy confidently tells his friend that the commander, the head teacher, is inside and will take care of the witch. Peeking around a corner, the two children nervously watch the door, calling out Siha's name. The door opens to reveal Siha dressed in an adorable puppy hoodie, striking a cute pose and barking. Suddenly enchanted, the other children now beg Alyssa, the witch, to turn them into princesses. Laughing, Alyssa pats their heads and says she'll cast a spell later, but they insistently tug on her, demanding it now. Outside, Shi-hyuk and the head teacher watch in utter confusion as the children chant for their magical transformation. A close-up shows Siha in his puppy outfit, complete with a little bone necklace, looking incredibly adorable. Alyssa comments on how well the outfit turned out, and Shi-hyuk agrees that it's cute and looks comfortable. After noting it's for children, Alyssa turns to Shi-hyuk with a sly look, and a curious and a thought bubble appears enthusiastically declaring that Shi-hyuk's outfit is great too. Shi-hyuk is left speechless with a comically shocked and frozen expression on his face. With a bright smile, Alyssa presents a matching puppy hoodie to a horrified Shi-hyuk, announcing their matching outfits. Siha looks up at his brother, expectantly asking what about him. With sparkling eyes, Siha excitedly says he and his brother will match, letting out a happy woof woof. A reluctant Shi-hyuk now wears the matching hoodie, blushing, as he wonders if the puppy ears are too much. Alyssa insists the ears complete the look, and that he has to wear the hood, much to his despair. Siha gives his brother an enthusiastic thumbs up, telling him it looks good, and cheering him on with a woof woof. Blushing, Shi-hyuk gives in and pulls the hood on deciding he'll do it if it makes Siha happy. Shi-hyuk kneels and gently holds Siha's hands, reassuring him that he can cuddle with him if he gets scared. As Alyssa wishes them luck, Shi-hyuk resolves to just focus on showcasing the clothes without making any mistakes. Shi-hyuk feels a moment of relief, thinking the professors won't focus on the models, but Alyssa reminds him to present it well. Alyssa gives him a playful wink, causing Shi-hyuk to blush and feel even more flustered. A staff member in a black cap calls for the next person, and a nervous Shi-hyuk answers that he's ready. Standing backstage, Shi-hyuk wonders how he got into this mess until Siha calls out his name. Looking bright and determined, Siha tells his brother it's time for their woof-woof pose and to go. An embarrassed Shi-hyuk and an excited Siha strike a pose in their matching puppy hoodies, with Siha happily barking. In the audience, a woman with silver hair comments on a model's performance, while her companion with a camera agrees. An announcement declares Alyssa's puppy fashion designed the award winner, leaving her happily surprised and Shi-hyuk completely shocked. On stage, Alyssa accepts her award as the ceremony officially begins amid applause. Breathing a sigh of relief, Shi-hyuk is glad it's over, while Siha congratulates his brother, saying he did a good job. Another model approaches them, explaining she was on the same stage and asking for a picture with the adorable Siha. After another person asks for a photo as well, Shihyuk checks with Siha, who shyly nods his approval. Siha is held up for a photo, striking a cute peace sign pose while surrounded by other models. A blushing Shihyuk asks his brother where he learned such a cute pose, and Siha sweetly replies that he learned it from him. Alyssa joins the crowd, asking Shihyuk for a picture before they go, and he readily agrees, prompting Siha for another pose. Posing for a selfie, Alyssa says kimchi as she snaps a picture with a smiling Shihyuk and a cheerful Siha. Alyssa thanks Shihyuk for helping her win the award, and he playfully tells her to buy him a meal, which she accepts. Presented with a large bowl of crab soup, Shihyuk is surprised and teases Alyssa that she's already become Korean. Siha excitedly points at the food, calling out to Lisa, which startles a surprised Alyssa. A man with purple hair interrupts, asking to speak English with Shihyuk, who cautiously asks who he is. The man says he'll be straightforward, leaving Shihyuk to wonder what he wants. The man bluntly asks Shihyuk if he has ever considered modeling, leaving him utterly speechless. While Shihyuk questions the sudden offer, the man insists he should think carefully, trusting his own sharp eye for talent. The man praises Shihyuk's warm and unique look, predicting it will be a success in the industry, which leaves Shihyuk deep in thought. The man offers an unbelievable 100,000 for a single event, which Shihyuk calculates as about 100 million won. Shihyuk is immediately suspicious, thinking the huge offer is too good to be true and must be a scam. Just as the man laments the waste of talent, Siha pops up and emphatically yells for him to get out. The purple-haired man is completely stunned and confused by the sudden and forceful dismissal from the little boy. Flustered, the man awkwardly says he'll await Shihyuk's call before making a hasty retreat, much to Shihyuk's amusement. Alyssa appears, cheerfully commenting on Siha's perfect timing and telling the stranger to leave. Shihyuk jokingly praises Siha's kindness for inviting a stranger to eat with them as his phone suddenly buzzes. A glowing blue system notification appears on his phone, announcing that an update is starting. The progress bar quickly fills, and the update is declared 100% complete. Shihyuk flinches, explaining to a concerned Alyssa that he thinks he just got a sudden jolt of static electricity. Turning his attention to Siha, Shihyuk asks if he's hungry and suggests they go eat, leaving Alyssa looking puzzled. Noticing Siha's pensive expression, Shihyuk leans down and asks his little brother what's wrong. Alyssa looks at Shihyuk in surprise, pointing out that he's speaking English, which shocks him in return. Overwhelmed by a strange energy, Shihyuk clutches his head in confusion, wondering how this could have happened. Seated at the restaurant table, Shihyuk quietly repeats how much he loves Siha while waiting for their meal. Beaming, Siha sweetly replies that he loves his brother too, prompting a happy response from Shihyuk. As he prepares the crab, Shihyuk asks Siha why he shouted earlier, reminding him to be careful while eating. Patting Siha's head, Shihyuk explains he was so flustered by the man that he couldn't even speak Korean properly. Shihyuk laughs off the modeling offer as an impossible fantasy while Alyssa listens from across the table. Dismissing the thought, Shihyuk glances at his phone, where a faint blue light begins to glow. Surrounded by a data-like aura, Shihyuk realizes his pronunciation has become more natural, as if he's using his entire body to speak. Touching his jaw, he notices even his facial muscles feel stiff from disuse until Siha calls out his name. Mistaking his brother's pained expression, Siha asks if he's his dad, but Shihyuk quickly reassures him that he's fine. While walking outside with a sleeping Siha, Shihyuk thanks Alyssa, saying the contest was a good experience for his brother. Alyssa admits she didn't expect the award and thanks Shihyuk, who modestly credits her excellent design. Alyssa discusses the difficulties of being a designer, and Shihyuk acknowledges that her job must be challenging. Shihyuk calls her dream cool, and Alyssa explains she came to Korea as a foreign exchange student to gain unique experiences. Smiling, Alyssa tells Shihyuk that winning the award and meeting him has made her decision to come to Korea worthwhile. Holding his sleeping brother tightly, Shihyuk wonders what more he can do for Siha, who snuggles closer. A worried expression crosses Shihyuk's face as he holds Siha, while Alyssa watches him with a gentle smile. Alyssa reassures a concerned Shihyuk not to worry, gently reminding him that Siha is only 3 years old. Walking outside, Alyssa comments that Shihyuk has an exceptional sense for language, leaving him confused. Blushing as he holds Siha, Shihyuk thinks to himself that he doesn't really have any big dreams. He looks down with a warm smile as a waking Siha reaches up to touch his chest, and he softly asks if his brother is up. Back at home, Shihyuk watches Siha play on a tablet and dismisses his earlier thoughts, lamenting that his translation skills haven't improved. Sitting at his laptop, he touches his neck in thought, wondering if only his pronunciation has improved, but feels grateful for it nonetheless. A view of an apartment building at night appears as someone wonders if this is where Jang Hyuk's son lives. A well-dressed man with light brown hair speaks into a phone, confirming the person on the other end is Shihyuk. The scene transitions, showing a bright, sunny day over a cityscape. In an office, a woman in a suit tells Shihyuk, who is holding Siha's hand, that the CEO will arrive soon, and he agrees to wait. Looking around at the anatomical models, Shihyuk muses that the office has unusual things for a medical translation company, while Siha stares at a model brain. Shihyuk examines a document, wondering if it's a paper that has been translated from a source named Lawrence. Sometime later, Shihyuk takes a call at his desk, confirming his name is Lee Shihyuk, after the caller says they were contacted by manager Hong Jin-soo. The caller introduces himself as Hwang Ki-jun, the CEO of Lauren and a friend of Shihyuk's father, leaving Shihyuk startled. A somber flashback shows Hwang Ki-jun at a funeral, explaining he saw Shihyuk there, who apologizes for not remembering due to the hectic situation. Still on the phone, Shihyuk asks what is going on. Recalling he was told Hwang Ki-jun had questions about his father, Shihyuk explains he wants to know more about his father's past as an interpreter, apologizing for being a bother, but Hwang Ki-jun reassures him it's normal to be curious. Seeing an opportunity, Hwang Ki-jun suggests they meet at his company to talk in person rather than over the phone. Returning to the office, Hwang Ki-jun arrives and pats Shihyuk's shoulder, telling him he must have been through a lot. Hwang Ki-jun warmly greets Siha, who shyly waves back with a cute hi. Shihyuk watches in confusion as a golden pocket watch swings before a captivated Siha. Hwang Ki-jun explains that Shihyuk's father, Jang Hyuk, gave him the watch before a trip to Shanghai, prompting Shihyuk to wonder about its connection to Dr. Yoon Bong-gil. An old scroll explains the historical significance of Dr. Yoon Bong-gil exchanging his new pocket watch for an old one before an uprising, with both watches now being cultural treasures. In a flashback, a young Jang Hyuk receives the watch from his friend, as Hwang Ki-jun describes him as an eccentric but brilliant student. Hwang Ki-jun places the gleaming pocket watch on the table, saying he's giving it back. As Hwang Ki-jun explains that Jang Hyuk only lent it to him, Shihyuk accepts the watch and thanks him. Shihyuk holds the pocket watch, its golden surface shining in his hand. Hwang Ki-jun begins a story, explaining that the turning point for his business was meeting foreign buyers. He continues, explaining that Jang Hyuk helped with translation work where he encountered a rather unusual buyer, which puzzles Shihyuk. Shihyuk looks dumbfounded as Hwang Ki-jun reveals the buyer was the CIA, then quickly clarifies that his friend was just joking. When asked if he has any ideas about his father's eccentricities, Shihyuk recalls a friend of his father's who taught him something unusual. Shihyuk recounts how, as an elementary student, he was asked to manipulate public opinion by turning bullies against one another, causing Hwang Ki-jun to laugh. Sitting on the couch, Shihyuk somberly confirms that his father did such things because of him. Hwang Ki-jun quickly reassures him that his father never regretted his choices and always bragged about his son. In a fond memory, Jang Hyuk excitedly shows a photo of Siha to Hwang Ki-jun, boasting about how many times his son called him dad, much to his friend's amusement. Hearing this, Shihyuk looks down with a bittersweet smile, touched by his father's deep affection. In a flashback to a phone call, Shihyuk tells Ki-jun that his priority is to be by Siha's side and let him live freely. Ki-jun asks what he's doing now, and Shihyuk explains he is taking care of Siha while doing translation work. Blushing, Shihyuk admits he needs to earn money and was considering dropping out of school until a friend convinced him otherwise. Ki-jun encourages him, saying his father would have wanted him to pursue whatever he wanted in life. Patting his shoulder comfortingly, Ki-jun tells a blushing Shihyuk not to be too hard on himself. With a kind smile, Ki-jun then surprises Shihyuk by offering him a job at his company. Ki-jun presents his company Lawrence, a medical translation specialist, and explains it's a good place where he can keep an eye on Siha. Acknowledging it will be difficult to balance school and work, Ki-jun asks Shihyuk to consider the job offer. Shihyuk politely declines, leaving Ki-jun stunned and asking if he has another job lined up. Gently stroking Siha's hair, Shihyuk explains that for now, his only wish is to be with his brother and let him be happy. Looking at the two brothers, Ki-jun confirms Shi-hyuk's reason with a knowing smile. Ki-jun smiles, remarking that Shi-hyuk is just like his father, and that his decision is a good one. Ki-jun says he's happy Shi-hyuk is interested in his father's work, and that there's more he'd like to share about it. As they prepare to leave, Ki-jun wishes Siha well, and the little boy waves an enthusiastic bye-bye. Later, in a chibi thought bubble, Shi-hyuk explains that Lawrence's meticulous translations are too complex, suggesting more intuitive explanations would be better for a mainstream book, surprising Ki-jun with his insight. As Ki-jun tries to leave, Shi-hyuk grabs his arm, urgently telling him to wait. Ki-jun calls out Shi-hyuk's name as he leaves with Siha, who happily agrees to buy milk on the way. From off-panel, Ki-jun's voice echoes over a cityscape, correcting Shi-hyuk that the work is translation, not interpretation. The scene transitions to a sunset view of a bridge from a moving vehicle. On the ride home, a weary Shi-hyuk looks on as Siha sleeps peacefully on his lap. Later, while relaxing at home, Shi-hyuk thinks about his father's watch as Siha doodles on a tablet nearby. He remembers Ki-jun's words, recalling how his father always wanted him to pursue his own dreams. Lost in thought, Shi-hyuk weighs what his father gave up against his own desires, questioning if he has what it takes. Siha interrupts his thoughts, holding up a tablet to proudly show his finished drawing. Shi-hyuk is impressed by Siha's drawing of a purple penguin, marveling at how well he captured the features of the man they met, right down to the beard. Looking at his phone, Shi-hyuk discovers that the man is a famous model, spotting his picture on social media. In a moment of doubt, Shi-hyuk wonders why someone so important would scout him, while Siha points at the phone, calling the man Beard Rough. Closing his laptop with a determined look, Shi-hyuk senses that the man isn't in Korea for amateur scouting, and feels that something big is unfolding. Acting on his hunch, Shi-hyuk picks up his phone and makes a call. The scene shifts to a bright, modern building, implying a meeting is about to take place. Shi-hyuk sits calmly with a mug, his expression resolute as he waits. The purple-haired man, Tud, arrives with a friendly wave, asking if Shi-hyuk has finally decided to become a model, which he quickly denies. Tud clarifies that he needs an interpreter for a fashion show and festival, not a model, leaving Shi-hyuk wondering how he knew his real intentions. Shi-hyuk questions Tud's strategy, pointing out that working with established companies would be more efficient, and Tud agrees that's the expected move. With a smirk, Tud asks if doing what everyone else does is the way to satisfy a company, hinting he seeks something unique. Shi-hyuk smiles with newfound confidence, placing a hand over his heart. Boldly, Shi-hyuk proposes that Tud introduce him to the company as an interpreter, an offer that piques Tud's interest. Tud laughs, praising Shi-hyuk's great courage and remarking that he is no ordinary person. Impressed, Tud notes that Shi-hyuk's confidence is matched by his flawless pronunciation, and admits this kind of deal is more exciting than his usual business. Beaming, Tud agrees to introduce Shi-hyuk to the company, saying he'll be waiting for good news. The scene changes to a daycare, where a blonde woman introduces herself to the children as Alyssa, their teacher. The kids excitedly surround Alyssa, with one girl asking for magic to become a princess while a boy calls her a witch, leaving Siha looking puzzled. Overwhelmed by the children chanting for magic, a flustered Alyssa pleads for help from a laughing Shi-hyuk. Siha happily runs to Shi-hyuk, who is wearing an apron, asking to draw, and his brother warmly agrees. Alyssa explains the day's activity, telling the children they can draw on the t-shirt she's prepared for them. All the children get to work, busily drawing on their shirts at a large table. A close-up shows Siha completely absorbed in his drawing, his expression one of pure focus. Shi-hyuk asks Siha what he's drawing, and the little boy holds up his shirt, proudly saying, "Mui." Alyssa gasps in amazement at Siha's talent, calling him a genius, while Shi-hyuk proudly agrees, but asks her to keep it a secret. The finished design is revealed, an adorable drawing of a penguin, wearing a puppy costume and surrounded by paw prints. Alyssa announces that she's finished her drawing as well, catching Siha's attention. Her creation is shown to be a frantic, dark, and scribbled mess of lines. Alyssa proudly shows off her drawing of a soccer ball with a face, much to the confusion of another boy, as Siha looks down at his own artwork. This spiky-haired boy happily declares, "I'm football," and Shi-hyuk smiles, glad that everyone is enjoying the activity. A little girl named Hana shyly shows Shi-hyuk her shirt, asking for his opinion on her drawing. Shi-hyuk compliments Hana's pretty drawing and gives her an affectionate pat on the head, making her blush happily. As Shi-hyuk announces that Hana and Seung-jun's dad has arrived, Seung-jun excitedly shouts for his father. A man with spiky brown hair and glasses enters, but his son Seung-jun angrily insists he is a soccer ball, not his dad. The father placates his son before turning his attention to his daughter, calling for his princess, Hana. He freezes in shock upon seeing Shihyuk with Hana, who greets him while he frantically tells her to come hold his hand. The father glares at a silent Shihyuk, angrily demanding to know what's going on. With a tense expression, the man introduces himself as Oh Sung-hwan, Hana's father and a professor at Kanjin University. Shihyuk nervously connects the dots, realizing the man is the father of Seung-jun and Hana, and shakes his hand while the professor emits a hostile aura. As they shake hands, Shihyuk internally debates how he should address the imposing professor. Professor Oh looks utterly stunned as Shihyuk nervously asks if he may call him Professor. A little girl hugs Shihyuk and declares he's cool, stunning her spiky-haired father into a stammering silence. While the distraught father kneels in defeat, the gray-haired director walks by, remarking that the daycare center is peaceful today. A recruitment banner for the scanlation team advertises positions for cleaners, typesetters, and translators. That night, while Siha sleeps soundly with his penguin pillow, Shihyuk sits at a desk and looks at his phone. Shihyuk smiles as he looks at a social media post featuring the adorable penguin character his brother drew. An explanation appears, stating that Siha's cute character has a hidden meaning, much to the illustrated penguin's surprise. A close-up of the drawing highlights the fact that the penguin is wearing a hoodie. Reacting to this revelation, a group of real penguins on an ice floe look utterly bewildered and shocked. The analysis continues, pointing out that the oversized hoodie is a brilliant fashion choice made by Siha. A detailed breakdown reveals the drawing's symbolism. The hoodie is the Antarctic ice shelf, and the lack of pants represents death, depicting the cycle of life. The analysis concludes, explaining that the gold, bone-shaped necklace simply represents wealth. Amused, Shihyuk thinks that Siha probably just drew it for fun, but decides to let the positive over-analysis slide. A colleague discusses preparations with Shihyuk, suggesting they get fashion help, since Tud was so confident. In a library, a blonde woman tells Shihyuk she's studying for a job as a simultaneous interpreter at a fashion and textile exhibition. After handing Shihyuk a book on fashion, she asks if he'll treat her to a delicious meal as thanks for her help. Shihyuk smiles and waves goodbye as his blonde colleague departs. His walk is interrupted by an incoming phone call from Tud. The scene transitions to a beautiful, traditional-style building, surrounded by a peaceful garden. Inside, the purple-haired man, Tud, offers food to someone named Nicole. A silver-haired man in glasses, introduced as Director Nicole, asks Tud if he has an interesting proposal. Tud promises he has something good to share, and Nicole listens with curiosity. Tud shows Nicole a picture of a friendly-looking woman, and Nicole assumes she's a model. Finding the proposal of a simple model uninteresting, Nicole listens as Tud explains she's much more than that. Tud pitches his idea, a model who is also a simultaneous interpreter, surprising Nicole. Tud describes how a model-like interpreter would liven up an exhibition hall, an idea Nicole agrees sounds interesting. When Nicole questions her knowledge, Tud argues an interpreter's real skill is warming up a cold atmosphere, not just reciting technical terms. Intrigued, Nicole asks if he can speak with this person directly, which surprises Tud. Tud chuckles, noting that the interpreter had a similar idea, and tells Nicole he should see their face when introduced. Just then, a door slides open as someone arrives, apologizing for being late. Shiher introduces himself and his younger sister, Siha, who gives a shy greeting. At the dining table, Shihyuk apologizes for bringing his brother, but another man says it's fine since Siha is so cute. Shihyuk explains that Tud arranged the meeting, and Nicole expresses his hope for a productive exchange between Korea and the United States. Nicole compliments Shihyuk's good impression, leading Shihyuk to wonder if his smile alone could secure the deal. Nicole's expression shifts to a more serious one, as he thinks Shihyuk's name to himself. Shihyuk continues, explaining that he's researched the industry and familiarized himself with its terminology. Tud asks for a brief overview, and after a moment of thought, Nicole agrees. Shihyuk details a company's plans to promote 4 new materials using licensed German fiber technology at upcoming exhibitions. Nicole hands Shihyuk a tablet, calling him Ishik, and instructing him to look at it. Baffled by the complex scientific data on the screen, Ishik asks Nicole what the nano-wafer technology is. Nicole smiles slyly, explaining it's the material for the seminar and asks if he'd like to review it. Shihyuk panics internally, admitting to himself that the document is full of unfamiliar words he doesn't understand. He contemplates changing the subject while nervously watching Nicole's expectant gaze. Shihyuk realizes this is a test of his ability to quickly grasp and explain complex information, knowing that admitting ignorance could cost him the job. While pondering his next move in this conversational test, a glowing butterfly appears near Siha, catching his eye. Siha watches the glowing butterfly intently and whispers, "Dad?" Entranced, Siha reaches his small hand toward the luminous creature. The boy continues to reach for the butterfly as it hovers just before his fingers, as a larger hand covers his. A voice asks why he mentioned his dad, just as his finger makes contact with the glowing butterfly. The touch unleashes a brilliant burst of blue, ethereal light. The powerful surge of blue energy radiates outward in a flash. In a flash of insight, a memory surfaces of a young boy calling him dad as he reaches for his hand. Shihyuk's eyes widen as he mentally connects the dots between German medical device technology and mineral-thin film coating. With a confident smirk, Shihyuk realizes the nano-wafer technology is nearly identical to that used in medical devices, confirming his theory. A strategic breakdown reveals the technology is an eco-friendly nano-coating designed to appeal to Asian markets by combating fine dust. Across the table, from a surprised Todd and another man, Shihyuk explains that leveraging such complex German technology is a powerful lure for buyers. The silver-haired man with glasses smiles, deeply impressed by Shihyuk's sharp analysis and asking for confirmation. The man gestures warmly toward Shihyuk, clearly pleased with his presentation. Confident that he's proven his skills to the man he mentally identifies as Nicole, Shihyuk prepares to make his move. With a charming smile, Shihyuk cuts to the chase and asks about payment, leaving the other man stunned while Siha peeks out curiously. A recruitment banner for the scanlation team is displayed. Nicole bursts into laughter, remarking to Tud that Shihyuk is not an easy person to deal with. Tud states that the negotiation is his job now, but Shihyuk counters that they shouldn't interfere with the agency's work. As they depart, Shihyuk and Nicole exchange pleasantries, agreeing it was a good meeting while little Siha waves goodbye. Tud comments on Shihyuk being an interesting friend, praising his quick thinking and bold judgment, which Nicole wholeheartedly agrees with. Taking a sip from his cup, Nicole adds that Shihyuk is a man who knows exactly how to make a deal. A hand slides a contract forward on the table as someone asks about the terms. Reviewing the document, Nicole calls it an interesting choice, while Tud smiles, declaring it a win-win situation for everyone. The scene shifts to Shihyuk walking down a quiet street at night, carrying a sleeping Siha on his back. Recalling the tense but exhilarating meeting, Shihyuk feels a rush of adrenaline and a sense of adventure, smiling with newfound determination. He clenches his fist, realizing with a jolt that he possesses these ambitious feelings as well. Shihyuk holds his sleeping brother close, his expression softening with deep affection. Two figures, representing Shihyuk and perhaps his past self, stand apart against a sparkling backdrop. Walking under a street lamp with Siha, Shihyuk reflects that while he can't replace their parents, he resolves to try to get closer, just as humanity once reached for the distant moon. He looks up at the sky with a gentle expression, thinking the moon is pretty as a hooded figure passes by. Startled, Shihyuk comes face to face with Alyssa, who explains she was just out for a walk under the beautiful moon. Alyssa nervously asks for something more than a meal, leaving a confused Shihyuk to question what she means. As Alyssa stammers, unable to find the right words, Shihyuk watches her. Looking toward the full moon, Alyssa earnestly pleads with Shihyuk to take her with him. From Shihyuk's shoulder, a sleepy Siha echoes his brother's earlier bold question, murmuring, "How much do you pay?" A credits page appears, marking the end of Chapter 40. In a lush garden, a beautiful green and blue butterfly flutters among vibrant pink flowers. A cheerful, cartoonish puppy with a green collar leaps up and barks, "Woof!" at the butterfly. The puppy turns its head, seemingly agreeing to a suggestion to play role-playing. The children excitedly choose their roles in the garden, with Siha declaring he wants to play too. As two boys begin collecting flower pollen, the small puppy character watches them with a worried expression. A little girl in a pink dress twirls and sings a sweet song about wishing she could grow up faster. The puppy character looks on with a deeply sad and concerned expression as flower petals drift by. An older man storms into the garden, shouting at the children not to pick the flowers, causing them to cry out in alarm. He sternly tells the kids that they'll hurt the flowers, and they shrink back, huddled together in fear. Seeing their terrified faces, the man softens, wondering if he was too scary. With a kind smile, he offers to tell them a fun story about azaleas, immediately capturing their curiosity. He sits with the children in a gazebo and begins his story, starting with, "Once upon a time." The man narrates his tale against a backdrop of a starry night, describing a beautiful moon and a handsome star. He illustrates their deep love with a cute drawing before introducing a looming threat. He continues the story, explaining how a jealous villain appeared and attacked the star with a sword. In a dramatic twist, the star swallowed the villain's sword and transformed into a sword itself to defeat the evildoer. The three children gaze up in awe, thinking the story is awesome, while the man looks pleased with their reaction. A simple drawing depicts the victorious star and the moon enjoying a meal together. The man concludes by explaining that a white flower, moved by their love, blushed and turned into a red azalea, leaving the children enchanted. The man concludes his story by explaining that the azalea is the flower of love, which is why all flowers should be cherished. To demonstrate, he shows the children a wilting flower, explaining that it loses its strength when picked carelessly. Feeling remorseful, the children apologize to the flower for hurting it. As Shi-hyuk arrives, the children excitedly welcome Si-ha to their makeshift flower shop. Shi-hyuk comments to the older man, the storyteller, that his version of the azalea myth is different from the original. A dark panel reveals the tragic original myth where the star is killed, and the grief-stricken moon takes her own life. Reflecting on the myth's true ending, Shi-hyuk thinks to himself how sad the original story is. The storyteller confirms Shi-hyuk's observation, agreeing that the original story is indeed changing. The children, however, are overjoyed with the happy ending they heard, and Si-ha happily cuddles the puppy. The puppy suddenly scampers off into a flower bush, leaving the children to wonder where it's going. As the puppy runs toward an arriving woman, the confused children call out to it and ask who she is. A woman holding the puppy affectionately scolds Mr. Tak-soo for neglecting his home and wife, while one of the boys notes his own father makes the same expression. As the woman continues to lecture her flustered husband, Shi-hyuk muses that this must be the teacher's way of life. The woman then turns to Shi-hyuk, showering him with compliments and lamenting that her daughter is already married, while he thanks her sheepishly. She then asks Si-ha for his age, and the little boy proudly holds up 3 fingers. Thinking he can't count yet, the woman kindly offers to teach him. Si-ha perfectly mimics the woman's pose, leading Shi-hyuk to note that the boy is good at imitation. As someone says 3, Shi-hyuk does a spit take, shocked by the word. The woman explains the word was for them, not the kids, as her husband pats the coughing Shi-hyuk, who realizes he was speaking in dialect. Shi-hyuk gently corrects Si-ha, telling him the number is called 3 and that he is 3 years old. The couple marvels at Si-ha's quick learning, declaring him a genius as he beams with pride. The children thank the woman for the juice boxes she gives them. At a nearby playground, the children play on a slide, while one girl encourages a reluctant boy to climb up. Shi-hyuk thanks Tak-soo for the wonderful day, and Tak-soo replies that having the kids around is never boring. Tak-soo gives Shi-hyuk a quiet, knowing look. Sitting on a bench together, Tak-soo brings up the topic of translation. Watching the kids play, Shi-hyuk mishears and asks if he means farming, which Tak-soo confirms. Shi-hyuk quickly realizes Tak-soo is actually referring to the novel translation he is working on. He discusses his work, explaining he's trying to stay true to the original but is unsure of its overseas market appeal, despite some positive feedback. Tak-soo expresses his hope that the work gets the recognition it deserves, and Shi-hyuk agrees it would be great if it sells well. Tak-soo chuckles, comparing books to farming, and stating that farming is much harder than it seems, piquing Shi-hyuk's curiosity. He elaborates that successful farming requires constant research into crops, policies, and distribution, not just field work. Tak-soo equates this to publishing, noting a publisher's sales ability is crucial, and that seeing one's hard work reach readers is a great feeling. Remembering his recent successful deal, Shi-hyuk thinks to himself that he's beginning to understand that feeling of accomplishment. Inspired, Tak-soo declares his decision to write a new piece to prove he still has it, even at his age. The children's joyful laughter echoes from the slide as they continue to play. Tak-soo watches the slide wistfully, recalling when his own grown children played there, and noting how he rarely sees them now. When Shi-hyuk suggests that's a good thing, Tak-soo sighs, admitting his wife may agree, but he doesn't. Tak-soo explains that while he enjoys farming, he truly loves writing, and he's determined to show his kids this Old man still got it. The two men share a moment of cheerful, understanding laughter. In a flashback, Shihyuk's father works late while his son sleeps, his dedication a way to make up for lost time. Taek-soo asks Shihyuk if his father worked as an interpreter. Shihyuk confirms it, adding that's why he is looking forward to the job, which Taek-soo agrees seems to suit him. Shihyuk thinks about the trope of family pressure in dramas, imagining parents berating their child for disgracing the family name. Taek-soo offers gentle reassurance, saying he's sure Shihyuk's father would have been happy with his career choice. Visibly touched by the kind words, Shihyuk looks down with a quiet, grateful smile. Taek-soo gives Shihyuk a comforting pat on the shoulder, affirming his belief. As dusk falls, the children run across the street toward their mother's waiting car. As Shihyuk prepares to leave, Taek-soo offers him a place to stay for the night, but he politely declines. Just then, his phone buzzes with an incoming call from Nickled, leaving him to wonder what's happening. Answering his phone, Shihyuk identifies himself to Nickled, who sighs and warns him of a big problem. Listening intently, Shihyuk looks confused and concerned by the unexpected news. The scene shifts to the modern, glass-fronted Harbini's Korea office building. Inside, Siha gives a polite bow, offering a sweet hello. At the office, Shihyuk shakes hands with a man in a pinstripe suit, thanking him for his consideration regarding Siha, while the man apologizes for the short notice. In a meeting, Shihyuk confirms the serious news. Mars Corporation has plagiarized Harbini's collection. The man, Nickled, sternly confirms that Shihyuk's understanding is correct. It's explained that Mars Corporation revealed a similar SS line using natural materials just before a major expo. Shihyuk remarks on their sly tactics, noting they changed just enough to avoid a lawsuit, and Nickled agrees it's despicable. Nickled sighs in frustration, explaining that while their materials are licensed, the designs are compromised, and their designers can't create new ones on such short notice. He clenches his fist, lamenting the loss of their carefully selected designs. Stepping up, Shihyuk declares he's here as part of the team, not just an interpreter, and wants to help. Pondering a solution, Nickled wonders aloud how any designer could create a suitable new design so quickly. In a flashback, Shihyuk recalls discussing the material with the designer for assistance while preparing for the event. He explains that the designer, Alyssa, created a design out of personal interest, which impresses Nickled, who sees it as a viable path to meeting their deadline. Shihyuk notes that with the design issue solved, the only problem remaining is the patterns. Nickled sighs, confirming Mars plagiarized the patterns too, and the tight schedule makes creating new ones a huge problem. Just then, Siha interrupts, holding up a drawing for Shihyuk to see. Nickled looks at Siha's drawing and is immediately impressed, remarking on the vivid coloring and how it feels like he can smell the flowers. As Nickled calls his name, Shihyuk apologizes for being distracted by Siha, who peeks out from behind his artwork. Siha proudly presents his flower drawing to a stunned Nickled, who trembles with a sudden realization. As Shihyuk begins to apologize, an inspired Nickled declares that Siha's drawing is the solution they need. Amid a beautiful background of pink flowers, the new theme for Harbini's S season is teased. The new theme is officially declared Korea's Flowers. Hearing the word Hana, which means flower, Siha looks up inquisitively. Pointing in disbelief, Nickled asks Shihyuk to confirm his sudden idea. He lays out his plan. They'll use Siha's drawing as the pattern for the new designs and match it with their fabric. Nickled smiles confidently, stating that the concept is now clear and their designers can refine it. With the design crisis averted, Shihyuk asks Nickled if they've identified the corporate spy yet, but he hasn't. Nickled explains that leaks of this nature usually come from an insider, a revelation that dawns on Shihyuk. Shihyuk is visibly shocked by the implication that the spy is one of their own. The scene changes to Alyssa, who looks at a document with tearful disbelief. To check if she's dreaming, Alyssa has Siha pinch her cheek, much to Shihyuk's amusement. Walking down the hall, Shihyuk asks a beaming Alyssa how it feels to be a designer, and she replies that it's amazing. Siha mispronounces Alyssa's name, causing her to ask what he said while he puzzles over the words. Shihyuk and Alyssa share a moment of flustered embarrassment over the misunderstanding. Attempting to comfort the emotional Alyssa, Siha clarifies that he meant Alyssa's sad. Shihyuk comments that the plagiarism incident ended up being a great opportunity for Alyssa, and she happily agrees. Winking, Alyssa confidently gives an okay sign, fully embracing her new role. Outside, Alyssa asks Shihyuk who he thinks the spy is, but he admits he has no idea. A blonde man named Melpoi approaches, reminding Shi-hyuk that they met at the earlier meeting. Melpoi gives a smug smile as Shi-hyuk hesitantly acknowledges him. Another man recalls seeing Melpoi standing behind Nickled before, raising suspicion. Alyssa introduces herself to Melpoi, while Shi-hyuk silently wonders about his unexpected presence. Shi-hyuk politely turns down Melpoi's offer of a ride, as a concerned Alyssa looks on. As they start to leave, Melpoi brings up Shi-hyuk's high school theater experience, leaving him confused. A sleek black car is shown speeding down the street. From inside the car, Shi-hyuk gives a sly, knowing smile. In the car, Shi-hyuk bluntly asks Melpoi how much Mars is paying him, catching the man completely off guard. With a smirk, Shi-hyuk reveals that he's also involved with Mars, leaving both Melpoi and Alyssa in utter shock. From the car, Shi-hyuk feigns ignorance, then slyly mentions he thought Mars would have already told Melpoi about them. Inside the car, Shi-hyuk introduces Alyssa not as a designer, but as Mars' secretary, telling her to greet Melpoi. A nervous Melpoi laughs, sweating, as he asks what Shi-hyuk is talking about. Shi-hyuk calls out Melpoi's obvious act and asks if he really thought Mars would only plant one spy, leaving Melpoi stunned. With a smug smile, Alyssa looks over her shoulder at Melpoi and tells him not to feel too betrayed. Alyssa continues, explaining that they need to monitor his performance since they aren't paying him peanuts. While Shi-hyuk checks his phone, Alyssa explains that they used Melpoi's leaked materials to release their own designs first and secure their market position. Alyssa puts on a show, tearfully begging Shi-hyuk not to report her. He dryly compliments her amazing acting while holding a confused Siha before she assures Melpoi they aren't that petty. She adds that thanks to Shi-hyuk's intervention, everything is running smoothly, which only confuses him more. With a sinister grin, Alyssa reveals the final twist. They will now claim Harbini's plagiarized Mars, ruining their reputation. Melpoi is completely floored by the ruthless plan, stammering that he never imagined they'd go that far and calling it brilliant. Shi-hyuk internally notes that Alyssa's performance is so good that even Melpoi is convinced, while a clueless Siha looks on. Turning his attention to a pouting Siha, Shi-hyuk apologizes for talking about work and asks him to wait a bit longer. Melpoi asks why Shi-hyuk is working with Mars, and Shi-hyuk replies it's for his brother before asking Melpoi the same question, who answers it's for his family. Showing a picture of his family, Melpoi explains he's in debt and took the spy job to provide a better life for his children. Melpoi seeks Shi-hyuk's understanding, claiming he's doing it all for his family so his kids can grow up without worry or shame. Shi-hyuk privately scoffs, thinking Melpoi is just using family to justify his greed, then comments on the big decision he made. In a flashback, a lavender-haired man asks Shi-hyuk about his pay, and Shi-hyuk replies that he asked for about 100,000. Melpoi scoffs, boasting that Shi-hyuk's pay is nowhere near his own, piquing Shi-hyuk's feigned curiosity. After Shi-hyuk guesses 200,000, Melpoi proudly confirms it, adding he gets an annual raise, prompting Shi-hyuk to joke about asking for more. Alyssa sternly cuts in, reminding both men about the confidentiality clauses in their contracts, startling them. Melpoi dismisses her warning, admitting he got carried away after holding onto the secret for so long. Just as Melpoi starts to ask a question, Shi-hyuk abruptly shouts for him to shut up, shocking everyone in the car. Shi-hyuk quickly turns his attention to a sad Siha, pretending the outburst was for him and asking if he's upset about not being played with. He explains to Melpoi that Siha was just feeling sorrowful from being ignored, an excuse the man readily accepts. As the car pulls over, Shi-hyuk announces they're leaving, and thanks Melpoi for the ride. Melpoi calls out to the departing Shi-hyuk, assuming they'll continue their partnership for the sake of family. Shi-hyuk stops and turns back, calling Melpoi's name with a serious look on his face. Referencing Melpoi's family photo, Shi-hyuk delivers a parting shot, hoping he'll become a father his children can look up to. The words hit their mark, leaving Melpoi with a conflicted and thoughtful expression as he drives away. The car drives off into the city as Shi-hyuk's group is left on the sidewalk. Holding his phone, Shi-hyuk confirms that Nickled heard everything, and a voice from the phone thanks him, stating the spy has been caught. Now outside, Shi-hyuk praises Alyssa for her amazing acting, and she responds with a pleased, confident smile. A flashback reveals Nichold's plan. Spread a rumor that Shi-hyuk has connections for a new contract and see who approaches him to find the spy. Shi-hyuk explains to Alyssa that when Melpoi showed up, he simply followed the plan and decided to test him. Alyssa claps her hands in admiration, calling Shi-hyuk a secret agent as he walks up the stairs holding Siha's hand, who happily mimics agent. The scene transitions to a bright, modern convention center on the day of the expo. Dressed smartly for the event, Shi-hyuk holds a matching Siha as Alyssa compliments his awesome look. Siha enthusiastically agrees that his hyung looks cool, and Shi-hyuk returns the compliment, much to Alyssa's delight. The murmur of a crowd is heard as the lights dim on a stage, signaling the start of the presentation. Amid brilliant flashes of light, a powerful statement appears: "Copying is easy." As Shi-hyuk watches Nicole at the podium, the statement continues: "But you can't replicate emotions." Nicole confidently declares that her beanies will prove it, and Shi-hyuk watches from the crowd with a knowing smirk. At the podium, Nicole declares that their fashion is not about following trends, but about leading them. Holding a curious Siha, Shi-hyuk spots two men with sour expressions and correctly guesses they must be from Mars. Nicole steps away from the podium, vowing to leave cliches behind and show the unique storytelling of her beanies. With a confident smile, Nicole promises to reveal the exclusive emotion that defines the Harbinis brand. A man's shoe steps forward as the narration states that class is eternal, and Harbinis will prove that statement to be true, the voice concludes, as a beautiful floral background is revealed. Nicole gestures proudly to the flower-themed stage design, captivating the audience and officially kicking off the Harbini show. At the podium, Nicole announces the next showcase, their new material technology. From the crowd, Shi-hyuk watches Nicole, and they share a subtle, confident nod. In Shi-hyuk's arms, a wide-eyed Siha nods along as if he understands everything. As narration highlights the fabric's suitability for babies, Shi-hyuk and Siha walk onto the stage, drawing murmurs of admiration for the soft, warm look. The sight of the two in matching outfits charms the audience, who find them adorable. On stage, Nicole asks Shi-hyuk how the outfit feels, and he confirms its comfort before Nicole playfully asks for the baby's opinion. In response, Siha simply chews on his shirt collar with a charming wink. Suddenly, Siha pulls his shirt up over his head, exposing his belly with a surprised AAH. A flustered Shi-hyuk quickly pulls the shirt down, apologizing for the unintentional exposure as the audience chuckles. The seminar concludes to the sound of applause, directing attendees to the Harbini's booth for more information. The scene shifts to a wide shot of the bustling Harbini's company booth. At the booth, Shi-hyuk explains to potential buyers that while mass production is possible, custom tailoring is best for enthusiasts. A man recognizes Shi-hyuk as the model from the seminar, remarking on how impactful the presentation was, drawing a large crowd. After the woman calls his modeling role unique, Shi-hyuk laughs awkwardly and says it keeps him busy. Taking a quiet moment, Shi-hyuk blushes while looking at a cute photo of Siha eating a burger on his phone. Shi-hyuk turns to greet a new visitor, politely asking what brings him to the Harbini's booth. The bearded man in a yellow patterned jacket replies that he heard good things about their clothes and wanted to see for himself. The man compliments Shi-hyuk on his sweet relationship with his younger sibling, and they shake hands warmly. Nicole arrives and is stunned to recognize the man as Chairman Ujwal of an Indian textile council, who simply nods in confirmation. As Nicole expresses disbelief, Shi-hyuk realizes the man's visit is tied to a new agreement between India and the Korean textile industry. Nicole and another man are seen laughing and chatting animatedly with Chairman Ujwal. A colleague identifies the other man as the chairman of the Korean Textile Industry Association and offers to get Shi-hyuk an interpreter. Chairman Ujwal, however, specifically requests that Shi-hyuk be the one to guide him, leaving Shi-hyuk completely taken aback. Flustered and surprised, Shi-hyuk internally shouts, "Me?" With a playful and endearing expression, Chairman Ujwal kindly asks if Shi-hyuk will guide him. Rising to the occasion, Shi-hyuk begins the tour, explaining Harbini's diverse range of eco-friendly, cultural, and advanced fashion materials. As the chairman considers where to start, Shi-hyuk internally cautions himself not to be deceived by the man's relaxed appearance. Shi-hyuk mentally reviews cultural nuances in business communication, noting how interpretations of time can differ greatly. He pauses, momentarily baffled, and wondering where this sudden specific knowledge is coming from. Shi-hyuk quickly deduces that Chairman Ujwal's true interest lies not in fashion, but in textile technology and development. With a flash of insight, a new strategy forms in Shi-hyuk's determined mind. Shi-hyuk calls out to Chairman Ujwal, getting his attention. He presents a sample of an ultra-thin coated textile, highlighting its potential for use even in the medical field. Shihyuk adds that Harbini's patented technology boosts production efficiency, impressing Chairman Ujwal. Their conversation is interrupted as Siha runs up, excitedly offering an ice cream cone to a surprised Shihyuk. In a disastrous moment, the ice cream slips and splatters all over the sleeve of Shihyuk's designer jacket. Seeing the chairman's concern, Shihyuk quickly waves it off, assuring him that everything is fine. He calmly explains that his outfit is made from the same advanced material and grabs a wet tissue to demonstrate. With a quick wipe, the sticky pink stain begins to lift from the fabric. The stain vanishes completely, amazing both Chairman Ujwal and Siha, who looks on in wide-eyed wonder. Chairman Ujwal is visibly impressed, realizing the technology could solve major hygiene issues with less water and cost. Eager to proceed, the chairman requests more practical discussions, prompting a thrilled Nichold to give Shihyuk a triumphant thumbs up. Seizing the moment, Siha makes a small money sign with his fingers and innocently asks, "How much do you pay?" He asks Nichold directly, whose jaw drops in comical shock. Nichold lets out a flustered, nervous laugh at the toddler's blunt business inquiry. With the successful meeting concluded, Shihyuk stretches and breathes a sigh of relief, finally able to relax. Nichold approaches, gratefully telling Shihyuk that the contract with Chairman Ujwal means they've achieved nearly all their goals. Not letting up, Siha asks Nico again about payment, making Nichold laugh and promise to pay while remarking how alike the brothers are. Announcing it's time to head back, Nichold thanks them, and Shihyuk agrees to take their leave. As Shihyuk prepares to leave with Siha, Alyssa says she's staying behind to browse the fabrics at the venue a bit longer. From behind a closing door, Alyssa wishes Shihyuk and Siha farewell. The scene transitions to the bright, modern exterior of a storage facility. A notification on Shihyuk's phone confirms that Harbini's has transferred his interpreting fee. Now, at a wholesale store, a smiling Shihyuk looks at his phone, relieved by the money and planning to spoil Siha. Peeking from behind an aisle, Siha happily calls out for his hyung, pointing to a shelf of toys. Shihyuk asks Siha if he wants a new one to celebrate. Shihyuk decides that since they accomplished something great, a toy is a fitting reward. Siha returns with his arms completely full of stuffed animals, surprising Shihyuk, who asks if it isn't a bit much. When Siha explains the toys are gifts for his friends, Shihyuk gently reminds him they are only shopping for Siha. Siha confidently tells his brother that he has money, leaving Shihyuk confused. A close-up shows the colorful array of plushies Siha has gathered for his friends. Blushing with pride, Shihyuk marvels at Siha's early grasp of finance and his generous heart, calling him a genius and an angel. In a burst of emotion, Shihyuk thinks to himself how proud he is of his amazing Siha. Transitioning to the daycare, a stuffed chick announces it's a gift for the teacher. Siha presents the toy to his teacher, who is overcome with joy and touched by his sweet gesture. Wow! The other children excitedly thank Siha for their presents as he looks on shyly. As Shihyuk leaves the daycare, Siha and his teacher wave goodbye. The teacher cheerfully rallies the class, announcing it's time for the day's activity. Pointing to Children's Day on the calendar, the teacher suggests the kids invite their families to a festival. She explains to the eager children that they will be making invitation cards for their families. Siha concentrates intensely, pen in hand, as he begins working on his card. The teacher kindly offers to help Siha by showing him how to write his name. She carefully demonstrates how to write the name Siha on a piece of paper. Looking up from his desk, Siha instead asks her how to write his hyung's name. Much to her confusion, obliging his request, she writes Sihyuk, which makes Siha excitedly call out his brother's name. Siha carefully writes on his own card, practicing the initials LSH. He has a sudden epiphany, realizing with a gasp that his and Shihyuk's initials are the same. Leaning back proudly, Siha looks accomplished while the teacher playfully says, "No." Shaking his head, Siha insists that he and his hyung are not the same, leaving the teacher amused by his determination. A close-up reveals a child's cute drawing of a penguin. While other children argue over who is a better drawer, Siha quietly observes them. A little girl named Hana confidently tells a confused Siha that she'll treat him well after she marries his brother. The teacher smiles fondly, thinking it's another peaceful day as the children draw together. Siha's finished card is revealed, featuring a charming penguin and the initials LSH. When Shi-hyuk arrives to pick him up, he is surprised and impressed that Siha made the invitation card himself. Looking at the card, Shi-hyuk correctly guesses that the initials LSH must stand for Lee Siha. Siha proudly tells his brother their initials are the same, and Shi-hyuk praises his excellent writing. Shi-hyuk is confused to find two other invitations addressed to Singjun and Hana in his possession. Siha eagerly tells his young to invite, prompting Shi-hyuk to wonder if the cards got mixed up. As Shi-hyuk examines the unexpected invitations, Siha insists they must go since they were invited. A text from the twins' mom confirms the invitation, asking if Shi-hyuk and Siha would like to visit. Stunned, Shi-hyuk realizes that receiving the invitations was not a mistake after all. Siha beams with excitement, reaching out to his brother as he cheerfully repeats, "Invite." A flashback shows the teacher announcing the plan to make invitation cards for their families. In the flashback, Hana and a spiky-haired boy named Sungjun are seen drawing at their desks. Hana declares that marrying Shi-hyuk will make him family, causing a shocked Sungjun to ponder the new family dynamic. A cute chibi drawing illustrates the potential friendship between Shi-hyuk and Sungjun. Inspired, Sungjun decides he will also send his invitation to Shi-hyuk. The scene shifts to the twins' apartment building as their father announces his arrival home. Hana and Sungjun rush excitedly to greet their father, who lovingly calls them his little treasures. At the ferry terminal, the woman with the children holds up their tickets, while Shi-hyuk suggests they find something to do before boarding. Her two children, a boy and a girl, eagerly tell their mom they want to participate in what they see. Their attention is caught by a large banner advertising an on-site registration for a Drawing King contest. The contest boasts impressive prizes, including a luxurious hotel stay and a gourmet meal voucher. Shi-hyuk thoughtfully considers the contest, believing Siha's artistic talent could win them first place. The group decides on a perfect spot by the water to sit down and draw. The woman tells Shi-hyuk she's taking Hana to the restroom for a moment, and he agrees to watch the boys. Left with Siha and Seong-jun, Shi-hyuk smiles and asks his little brother what they should draw. Thump! A black sketchbook, decorated with a spiderweb, is suddenly slammed down on their bench. The sudden appearance of the sketchbook startles both Siha and Seong-jun. An aggressive voice from off-panel shouts at them to move, leaving the two boys confused. A tough-looking boy in a baseball cap appears, arrogantly claiming the spot and ordering the little kid to leave. The boy repeats his demand for Siha to get out of the way. He then cruelly tells Siha that he stinks and should leave before he gets taught a lesson. Sungjun defends Siha, insisting he doesn't smell bad and actually smells like ice cream, but the bully yells that he reeks. The bully then turns his insults to Shi-hyuk, judging his clothes and calling him a lowlife, which shocks Shi-hyuk. Confronted by Shi-hyuk, the defiant boy refuses to cooperate. Annoyed, Shi-hyuk glares down at the boy, who mockingly sticks his tongue out. The boy's large father arrives, and his son immediately points to Shi-hyuk, calling him a lowlife. As Sang-jun leaps to Siha's defense, a furious Shi-hyuk decides he cannot let the insult slide. Shi-hyuk calmly confronts the father, explaining that his son called them lowlives, and requests an apology. The father responds with a smug, dismissive expression. He offers a sarcastic, insincere apology, asking Shi-hyuk if he's happy now, which leaves Shi-hyuk stunned. The father then scolds his son, Suntae, not for being rude, but for talking to someone annoying, bewildering Shi-hyuk. As the father and son walk away, Shi-hyuk is left in disbelief, wondering if they are even human. The woman and Hana return, and Seong-jun explains that some mean people insulted Siha and Shi-hyuk. She tries to comfort them, advising them not to let such people bother them. Seong-jun and Hana angrily recount the insults, shouting that they called Shi-hyuk a lowlife and said Siha stinks. The woman gently scolds them for repeating such bad words. She advises Shi-hyuk to just forget it, and he pretends he's not bothered by the incident. Channeling his frustration, Shi-hyuk passionately declares they will draw an amazing picture, revealing he was indeed bothered. The scene shifts to a lovely, peaceful view of the park by the river. Inspired, Seong-jun decides to draw the boat, while Hana chooses to draw the river. Siha sits quietly for a moment, thinking about what he wants to draw. He observes his surroundings, watching happy families walking through the park. His eyes follow another family, and a man walking his dog, taking in the joyful scenes. With his crayon poised, Siha quietly says the word, "Mom?" to himself. He proudly presents his finished piece, a whimsical drawing of a boat playing soccer on the river. Hana shows off her drawing of the river kissing the sky, which impresses Seongjun. The beautiful, dreamlike image of a sailboat on a serene sea is reflected in an eye. Siha suddenly grows frustrated with his work and scribbles on his own head with a crayon. However, Seongjun and Hana are in awe of Siha's other, more detailed drawing, exclaiming how well drawn it is. Shihyuk praises all the children for their great work and suggests they take a photo with their drawings. Click. A photo is taken of the three proud children, happily holding up their artwork. Shihyuk and the woman watch them fondly, agreeing that they are absolutely adorable. Later, aboard the ferry, the children lean over the railing, shouting with excitement as the boat starts moving. Without warning, a seagull swoops down and snatches a snack right from Siha's hand. The huge bird startles everyone, and a frightened Hana begins to cry. Shihyuk comforts the crying girl, picking her up and noting she's more scared than he realized. Music begins to play on the ferry, and as Siha looks on curiously, Seongjun excitedly exclaims that he knows the song. A promotional poster displays a crowned penguin hero with a sword, alongside a muscular, bald man flexing, introducing the penguin monster. On a ferry, Siha sits on Shihyuk's shoulders, excitedly pointing out his favorite character, Penguin Monster, as they approach a large cutout. As a costumed mascot flexes nearby, Siha is captivated by its display of power and muscles, while Shihyuk looks on, slightly confused. Shihyuk watches the mascot character pose for an adoring crowd, suddenly recognizing the familiar voice and powerful build. With a flash of recognition, Siha points excitedly at the mascot, shouting out the name Baekdong, a muscular man with brown hair waves happily, greeting Siha and Hyungnim. As Shihyuk realizes he was right about the man in the costume, Siha joyfully reaches out with a happy ah. On the deck of the ferry, Shihyuk holds Siha as they are greeted by a large man in a suit who calls them Hyungnim and Siha. The man, identified as Dongwon, holds the mascot head and cheerfully explains he dressed nicely for work, prompting Shihyuk to question his choice of a suit. In a cute doodle, Shihyuk tells a laughing Dongwon that he looks more scary than nice, as bystanders whisper about him possibly being a gangster. As they walk along the deck, Shihyuk asks where they're headed, and Dongwon explains the drawing contest's award ceremony is about to begin. An announcer takes the stage to begin the awards ceremony for the 7th Children's Day Han River Ferry Drawing King competition. Waiting in the audience, Dongwon clenches his fists, admitting he's more nervous than the children, while Shihyuk tells him to be quiet. Dongwon stumbles in surprise, nearly knocking over Shihyuk, who is holding Siha on his shoulders. The announcer's lengthy preamble is cut short by an impatient man in the crowd, demanding he get to the point, forcing the announcer to nervously proceed. Noticing a strange vibe, Siha asks if there's something dirty nearby, and a weary Shihyuk confirms that there is. As they wait, Shihyuk and Dongwon discuss Siha's chances, with Dongwon confidently declaring that Siha is sure to win the grand prize. Riding on his brother's shoulders, Siha calls out to a distracted Shihyuk to get his attention. Shihyuk and Siha stand before the stage, as the announcer declares that the future of the country's art scene is bright, leaving Shihyuk wondering. The announcer gazes at a piece of art, announcing that this particular child is the one who drew it. The announcer unveils a breathtakingly detailed painting of an eye reflecting a seascape, marveling at how a child could create such an insane piece. A close-up reveals the incredible detail of the painting, with the announcer specifically pointing out the stunning single eye. A judge poetically interprets the single eye as a symbol of unity, but a thought bubble reveals Siha's true motive. Drawing one eye was simply easier. The announcer continues his deep analysis, suggesting the faintly drawn boat in the reflection symbolizes how even the day's events will become a vague memory. The judges confer, with one woman insisting the piece deserves an award and suggesting the grand prize, while the announcer ponders the decision. The judges debate giving the experimental piece the grand prize, worrying about controversy from parents, and one suggests the gold award as a compromise. The announcer, deeply moved and blushing, feels he is witnessing a historic moment in Korean art, while Siha looks up at him with innocent confusion. After the announcement, the judge asks Siha for a few words about winning the award, as two other children glower angrily in the background. Siha responds by proudly giving a big thumbs up, accompanied by enthusiastic up graphics. Reaching towards one of the disgruntled boys, Siha gives a thumbs up, but the boy looks confused by the gesture. Siha dramatically turns his thumb down, declaring, "You lose," as a gloomy aura surrounds him. Urgh. The losing boy and his father fume with anger, while Shi-hyuk internally praises Siha for putting them in their place. As a voice congratulates him, Siha proudly walks off with his award certificate and a box of chocolates. Dongwon praises Siha's gold award, though he insists it should have been the grand prize, while Shi-hyuk celebrates their new buffet voucher. Shi-hyuk invites Dongwon to join them for the buffet, and Siha kindly offers his prize to him, which Dongwon happily accepts. Shi-hyuk tells Dongwon to head on, explaining he needs to contact the twins' mom as Siha waves goodbye. Suddenly, the boy who lost storms past, yelling, "Hey, you lowlife," at a startled Siha. The angry boy confronts them, pointing accusingly, while a frightened Siha grabs onto his brother's pant leg. The boy's father arrives, aggressively yelling at Shi-hyuk and demanding to know how he raises his child. Shi-hyuk calmly tells the man not to yell, but the man retorts that the evidence is clear and questions why a kid would make such gestures unprovoked. Startled, Siha flinches as the man accuses him of mocking them. Annoyed, Shi-hyuk thinks to himself that this is exactly why he avoids people like this, and laments the man's decision to escalate the situation. Shi-hyuk firmly tells the man to focus on his own parenting, pointing out that children learn to call people lowlives from adults, enraging him further. The enraged man puffs out his chest, threateningly asking Shi-hyuk if he knows who he is and if he wants to escalate the conflict. As the man lunges forward, Dongwon's hand suddenly appears, grabbing his tie and coolly apologizing for the interruption. Dongwon wraps an arm around the now terrified man, smiling menacingly as he suggests they leave because the kids are waiting. Shi-hyuk asks if something happened, and Dongwon, still holding the sweating man, smoothly replies that they were just talking through a small issue. The man trembles in fear, realizing Dongwon's intimidating presence means trouble, as Dongwon ominously says the issue isn't resolved yet. Dongwon leans in with a sinister smile, offering to help the man talk it out, which sends him into a full-blown panic. The terrified man frantically apologizes, promising to educate his son properly before bolting away, as his child calls for him to wait. Watching the man flee, Dongwon asks why he ran, while Shi-hyuk thinks to himself that the issue was only resolved because of Dongwon's intimidating appearance. As Dongwon cheerfully waves them off, Shi-hyuk smiles, silently crediting Dongwon for handling the situation. Just then, the twins' family arrives, with their mother suggesting they all head to the buffet together, much to Songjin's visible annoyance. A glorious spread of buffet food is showcased, featuring lobster, desserts, salads, and sparkling drinks. At the table, the twins' mother thanks Siha for the meal as Dongwon and Songjin chant "muscles," prompting a confused Siha to ask about Musclesman. Hana proudly shows Shi-hyuk her singing competition award, and he praises her for the amazing achievement. While Dongwon gives a delighted Songjin an airplane ride, Siha gives Hana a thumbs up, which she takes as praise for her singing as Shi-hyuk reflects on how well everyone is getting along. After the meal, the two families part ways with warm goodbyes and thanks. Back home, Shi-hyuk holds a sleeping Siha and thanks Dongwon for his hard work that day. Dongwon brushes off the thanks, happy he got to eat expensive food, while Shi-hyuk decides to save the cake he made for a sleeping Siha for the next day. As they walk, Shi-hyuk tells Dongwon not to worry about paying him back, but Dongwon insists on viewing his help as payment for the cake. Dongwon reminisces about always wanting gifts as a child, and Shi-hyuk agrees that's typical for kids. With a knowing look, Shi-hyuk quietly thinks to himself that kids don't always want gifts. A confused Dongwon questions this, but Shi-hyuk cryptically explains that it depends on who is giving the gift. The scene transitions to a quiet city street under a bright full moon. In a flashback, a young Shi-hyuk stares silently at a Children's Day gift sent from his mom. Without opening it, the young Shi-hyuk coldly throws the gift straight into the trash as his father watches in shock. His father recalls how Shi-hyuk angrily declared he didn't need a gift from his mom, realizing the boy's pain was a ticking time bomb. The father gently coaxes his crying son, asking Shi-hyuk to look at him and check out his own gift instead. He presents a strawberry cake, explaining he bought it after seeing Shi-hyuk staring at one in a shop window. Thankfully, the cake cheered Shi-hyuk up, and his father then asked his son if there was anywhere he wanted to go. The young Shi-hyuk lovingly replied that he just wanted to stay with his dad all day. The father's narration concludes as he admits he later learned Shi-hyuk only cared about the bear figurine on the cake, acknowledging his own cluelessness. Back in the present, Shi-hyuk lies in bed, lost in thought as the morning sun streams in. He feels a heavy weight on his chest and looks down to find Siha sleeping soundly on top of him. Ah! Shi-hyuk gasps, startled and amused by his little brother's presence. Shihyuk tries to wake the soundly sleeping Siha, who just snores and mumbles to be left alone. Changing tactics, Shihyuk tempts him by saying Uncle Baekdong is coming for cake, causing Siha to instantly wake up at the mention of his favorite treat. Baekdong arrives with a gift, and a now wide-awake Siha excitedly calls out his name. Shihyuk welcomes him and asks about the gift bag, which Baekdong reveals is a pronunciation practice device from his voice actor training days. The device is a cute toy laptop featuring a character named Chika, designed to help practice sounds and record the user's voice. Shihyuk is impressed, realizing Baekdong's success came from thorough and dedicated practice from the very basics. On the screen, the character Chika prompts Siha to repeat the phrase, "Today is." Siha mispronounces the phrase, and the character gently corrects him, emphasizing snack. Day. Siha's eyes sparkle as he brightly combines his favorite words, exclaiming, "Snack cake." A close-up shows Siha's delighted face as he happily repeats the word cake. While Baekdong looks flustered by the failed lesson, Shihyuk chuckles and reassures him that nobody's perfect from the start. Shihyuk reveals the real cake, decorated with a penguin named Pepe, and Siha squeals with joy. In a cute doodle, Baekdong excitedly snaps photos of the handmade cake as Siha proudly calls it a Pepe cake. When Shihyuk prepares to cut the cake, Siha firmly says no, perfectly pronouncing the word and impressing Baekdong. Baekdong cleverly suggests they eat around the edges to preserve the penguin decoration on top. Oops. In his attempt to get a slice from the side, Baekdong's fork accidentally impales the Pepe decoration. Siha's face crumples in horror, tears streaming as he cries out for the damaged Pepe. Panicking, Baekdong tries to console the crying Siha by offering him the piece of cake. As Siha wails that Pepe is hurt, a frantic Baekdong turns to Shihyuk, desperately asking what to do. Shihyuk calmly reassures Siha, promising to make him another penguin cake next time, which seems to placate the little boy. Baekdong apologizes profusely, but Shihyuk brushes it off, saying it's fine as long as Siha is happy and eating. Overwhelmed with relief and lingering guilt, Baekdong bursts into comical tears as Shihyuk watches with a calm smile. Later, while having coffee, Baekdong laments that he feels like he almost had it but missed, and Shihyuk agrees it was a shame. Shihyuk muses that he thought Dongwon was talented, but a dejected Baekdong concludes that some things just come down to talent. While holding a cup of coffee, Dongwon admits that seeing an admired friend get accepted into a program made him feel small. Shihyuk, also holding a mug, compares the experience to coffee, explaining that at first you can't tell if it's bitter or sweet, but then it becomes clear. As Dongwon gets up with a jolt, Shihyuk calmly tells him to take his time. Holding up his phone, Shihyuk asks Dongkwon if he can do English dubbing, confidently stating that he's practiced and is pretty good at it. Shihyuk gives a knowing smile, phone still in hand, as he waits for a reaction. At the Kokon Company building, someone suggests adding a trailer video for the upcoming overseas launch. In an office, an employee proposes a flashy trailer to attract overseas readers, and the CEO agrees but notes they'll need an English-speaking voice actor. The employee confidently states he's already found the voice actors, but the CEO questions his authority to make that decision. The employee proudly presents a drawing of Shihyuk, explaining that he introduced an aspiring voice actor, much to the CEO's surprise. A flashback highlights Shihyuk's recent success as an interpreter at a textile expo, where he secured contracts with foreign buyers. The employee gushes about following Shihyuk's updates and suggests recruiting such a versatile person for their overseas business division. Bragging that his wife finds his clinginess thrilling, the employee suggests that working with Shihyuk will naturally draw him into their company. Bam! He strikes a pose, dramatically outlining his plan to slowly tame Shihyuk before making their move. The CEO yells at him to get back to work, and the employee cheerfully agrees. Overlooking the city, a hopeful thought expresses the desire for Shihyuk to join their company. At a recording studio, a shy Siha bows politely as a staff member gushes over how adorable he is. The sound engineer introduces herself and asks them to wait while they set up, and Shihyuk politely responds. Siha curiously reaches for the keyboard, and Shihyuk calls out his name in gentle warning. The sound engineer reassures Shihyuk that it's fine since the setup is saved, impressing him as he lifts Siha away. Shihyuk tells Siha it's okay to touch the equipment, and the engineer promises the recording process will be even cooler to watch. As two male voice actors arrive, the engineer announces their presence and says they can watch from the side. From the observation room, the engineer asks Dongwon if he has studio recording experience, and he confirms he's done some freelancing. Dongwon sincerely thanks Shihik for the opportunity, excited to gain experience and see professionals at work, including one from a station he applied to. Dongwon speculates that the veteran voice actor's salary is probably over 100 million won, and Shihik whispers an impressed, "Wow." Sparkling with excitement, Shihik turns to Sinha and asks if he wants to become a voice actor. The sound engineer chuckles, noting that Siha seems more interested in being a sound engineer. In the recording booth, Shihik and Dongwon review their scripts, with Shihik stating he'll handle the narration and protagonist roles. The two veteran voice actors wonder why the freelancers are still there, guessing they must be curious about the process. A narration box dramatically sets the scene as a character named Mujin plants his sword into the ground at sunset. While Dongwon passionately reads his lines, Shihik watches from the side with a pleased smile, thinking he's good. Siha sits attentively in his chair, completely captivated by the performance. Looking over the script, Shihik thoughtfully considers how to best explain something to Dongwon. Shihik offers to perform Dongwon's part as a demonstration, and Dongwon agrees to learn the English lines from him. A voice from the control room suggests they work on Dongwon's pronunciation, and the engineer agrees to pause the recording. The blonde actor is surprised to see a senior colleague, Hyul, who explains he's a big fan of the writer, Song Taek-soo. Hyul smiles, adding that he proudly owns the entire collection of the writer's work at home. The two chat about being fans, with Hyul lamenting his weak English skills now the freelancers are handling the recording. The blonde actor suggests that as fans, they should stay and see if the recording goes well. Hyul complains about his company's difficult hiring process, which was further complicated by government pressure to hire another person for a youth initiative. Annoyed, Hyul continues to vent about the headache of having to call back candidates who were already rejected. Peeking into the booth, Hyul is surprised to recognize Dongwon as one of the candidates from the final interview. In the booth, Dongwon delivers a powerful line with dramatic flair, declaring he is the greatest and cannot die in vain. Watching through the glass, Hyul reflects on how hard it was to reject the candidates, and now he has to choose one more. Jihyuk asks the engineer if he can try recording alone, and she agrees, leaving the two observers confused. The two veteran voice actors are left speechless, as Jihyuk flawlessly delivers both the narration and the protagonist's emotional lines. Hale listens with a serious expression as his colleague mutters that if freelancers are this good, his own career might be in danger. Hale remarks that Jihyuk is even more unbelievable, prompting a confused Dongwon to ask why. Hale explains that he can hear two separate sound waves, noting that initially two voices were overlapping with slight differences in timing and pitch. Standing before a monitor showing perfectly synced sound waves, Hale smiles grimly and declares that Jihyuk is a learning monster. In a comedic doodle, Hale sweats while his colleague looks stunned, as he thinks about how Dongwon's impressive physique is already monstrous enough. A man with spiky brown hair speculates that picking an additional hire won't be difficult, then reconsiders. A man with light brown hair boasts about his years of experience to a senior, while a blonde man agrees that his momentum is unstoppable. Jihyuk peeks through a doorway in his Nerda sweatshirt, thanking someone for their hard work as Siha waits below. A man named Baek Dongwon greets voice actor Park Hyul, who in turn compliments Dongwon's top-notch skills. A blushing Park Hyul is surprised Dongwon remembered his name, but Dongwon and a blonde man praise his talent. Watching the lively group, Jihyuk notes the energetic atmosphere that comes from having everyone in the same field together. Siha says the word monster, and Jihyuk leans down asking if his little brother wants to watch cartoons. Siha calls out to Jihyuk Hyungnim, getting his brother's immediate and curious attention. Park Hyul fervently grasps Jihyuk's hands, passionately declaring that it's all thanks to him. A confused Jihyuk asks what he means while a wide-eyed Siha looks on. As they walk, Hyul explains that additional candidates will be selected, which surprises Jihyuk. Hyul mentions the broadcasting station will be in touch, and Jihyuk hopefully suggests that Hyul might get picked this time. Jihyuk sincerely wishes Hyul well, telling him he worked hard, and Hyul gratefully thanks his young Nim. As Jihyuk reacts positively to the news, Siha joyfully throws his arms out and exclaims, "Coco!" At the daycare, a narrator announces that it is Parents' Day. A blonde teacher tells the class they're going to make carnations to thank their parents, and the children cheer in agreement. The teacher instructs the children to line up for their arts and crafts materials. The smiling teacher begins handing out red paper cutouts to the waiting children. The teacher looks thoughtfully at Siha, wondering how to best help him with the activity. Siha tells the teacher he wants to make sthi, leaving her to wonder if he means the number 3. Holding up 3 fingers, Siha confirms he wants 3, which touches the teacher's heart, and she agrees to help him. Overhearing this, 2 other children eagerly declare they will also make 3, much to Siha's confusion. The other children reveal one of their carnations is for Shiyuk, leaving the teacher speechless. The teacher gently redirects a boy named Sungjun, telling him to make 1 carnation for his mom and 1 for his dad. Sungjun and a little girl both protest, insisting they only need 2 each. Laughing, the teacher agrees to give them 2 materials each but firmly says no to 3, and the children cheer. The teacher smiles, thinking to herself that she had planned to give everyone 2 anyway, as the children happily celebrate. Holding up a red paper cutout, the teacher demonstrates how to layer and glue the pieces together. As the children watch intently, she explains that drawing a picture on it completes the craft. She shows off a finished carnation with a heart on it, which the children admire, and asks if they're ready to start. Siha proudly holds up his 3 finished carnations. Siha imagines giving a carnation to his brother, picturing Shahyuk's touched and overjoyed reaction. The teacher reminds the children that the carnations are gifts for their parents, not for them to wear. Ignoring the instruction, the children have already put the carnations on themselves, making the teacher laugh. The daycare is cheerfully decorated with a balloon arch and a banner for Parents' Day. 2 children run excitedly toward their parents, shouting for their mom and dad. The children give their mother a carnation, thanking her for giving them life, and then turn to their father. The little girl announces that the other carnation is for Shihyuk, shocking her dad. The father complains that she used to want to marry him, but the girl swoons, saying Shihyuk is handsome and stylish. The flustered father yells, "No," and drags his daughter away, claiming an urgent matter came up as Siha watches them leave. The daycare staff watch Siha with pity, realizing he has no parents to give his carnations to, and noting that Shihyuk is late. A determined footstep lands as someone runs forward, shouting Siha's name. Ah! Holding his 3 carnations, Siha looks up with a sad, startled expression. Shihyuk rushes toward the daycare, calling out for his little brother. Siha's face lights up as he runs toward Shihyuk, happily shouting, "Brother!" and holding up his gifts. Shihyuk kneels down to embrace Siha, apologizing for being so late. Siha presents the 3 colorful carnation necklaces he made, and Shihyuk looks at them, puzzled. Siha explains the carnations are for brother, mom, dad, as he lovingly places one around Shihyuk's neck. Wearing the carnation, Shihyuk smiles warmly as Siha hugs him tightly. A cute drawing shows a surprised Shihyuk wearing the gifts while Siha giggles with delight. Shihyuk playfully asks Siha if the carnation he's wearing looks funny. A blonde woman in an apron snaps a photo, asking Shihyuk about the carnation on his shoulder as he explains that Siha can be quirky. A Polaroid photo captures a happy moment between Shihyuk and Siha, who flashes a peace sign. At daycare, a boy with spiky hair points a toy camera at Siha while the teacher asks if they are having fun. The teacher smiles and asks the children to give a warm greeting. The spiky-haired boy stretches his arms wide, happily starting his greeting. Ah! The teacher looks on in confusion as 3 boys, including Siha, suddenly point at each other in shock. Siha points, recognizing a boy from a soccer game, who then introduces himself as Jongho. A little girl with pigtails looks confused, wondering who the new boy is. As Jongho says it's been a while, the girl asks what activity they'll be doing. The teacher announces today's activity, and Jongho's expression sinks into utter despair. For the puppet show, Siha holds up a penguin puppet, proudly calling it Pepe. The spiky-haired boy roars with the lion puppet, while a girl named Hana introduces her giraffe puppet. With his arms crossed, Jongho smugly informs Hana that giraffes don't make that sound. Pointing at Siha, Jongho mocks the penguin puppet as a cartoon character and asks if he's ever even been to a zoo. Jongho laughs, continuing to tease Siha for never having visited the zoo. He presses further, asking if Siha's mom doesn't take him to the zoo. Siha's eyes widen with sadness as he quietly thinks of his mom. Hana jumps to Siha's defense, angrily pointing at Jongho and telling him not to tease her friend. Shaking her fist, Hana warns Jongho that she won't let him get away with messing with Siha. She proudly declares that Siha has a super handsome older brother, much to Jung-ho's annoyance. The argument escalates as Jung-ho grabs Hana, prompting another boy to shout, "Let go of my little sister!" The teacher rushes in, yelling for the children to stop and reminding them that friends shouldn't fight. When Shi-hyuk arrives, the teacher explains that Siha was in a big fight, though thankfully she stopped it from getting worse. She sighs, admitting that while Jung-ho started the teasing, she still had to give Siha a warning. The three children involved in the fight, a spiky-haired boy, Siha, and Hana, sit together on a bench, pouting furiously. While walking home, Shi-hyuk gently holds Siha's hand and asks if he wants to go to the zoo. Siha's face lights up as he happily agrees, and Shi-hyuk decides they should buy some new clothes first. Pointing excitedly, Siha imagines himself in a full Pepe Penguin costume. Shi-hyuk gently explains that the penguin outfit is too warm for the weather, causing Siha to start sulking. Inside a bustling shopping mall, Shi-hyuk looks overwhelmed, wishing he had researched where to go beforehand. As Siha tugs on his hand, Shi-hyuk admits he's not confident about picking clothes when a familiar voice calls their names. A blonde woman, Alyssa, greets them warmly, and an excited Siha runs to give her a hug. Alyssa, a fashion design student, explains she's at the mall to check out a clothing store. Seizing the opportunity, a hopeful Shi-hyuk asks Alyssa if she would help him pick out some clothes for Siha. Alyssa enthusiastically agrees, quickly scooping up Siha to start their shopping adventure. Siha poses in an adorable new outfit, complete with a teddy bear shirt and a matching barrier hat. So cute. Alyssa and a store employee clasp their hands, completely captivated by how adorable Siha looks. The impromptu fashion show continues, with Siha modeling a smart, studious look and a cool, stylish one. While the adults admire him, Siha looks utterly exhausted from trying on so many outfits. Siha tugs on Shi-hyuk's pants, calling for his Hyung to get his attention. He excitedly points to a particular outfit, and Shi-hyuk agrees to let him try that one on too. Siha beams with delight while modeling a blue penguin-themed raincoat and matching boots. Shi-hyuk happily declares that Siha looks best as Pepe and decides to buy the outfit, to Siha's joy. With their shopping bags in hand, Shi-hyuk thanks Alyssa for her help and suggests they all go eat. The scene shifts to a close-up of a steaming, delicious bowl of Korean fish cake soup. More mouth-watering food appears, including spicy rice cakes and blood sausage. The trio sits down to eat, with Shi-hyuk insisting a proper meal after shopping is the best reward. After their meal, Alyssa surprises Shi-hyuk by ordering a huge dessert platter, complete with a waffle, fruit skewers, and a decadent drink. Yummy! Siha happily eats a fruit skewer, flanked by a smiling Shi-hyuk and Alyssa, who are also enjoying their own snacks. The sweet treats continue with a delicious-looking ice cream cone and strawberry pastry as Siha smiles contentedly. A delightful spread of cookies and candies floats across the screen, capping off their dessert feast. As Shi-hyuk carries a sleeping Siha and waves goodbye, he thanks Alyssa for a wonderful day, and she waves back, telling him she'll see him next time. Sunlight streams through lush green leaves against a bright blue sky, signaling the start of a new, beautiful day. The scene shifts to the entrance of a large, modern-looking zoo. Wow! Inside the zoo, Siha, dressed in his new bear-themed overalls, excitedly waves and calls out to his friends, Seungjun and Hana. Seungjun, in a green dinosaur hoodie, and Hana, wearing bunny ears, happily run toward them, calling out to Siha and Shi-hyuk oppa. A woman with brown hair worries they're intruding, explaining her kids kept whining to come, but Shi-hyuk kindly reassures her that it's okay. Thanking him, the woman agrees to join them, and the three children run ahead into the zoo together. The group enters the bustling zoo, passing by a cotton candy stand and other families enjoying the day. Shi-hyuk holds up a pamphlet, announcing a special event at the zoo, immediately catching the children's curious attention. He explains that the person who finds a lost comb for the fox will receive a gift, intriguing the kids. The pamphlet shows a cute drawing of a fox combing its tail with the title, "Find the Fox's Comb." In a cartoon panel, the fox looks distressed, realizing it has lost its precious comb. In another panel, a cartoon chicken appears to be the culprit who took the comb. Ooh! Shi-hyuk clarifies that another animal took the comb, and the three children listen with wide-eyed amazement. Fired up with excitement, the three kids throw their arms in the air, all shouting, "Let's find it!" Shi-hyuk thoughtfully examines the pamphlet, trying to decide where their treasure hunt should begin. With Hana declaring the monkey suspicious, the group decides to head to the monkey enclosure first. Upon arriving at the enclosure, the children excitedly point at the monkeys. As Shihyuk points out a monkey that stole a banana, Seongjun confidently declares that the monkey must be the culprit. Shihyuk unfolds another clue from the pamphlet to see if they are correct. A cartoon shows the fox asking the monkey for its comb, but the monkey cheekily replies with an image of a lion's mane. Realizing the lion is the new suspect, the adults decide that's their next stop as the excited children rush ahead. The kids press against the glass of the lion enclosure, accusing the lounging lion of being the culprit, while Siha cutely calls Brother Lion bad. Having found another clue, Hana and Seongjun eagerly present it to Shihyuk, urging him to read it. Magnificent Tiger suddenly lets out a fierce roar, its powerful face filling the frame. Gee guys, the three terrified children immediately grab onto Shihyuk's legs, crying for help and protection. Shihyuk reads the clue, explaining that the tough tiger doesn't have the comb because it doesn't use one, leaving the kids baffled. A narration box over a map shows their journey through the zoo, passing the crocodile, elephant, rabbit, and hippo enclosures. The scene focuses on a black and white penguin standing proudly. Siha's eyes sparkle as he excitedly points towards the penguin exhibit, shouting his favorite character's name, Pepe. Arriving at the penguin enclosure, Siha runs up to a penguin statue, happily greeting Pepe and confirming his love for the animal. The woman suggests they stay and watch the upcoming penguin feeding, and Shihyuk agrees it's a great idea. A zookeeper addresses the crowd, explaining that the penguins will come out when she blows her whistle. Shihyuk amusingly imagines a regal penguin king, complete with a crown and sword, as he holds a baby in his hoodie. A real penguin appears, and Siha stares in absolute wonder, his eyes sparkling with delight. Quack! Two penguins waddle out from their den, and Siha leans forward in captivated silence. Overjoyed, Siha babbles excitedly, calling out different names and sounds for the penguins as a laughing Shihyuk holds him. Holding a smiling Siha, Shihyuk watches the penguins, remarking how cool they are. Siha continues to happily babble penguin sounds, and Shihyuk smiles, glad that his little brother is having so much fun. Hana interrupts the moment, holding up their clue booklet and telling Shihyuk Oppa to read it. As Shihyuk jokingly asks if the penguin is the culprit, Siha immediately panics, shouting, "Brother, no!" to defend his favorite animal. Siha earnestly pets an imaginary penguin, insisting that Pepe is good. Stomping his foot, Siha adamantly declares, "Pepe, bad, no!" Finding it adorable, Shihyuk agrees the penguin didn't take it. Exhausted from the search, Seongjun and Hana sit on the ground, wondering who the real culprit could be. The woman points toward an ice cream stand and suggests they think while eating, an idea the kids enthusiastically support. The children happily munch on their ice cream cones, while Shihyuk watches them fondly, thinking how cute they are. Their adventure continues as they arrive at the giraffe enclosure, the last animal on their list. At the giraffe enclosure, Hana and Seongjun demand the giraffe confess and cry, but the animal just stares back blankly. The woman gently tells a pouting Hana that giraffes don't cry, but Hana stubbornly insists she will wait. The woman jokingly explains the giraffe has a hoarse voice from singing too much karaoke, a story Shihyuk and Hana find hard to believe. Realizing the karaoke excuse won't fly, Shihyuk looks defeated, but Hana suddenly gets a brilliant idea. The woman recalls how Hana's dad once lost his voice, prompting a giggle from Hana, who calls her dad silly. Saha interrupts Shihyuk's thoughts, holding up the clue and asking where the comb is. Taking the clue from Siha, Shihyuk examines it, wondering if the answer is right there in his hands. Later, in the car, Hana, Siha, and Seongjun are all sound asleep after their long day at the zoo. The woman notes how tired the kids must be from the comb hunt, while Shihyuk watches them fondly, thinking they look adorable. In a flashback to an hour earlier, Shihyuk realizes the truth. The zookeeper reveals the fox had the comb behind its tail the whole time. The zookeeper presents the amazed children with a gift, much to the awkward amusement of Shihyuk and the woman. Back in the present, Shihyuk and the woman laugh over the anticlimactic ending, agreeing it was a clever way to keep the kids engaged. As she drives, the woman says the kids would have given up in minutes otherwise, and Shihyuk thanks her for the convenient car ride. Shihyuk considers buying a car, and the woman agrees it's much easier for traveling with children. Seeing him looking at his phone, the woman offers to teach Shihyuk how to find a good deal on a secondhand car. He agrees, thinking a safe car is essential for Siha, as a somber memory of a funeral flashes in his mind. Shihyuk is confused when the woman mentions melts, asking for clarification as he mutters about the difficulty of buying one. A dramatic panel emphasizes his shock and confusion over the word melts. The woman confirms she's talking about melts, leaving a bewildered Shi-hyuk even more confused. As his phone rings with a call from Nickled, Shi-hyuk excuses himself to answer it. On the phone, Nickled asks Shi-hyuk about an email, prompting Shi-hyuk to realize he's referring to Melts. Nickled explains he recommended Shi-hyuk for an interpreting job for the company Melts, which needs help with an event in Korea. Flattered, Shi-hyuk worries that he doesn't speak German, but Nickled clarifies the job only requires English and Korean. Nickled explains the job has no incentive this time, but Shi-hyuk promises to do his best anyway. Joking that he warned his friend to be prepared to pay up, Nickled tells Shi-hyuk to visit the Melts branch in a week. After he hangs up, the woman remarks on seeing him in work mode. Wow, impressed, she gives him a thumbs up, saying he'll be able to buy a car soon and that she now sees why Hana adores him. On another day, Shi-hyuk holds Siha's hand, and the excited boy points them toward a playground. Arriving at a sandbox playground, Shi-hyuk remarks on how rare they are now, and decides to teach Siha how to play. He shows Siha how to build a sand pile around a stick without letting it fall, and Siha watches with rapt attention. A twig stands perfectly balanced in a carefully made mound of sand. With a nod, Siha accepts the challenge after Shi-hyuk tells him it's his turn. Siha becomes super focused, carefully patting the sand around the stick with his small hands. With sparkling concentration, he gently pushes the sand into a neat pile. Impressed, Shi-hyuk praises Siha's skill before declaring that it's his own turn now. As Shi-hyuk tries to use a one-handed technique, Siha immediately protests, pointing out the rule violation. Shi-hyuk laughingly calls it a special technique, but Siha firmly grabs his hand, insisting he use two. Yay! Siha cheers for his win, while a defeated Shi-hyuk covers his face, reminding himself to let the kid win. Shi-hyuk's attention is suddenly caught by something off to the side. He kindly invites the boy to play, and the boy's face lights up with a hopeful question. The shy boy timidly nods his head in agreement. Shi-hyuk shows the boys a new trick, pouring water into the sand to mix it. He then expertly shapes the wet sand into a perfectly round ball. Siha and the other boy are amazed by the sandball, and Shi-hyuk offers to let them try. While the two boys play together in the sand, Shi-hyuk wipes sweat from his forehead, remarking on the unexpected heat. Siha concentrates intently on building his own sand creation. The other boy proudly shows off the sandballs he made, and Shi-hyuk learns that his name is Jiho. When Shi-hyuk asks where his parents are, Jiho quietly admits that he's at the playground by himself. Shi-hyuk watches Jiho with concern, wondering why his parents would leave him alone and dressed so warmly in the heat. As Jiho wipes sweat from his brow, Shi-hyuk feels sorry for him and decides he should at least offer the boy a handkerchief. When Jiho bends over, his shirt rides up, revealing a large, dark bruise on his lower back, leaving Shi-hyuk in stunned silence. Wham! Shi-hyuk stares in horror, recalling a similar bruise on the boy's hand and realizing the child is covered in them. A dreadful thought crosses Shi-hyuk's mind as he watches the two small boys playing, unable to shake the feeling that something is terribly wrong. Rushing to Jiho's side, Shi-hyuk asks if he's hurt. The startled boy quickly pulls his sleeve down and denies it. Shi-hyuk gently presses, saying he thought he saw something. Jiho nervously insists he just fell, and a worried Shi-hyuk reluctantly lets it go. In his thoughts, Shi-hyuk remains unconvinced, believing the bruises he glimpsed looked far too severe to be from a simple fall. Jiho shyly asks if Shi-hyuk will come to the playground again tomorrow, and Shi-hyuk seems surprised by the hopeful request. Agreeing to meet at the same time, Shi-hyuk makes Jiho's day. Nearby, Siha claps his hands together with a happy "Ah!" As Shi-hyuk and Siha leave for the day, they wave goodbye to their new friend Jiho at the playground. Walking away, Shi-hyuk resolves to himself that tomorrow, he must ask Jiho how he really got hurt. The next day, Shi-hyuk and Siha arrive at the playground, but Siha sadly points out that brother Jiho isn't there. With a worried shadow crossing his face, Shi-hyuk tries to reassure Siha, suggesting that maybe Jiho got sick and couldn't come. Overwhelmed with regret, Shi-hyuk berates himself, thinking he was stupid and should have taken the boy home with him yesterday. Siha shakes his head, insisting they have to wait and play ball with Jiho together. While pushing a quiet Siha on the swings, Shi-hyuk keeps a worried eye on the playground entrance. They waited for a long time, but a narration box confirms their fears. Jiho never came. The scene changes to a sleek, modern car dealership as someone off-screen asks about that foreigner. Two employees gossip about a visitor from Melt's headquarters in Germany, assuming he's there for the motor show to boost sales. One of the men leans in, revealing the motor show is just a cover story for a corporate audit, shocking his colleague. Another employee joins them, confirming that company profits have dropped and cost-cutting measures are coming, much to their dismay. The third man smirks, asking if they have any reason to doubt the rumors of layoffs, and his colleague nervously agrees it's plausible. Patting his coworker's shoulder, the man smugly warns that those with poor performance had better shape up and work hard. Shihyuk arrives with Siha and explains to an employee that he's there for a meeting with Mr. Liam from Melt's headquarters. The smug employee from before startles his coworker by putting a hand on his shoulder, and the flustered man greets Shihyuk, introducing himself as Dealer Park Junghyuk. The man explains that Liam is busy and asks Shihyuk to wait. Dealer Park compliments Siha's cuteness and mentions having a son of his own, while his two colleagues watch from the background with a menacing aura. Inviting Shihyuk to look around, Dealer Park directs him towards a flashy yellow sports car. The dealer begins his sales pitch by quoting the company's famous slogan, "Melts protects you," which Shihyuk acknowledges hearing before. Dealer Park laughs that if you have the money, you can buy one, which gives Shihyuk an idea. The dealer continues his pitch, mentioning flexible installment plans, and how owning a Melts car changes how people see you. He then shares a personal story about his cute, kindergarten-age son, who constantly distracts him with questions while he's driving. This distraction, he admits, almost caused a car accident, a memory that still gives him chills and visibly startles Shihyuk. Dealer Park concludes that, as a parent, safety is his top priority in a car, while Siha looks on curiously. He offers Shihyuk a test drive, just as another salesman offers the same to a different customer near a large SUV. After their ride, the dealer asks Siha if the car seat was comfortable. The toddler happily replies, "Good puff puff," earning praise for the car's quality. The dealer winks, calling the provided car seat a little sales trick, prompting a blushing Shihyuk to ask about the price. Hearing the C-Class model costs around 70 million won, Shihyuk flinches, stunned by the high price tag. As Shihyuk hesitates, the dealer presses on, arguing that a new, easier-to-maintain car is always better than a used one. He then gestures towards Siha, remarking how much his son loves it, forcing Shihyuk to clarify that Siha is his younger brother. The dealer asks why he brought his brother along and if he knows Liam, but then waves it off, saying everyone has their own circumstances. When Shihyuk asks why the dealer's son isn't in kindergarten, he vaguely blames circumstances and says the boy is at home. The dealer laughs, telling Siha to convince his brother to buy a car, claiming the adult world is all about status. Gazing at a white SUV, Shihyuk blushes, wistfully thinking that someday he'd like to be able to afford a car like that. Gasp! Suddenly, inside a car, an older man in a tan jacket and hat clutches his chest in shock. Wow! The white SUV accelerates directly towards Shihyuk and Siha, who are still standing in the parking lot. A black and white panel emphasizes Shihyuk's terrified, desperate shout for his brother, "Siha!" In a blur of motion, Shihyuk lunges and pulls Siha tightly against his chest to shield him from the oncoming danger. Wah! The grille of the white SUV fills the frame, seemingly moments away from impact. Nearby pedestrians gasp in shock at the sudden commotion in the dealership's parking lot. Overwhelmed with horror, Shihyuk flashes back to a news report about a fatal traffic accident where a Mr. Lee Jang-yuk died on the spot. Back in the present, Siha's small voice cuts through the chaos, asking, "Brother?" As it concerns Shihyuk immediately checks if he's okay. As a dealership employee calls for help, Shihyuk shields Siha's eyes, telling him to only look at him while the injured man groans on the ground. Cradling a trembling Siha, Shihyuk sits on the ground while another man desperately urges the injured Mr. Junghyuk to hang on. Siha looks past his brother, reaching out towards a glowing butterfly as he softly calls out, "Dad." A translucent, ghostly pair of hands appears to hover over Siha, who looks up in awe. Later, Shihyuk sits at home, reading an online news article that blames the accident on the driver's heart attack and grimly notes people's love for sensational news. Shaken, he recalls the accident, thinking he still can't calm down and wondering if his parents' own accident has left him with a lasting trauma. Suddenly, his phone chimes and displays a glowing blue screen that reads, "Update complete," leaving him utterly baffled. As Shihyuk wonders what's happening again, Siha, now in his pajamas, toddles up behind him and says, "Ouch," causing Shihyuk to jump. Startled, Shi-hyuk whips around to face his little brother, completely surprised. In a cute doodle, a tired-looking Shi-hyuk is led away by Siha, who insists it's time to sleep. Lying in bed, Shi-hyuk murmurs in agreement as Siha crawls over him, telling his brother to go to sleep. Siha leans in close, carefully examining his sleeping brother's face. As he gently pats Shi-hyuk, Siha thinks to himself that something feels different somehow. Siha lies down beside his brother, settling in as a feeling of peace fills the room. In a different scene, a man in a vibrant orange shirt asks a sullen brown-haired boy why he's so grumpy, but the boy retorts that he isn't known. The man asks why he's called No Name, and the boy explains it's because his uncle constantly changes his name. The uncle leans in with a dramatic whisper, explaining that as a true super agent, he has to hide his identity to protect loved ones. Annoyed, the boy shouts that his uncle is lying and teasing him again, but the man just laughs at his energetic reaction. Patting the boy's head, the man asks again why he's grumpy, earning a simple TCH in response. The boy looks down, quietly admitting, "She's not my mom." The uncle's smile fades as he thinks about a deep-seated trauma, prompting the boy to ask what he just said. The man quickly plasters on a cheerful expression and exclaims, "Nothing!" The uncle explains that even heroes get hurt, and after a brief QA, the boy correctly states that they should get treated at a hospital. The boy then poses a deeper question, asking what heroes should do when their heart gets hurt. His uncle grows serious, explaining that a deep wound in the heart can become a memory so painful they don't even want to think about it. The boy looks up and asks, "So what?" as his uncle looks down at him with a knowing smile. The uncle explains that you must cover up that darkness with something else, visualized as a heavy manhole cover. The boy asks what he means by something else, and his uncle cheerfully confirms with a yep. A clock shows it's 9 a.m., and Shi-hyuk checks his phone, surprised by how deeply he slept with Siha napping beside him. His phone buzzes with an incoming call from Melt's translator Liam. Shi-hyuk answers cheerfully in German, surprising Liam on the other end of the line. Liam asks if Shi-hyuk can speak German, confused because Nickel had told him he couldn't. Shi-hyuk is stunned, realizing he somehow can now. As his phone call continues, Shi-hyuk looks over at the sleeping Siha and figures his mysterious new ability is connected to that back then. Liam, impressed by his excellent pronunciation, says they won't need to speak English and arranges to meet at the office tomorrow. The next day, Shi-hyuk and Siha arrive at a hospital reception, where a nurse directs them where to go. Shi-hyuk nervously asks if Siha got hurt, but the toddler just tilts his head in confusion. Relieved, Shi-hyuk explains they came to visit Uncle Dealer, and Siha adds they're there to say, "Get well soon." Shi-hyuk gives Siha a gift box containing a drink, telling him to present it to the dealer. In a chibi-style thought bubble, Shi-hyuk recalls how the accident had scared him to death. Approaching a hospital room, Shi-hyuk overhears Dealer Park on the phone angrily questioning why someone is calling and telling them not to. Park Jung-hyuk snaps at the person on the phone, telling them not to act like the child's mother since they left the country, then stops short as he sees Shi-hyuk peeking in. Siha brightly offers a bottle of orange juice as a get-well present. At the hospital, Siha shyly offers Dealer Park a drink, as Shi-hyuk explains it's a gift, which the injured man gratefully accepts. Shi-hyuk tells the dealer he'll be in the hospital for a while and offers his help, but Mr. Park reassures him not to worry. Impressed, Shi-hyuk learns that Meltz is covering all of the dealer's medical expenses and losses, allowing him to focus solely on recovery. With a confident thumbs up, the dealer uses his situation as a sales pitch for Meltz's reliability, amusing a relieved Shi-hyuk. Shi-hyuk's tone grows serious as he asks if the dealer's son is worried, causing Mr. Park to flinch before hesitantly agreeing. The dealer adds that his son calls him constantly, almost to a troublesome degree, which makes a suspicious Shi-hyuk pause. Flustered, the dealer quickly adds that his son isn't alone and is staying with his mom. Shi-hyuk quietly questions the claim about the mom, as Mr. Park nervously adds that she is very devoted to their son. As the dealer thanks Siha again, he is interrupted by an awkward silence from a listening Shi-hyuk. A nurse enters the room, announcing that someone is there to see Mr. Park Jung-hyuk. The nurse explains that a young boy has arrived claiming that Mr. Park is his dad, leaving both the dealer and Shi-hyuk stunned. Shocked, Mr. Park demands to know how the boy got there, while Shi-hyuk looks on in disbelief. A small boy with a backpack stands nervously in the doorway, quietly calling out for his dad. In a moment of intense shock, the dealer recognizes the boy as Jiho. The boy is revealed to be Jiho, looking down with a pained and teary expression. Shi-hyuk wonders why Ji-ho is there, just as Si-ha recognizes the boy and calls out his name, prompting a flustered denial from the dealer. Panicked, the dealer pats Ji-ho's head, telling him to go back soon so his mom won't worry, but the boy hesitates. Sensing the difficult situation, Shi-hyuk smiles and offers to take Ji-ho home himself. The scene transitions to Shi-hyuk walking outside with the two children. Si-ha happily calls out to Ji-ho, who walks beside him under Shi-hyuk's watchful eye. Si-ha's attention is captured by something, and a flashback shows Shi-hyuk recalling a wound. Meow! Si-ha excitedly points out a small, cute cat resting on a park bench. The two boys approach the cat, calling out to it as it meows back sweetly. Meow! Suddenly, a much larger, tougher-looking cat appears with a fierce meow. Hiss! The new cat hisses aggressively, startling both children as Si-ha cries out in fear. Ji-ho quickly shoves the large cat away, yelling at it to leave them alone as Si-ha watches in fright. The cat runs off as Ji-ho looks back, prompting Shi-hyuk to wonder about the boy's actions. Ji-ho turns to Si-ha and begins to apologize for what happened. Shi-hyuk watches from a distance as the two boys have a quiet conversation on the bench. Shi-hyuk cheerfully approaches, asking what they were talking about, and a flustered Ji-ho insists they were just playing. Shi-hyuk smiles as Ji-ho quietly confirms they were just playing. As Shi-hyuk looks on, a blushing Ji-ho shyly grabs onto his pant leg, surprising him. While the two boys happily munch on triangle kimbap, Shi-hyuk watches them from across the table. Shi-hyuk asks Ji-ho where his mom is, and the boy admits she doesn't know he came and isn't home. Ji-ho tries to change the subject by asking Si-ha about a mud ball, and Shi-hyuk presses him on the matter. Shi-hyuk gets Ji-ho's attention, making the boy look up nervously from his snack. Making a promise with a pinky swear, Shi-hyuk suggests they meet at the playground next time to dig up what they made, and Ji-ho eagerly agrees. In a cute chibi style, Si-ha suggests they meet up street together, and Ji-ho agrees. Shi-hyuk and Si-ha wave goodbye to Ji-ho, who waves back as he walks away. As Ji-ho turns to leave, he bows his head shyly, and Shi-hyuk laughs softly. Watching the boy go, Shi-hyuk wonders to himself why Ji-ho is lying. With a sigh, Shi-hyuk decides there's nothing he can do about it for now. In a bright office lobby, a well-dressed man calls out to Shi-hyuk, who recognizes him as Liam. Shi-hyuk asks how Liam recognized him, and Liam warmly shakes his hand, joking that he's the only one who would bring a child to a meeting. Shi-hyuk encourages a shy Si-ha to say hello to Liam, who kindly greets the toddler in German. Si-ha looks up curiously, mishearing the foreign greeting and asking, "Coup d'etat?" which startles Liam. During the meeting, Liam notes that Shi-hyuk's materials suggest the new car is designed to increase sales and asks for more details. Shi-hyuk explains that while Melts is known for safety in Korea, its luxury status limits its market share with individual consumers. Proposing a new strategy, Shi-hyuk asks what would happen if they took a pie from another market, leaving Si-ha to ponder the literal dessert. Shi-hyuk reveals his idea is about ambulances, noting that Korea's emergency services use a specific model that paramedics have issues with. Shi-hyuk illustrates his first point using a chibi-style visual. Current ambulances are too large to navigate the city's narrow alleys. He continues, pointing out the second problem is poor ride quality, as a chibi version of himself bounces painfully on the ground. Shi-hyuk confidently proposes a new electric ambulance, explaining its battery could power medical equipment, allowing them to capture that market. A man in a suit, Liam, is impressed and adds that licensing technology from a recent research paper could give them a competitive edge. Liam suggests a longer discussion with the RD team, but Shi-hyuk is surprised, reminding him that he's only a translator. Giving an okay sign, Liam says he has to leave, as a blushing Si-ha peeks out from beside Shi-hyuk. No! Si-ha points at Liam, trying to stop him from leaving the meeting. Liam praises Nicole for bringing them such a valuable talent, and the team celebrates their plan to take a piece of the market pie. In a classroom, a blonde teacher presents an orange, pumpkin-themed box, telling the children it's super dangerous and must not be opened. The children, including Si-ha, gather around the mysterious box, all wondering what could be inside, while their teacher chuckles. The teacher asks Si-ha if he's curious about the box, and he shyly admits that he is. A boy in a black hoodie dismisses the warning as a lie and confidently reaches to open the box. He opens the box, unleashing a chaotic burst of energy that knocks him and another boy to the floor as Si-ha and a girl watch in shock. Dark, monstrous speech bubbles representing lie, wound, heat, and sore throat spread across the room, affecting the terrified children. What? The teacher suddenly collapses with a high fever, unable to speak, shocking another staff member. Ugh. As the teacher lies sick, the children realize that opening the box released evil monsters that are making her ill. The sick teacher weakly tells the children they must catch the monsters and put them back in the box before fainting. Wow. Overcome with guilt, the boy who opened the box falls to his knees crying, blaming himself for what happened. Another boy grabs the crying child's face, telling him to get it together so they can find the monsters quickly. Oh! While hiding behind a water cooler, Siha spots something on the floor, catching a nearby girl's attention. They've found the monster cards, labeled sore throat, wound, and heat. The children report that they found the wound and sore throat cards, leaving only one monster left as Siha points to the heat card. The two teachers recover instantly, with one declaring her voice is back and the other saying her wounds are healed. As an older woman smiles, the younger teacher admits she now has an urge to lie. The lie monster is still loose, causing a girl to call her friend a fatty, who angrily insists she's slim. Wow! The children celebrate as Siha retrieves the final card, and the principal expresses her relief at being honest again. The teacher holds up the sealed box, explaining that all the bad things are back inside and reminding the class to listen to warnings. Looking at the boy who opened the box, the teacher asks if he understands, and he nervously agrees. The teacher then tells another boy that lying hurts parents' hearts, and he promises to remember. The scene flashes back to Jiho sitting with Siha on a park bench, asking him to keep something a secret. Back in the classroom, Siha is quiet and distracted, prompting his friends to ask if he's sick. A tired Shihuk arrives to pick Siha up, explaining that his meeting ran so late, he had to take a taxi. He reflects on the meeting, admitting it was difficult to translate and share his own opinions at the same time. Brother! A happy Siha runs into Shihuk's arms as he arrives to pick him up. Siha excitedly tells his brother all about the day's adventure, from the box exploding to finding the lie card on the teacher's butt. Shihuk listens to the story, praising Siha and calling him amazing for finding the card. Checking a daycare notice on his phone, Shihuk reveals he knew about the activity and asks Siha to promise not to lie or keep secrets. Siha hesitates, and Shihuk teasingly presses him, asking if he has a secret he's keeping. Huh? Siha blushes and puts a finger to his lips, shushing his brother. Siha quietly admits to a blushing Shihuk that he does, in fact, have a secret. The scene transitions to a playground, with the faint sound of squeaking swings. At the playground, Shihuk suggests they play together, and Siha excitedly calls for Jiho to join them. Shihuk watches the two boys digging in a sand pit, admitting to himself that he only came because Siha led him here. As he observes them, he wonders how to ask Jiho about his situation without upsetting him. It's out! The boys successfully dig up 3 large, lumpy mud balls from the sand. Siha points out that they're ugly and not really balls, and Shihuk laughs, agreeing they look weird. Ta-da! Shihuk magically presents a perfectly smooth, round ball, amazing both boys as Siha happily shouts, "Ball!" Watching the boys, Shihuk seems troubled as he thinks to himself, "My." In a sweet memory, Siha gently pats a blushing Jiho on the head, thinking that his friend is pretty. Wah! Back in the sandpit, Jiho breaks down in tears, crying that he misses his mom as a concerned Siha calls his name, startling Shihuk. Overwhelmed with emotion, Jiho cries on Shihuk's shoulder as the older man looks on with a flustered expression. Kneeling down to the two boys, Shihuk makes a promise to surprise Jiho, telling him he'll make sure he gets to see his mom. The scene shifts to a hospital room, where the dealer tells Shihuk he's the first person to visit twice and asks if Siha came along. Smiling, the dealer offers Shihuk a drink, noting that the company's insurance team had just left. As he turns to the fridge, the dealer clarifies that his injuries weren't from a fall, but from an assault. Shihuk angrily confronts the man, revealing that Siha told him Jiho's mom is in China, and the boy has been home alone, shocking him. A dark flashback reveals the truth. A terrified, crying Jiho huddles in a corner as his enraged father raises a fist to strike him. Grabbing the man's collar, Shihuk demands to know why he hurt Jiho, but the dealer scoffs, calling him a broke bastard and daring him to report it. The man furiously threatens to sue Shihuk for defamation if he tries to report him. Staring down at the terrified man, Shihuk coldly asks if he's aware that neglect is also considered a form of child abuse. Shi-hyuk reveals he has evidence from the playground's CCTV footage showing that Jiho has been living without a guardian for months. He continues, describing how the man would come home drunk while Jiho cried for his mother and asks if that's why he hit him, prompting a panicked denial. Shi-hyuk presents his phone, declaring he has proof, and the man stares in utter shock. The scene transitions to a bright airport terminal where a woman desperately calls out for Jiho. Jiho and his mother are reunited in a tearful embrace as she apologizes to her son over and over. Holding Siha, Shi-hyuk watches the reunion with a relieved smile as Siha happily points out Jiho's mom. A crying Jiho's mom bows deeply to Shi-hyuk, thanking him profusely for his help. Shi-hyuk kindly thanks Jiho for trusting him and wishes him well on his trip to China. Jiho beams with a bright, happy smile, thanking his friend Siha. Siha smiles back sweetly at his friend. Back at home, Siha proudly presents a drawing to Shi-hyuk, who asks if he's been busy creating art. Shi-hyuk suggests they upload the drawing to social media, and Siha gasps with excitement. The uploaded 4-panel comic shows a sad, dirty character being cleaned and comforted by another, who presents him with a perfectly clean ball. Online, a commenter interprets the comic literally, suggesting it depicts a hurt child and wondering if it's about abuse. Another commenter sees a deeper meaning, interpreting the clean ball as a wound being healed by someone's kindness. While one user feels comforted, another scoffs at the simple interpretations and challenges others to see what they saw. The user boldly declares the mud ball is the earth, and the purple dust is pollution, confusing others who argue the earth is blue. The theorist explains that's the point. The comic shows the earth's original blue color shining through the pollution, and the idea quickly gains traction. Whoa! The comments explode with praise for the deep and insane meaning, hailing Siha Pepe as a genius. Shi-hyuk scrolls through the wild interpretations on his phone, laughing because that wasn't his intended meaning at all. Shi-hyuk sits at his desk, working from behind. Siha appears, joyfully showing off the new duck-themed raincoat and boots they bought together. Announcing he's going out in the rain, Siha makes a run for the door, forcing a panicked Shi-hyuk to stop him. A chibi Shi-hyuk tries to remove the raincoat, insisting there's no reason to go outside, but a pouting Siha refuses. Shi-hyuk tries to persuade the stubborn toddler to take off the raincoat, but Siha isn't having it. Determined to win against Siha for his own good, Shi-hyuk realizes he can't let the boy go out in the rain and catch a cold. Shi-hyuk challenges Siha to rock, paper, scissors, tricking him by asking what beats rock and announcing he'll throw rock himself. Thinking he has the upper hand, Shi-hyuk apologizes in his head as he prepares to win the game. They play, but Shi-hyuk throws scissors while Siha throws rock, beating him. Stunned to have been outsmarted by a 3-year-old, Shi-hyuk learns Siha only threw rock because he wanted to match his brother. Shi-hyuk is left speechless by the innocent revelation. Having lost the game, Shi-hyuk takes Siha for a walk in the rain, joking that his little brother is a rock, paper, scissors prodigy. As Siha happily runs ahead in his cute raincoat, Shi-hyuk takes a photo, laughing at how adorable he is. Siha stops suddenly by a patch of hydrangeas, captivated by a small snail he's discovered. He excitedly calls for his brother, pointing at the tiny creature. Laughing, Shi-hyuk gently corrects him, explaining that it's a snail. Siha looks at the snail and says, "Snail, umbrella!" And Shi-hyuk chuckles, telling him snails don't need them. Pointing to the snail's shell, Shi-hyuk playfully explains to a curious Siha that it's the snail's raincoat. Shi-hyuk tells Siha that, just like him, the snail is wearing a raincoat too, and Siha declares they are together. Siha gently touches the snail's antenna, which quickly retracts, and Shi-hyuk laughs, asking if it's cool. As they continue their walk, Shi-hyuk wonders what other creatures they might find, while a hyper-focused Siha hums about the snail. A cute green umbrella with a frog's face on it peeks out from behind a bush of purple hydrangeas. Siha spots the umbrella and curiously asks, "Ribbit?" A confused Shi-hyuk asks if Siha sees a frog, as the sound of "ribbit, ribbit" is heard. A person holding the frog umbrella wistfully thinks that if this moment could vanish in time, their heart would always be filled with rainbows. Realizing it's just someone with a frog-themed umbrella, Shi-hyuk watches as Siha excitedly shouts, "Ribbit!" The person with the umbrella, a woman with short orange hair, turns around with a start as someone calls out, Siha." Shi-hyuk quickly approaches with Siha, apologizing for having interrupted her. The woman looks at Shi-hyuk in recognition and asks, "Oppa?" causing him to flinch with surprise. She smiles and waves, and a delighted Siha greets her with, "Ah, ribbit." Stunned, Shihyuk recognizes the woman and says her name, Seo Soohyun? Soohyun asks what brings him here, and Shihyuk explains that he was just playing with Siha. Shihyuk turns the question back on a blushing Soohyun, teasing her for singing sentimental songs with her frog umbrella. Soohyun explains that sometimes when you're feeling down, you just want to stand in the rain. Shihyuk finds her reasoning rare, thinking she'll catch a cold, but she beckons them to a nearby bench. Seeing Siha's sparkling eyes fixed on her umbrella, Shihyuk tells her to let him see it, and she asks if Siha is interested. Soohyun realizes with horror that they overheard her singing and frantically asks if they heard all the lyrics. Shihyuk calmly confirms that he did, adding that it was nice, which seems to fluster her even more. He asks if she was always into singing, and she laughs it off, saying everyone dreams of being a singer at least once. When Shihyuk looks unconvinced, an embarrassed Soohyun quickly tells him to drop the subject. Laughing, Shihyuk encourages her to give it a try, but she scoffs, saying it's not that easy. Soohyun deflects, asking Shihyuk if there was something he wanted to do but gave up on. As Siha watches them, he answers, "Nope," without any hesitation, leaving Soohyun looking surprised. He clarifies that there is something he's curious about, and Soohyun leans in eagerly, asking what it is. Looking a bit shy, Shihyuk admits he's been thinking about becoming an interpreter. Wow! Soohyun is genuinely impressed, telling him that being an interpreter is cool and really suits him. In a pop quiz thought bubble, she asks if he'd choose his current life or his dream job, and he firmly answers his current life. Meanwhile, Siha holds the frog umbrella over the snail, trying to share his shelter. Looking at his brother, Shihyuk explains that he'd be satisfied with his current life, because if Siha's happy, he's happy. Inspired by his conviction, Soohyun declares that she'll also try her best in any situation she's in. Full of new resolve, she pats Shihyuk on the back as the three of them walk off together. As they walk, Soohyun looks over at Shihyuk with a touched expression. Suddenly, a large bus barrels down the street, sending a massive wave of puddle water flying right at them. Splat! A huge splash of dirty water erupts on the screen. Shihyuk and Soohyun stand frozen in shock, completely drenched from head to toe. Perfectly dry beneath the frog umbrella, Siha looks up at his soaked brother as Shihyuk laughs, glad his little brother stayed dry. Shihyuk jokes about feeling a sense of camaraderie, but a very annoyed and dripping Soohyun furiously rejects the idea. Ta-da! Siha proudly shows off the umbrella that saved him, announcing he protected himself too. The three take a happy, bright selfie together, laughing about the incident as a rainbow shines behind them. The scene shifts to an office, where Shihyuk, dressed in a suit, mentally prepares for the last meeting before the motor show. Looking over the crowd, he notes the presence of both Korean and German staff, understanding it's a large-scale rehearsal. A man with purple hair and glasses approaches from behind, offering a friendly, "Hello." The man seems shocked by Shihyuk's youth, guessing he's an undergrad of 25 or 26, but Shihyuk clarifies that he's 23. The purple-haired man remarks that Shihyuk is younger than he expected and asks about his experience, as he wasn't at the interview. Shihyuk explains he was introduced by someone for this project. The man lets out a sudden, cynical laugh, leaving Shihyuk startled and confused. Shihyuk stares, silently wondering what this guy's problem is. The man smirks, insinuating Shihyuk must have good connections, while Shihyuk internally bristles, thinking about the tough interview he actually endured. The purple-haired man pumps his fist, declaring his plan to do well, and Shihyuk agrees, saying he plans to work hard too. The man suddenly bursts out laughing, confusing Shihyuk, then apologizes and dismissively adds that working hard is just the basics. He puts an arm around Shihyuk, telling him he needs to do really well, which only seems to annoy Shihyuk. The man asks Shihyuk to introduce him to his connection later, insisting that in their line of work, connections are everything. He boasts about living in Germany for 3 years, but when Shihyuk asks if he studied abroad, he admits he hasn't yet, irritating Shihyuk. Shihyuk suggests he should definitely go to get a feel for the local nuances, and the man winks, agreeing it helps with interpretation. The man patronizingly suggests Shihyuk save up from a part-time job to go, prompting an annoyed Shihyuk to cut him off and focus on his work. The man keeps bragging about his experience while feigning nervousness for the conference, and Shihyuk silently notes his co-worker's arrogance. Resolved to prove himself, Shihyuk walks off, determined to show his own capabilities. Now in the booth with his headset on, Shihyuk begins interpreting, explaining an advanced collision prevention system and admitting he was nervous at first. As he works, Shi-hyuk relaxes, finding he's even able to convey the nuances of the speaker's jokes with a confident smile. He's so composed he can observe his surroundings, while a small panel reveals his purple-haired colleague sweating and struggling in his own booth. The purple-haired man looks stressed as he interprets, feeling bad for the German clients he's fumbling to assist. After the meeting, a senior colleague praises Shi-hyuk for his sharp, perfectly timed work, and Shi-hyuk explains he made his delivery playful to liven the mood. While Shi-hyuk warmly shakes hands with the client, the purple-haired man watches from a distance, looking utterly stunned and defeated. The purple-haired man overhears two attendees complaining about their interpreter, noting he skipped terms and was impossible to follow. Unlike the team next door, Shi-hyuk approaches his dejected colleague to thank him for his work, but the purple-haired man just stares at the floor in misery. The man suddenly erupts, accusing Shi-hyuk of only succeeding because of his connections, and insisting they aren't on the same level. Shi-hyuk calmly corrects him, stating that connections don't grant field knowledge, and that this industry runs on skill, which is how they were both evaluated. Looking down at his humbled colleague, Shi-hyuk remarks that the man seems even more clueless than he is, causing the man to blush with shame. Phew. Shi-hyuk walks away, sighing to himself that dealing with people like that is completely draining. Flashing on an image of an adorable Siha, Shi-hyuk is shown running, desperately thinking he just wants to see his little brother. The scene shifts to a coffee shop, where Siha sits quietly, focused on drawing on a digital pad. A man with spiky black hair watches Siha, lamenting that while he enjoys his company, his precious holidays being spent babysitting instead of on a date. Two women approach their table, gushing over how cute Siha is and mistakenly asking if his dad is with him, shocking the spiky-haired man. Flustered, the man quickly clarifies that he's single with no girlfriend, let alone married, to which one of the women responds with indifference. After one woman compliments Siha's drawing, the spiky-haired man explains that he's just his friend's younger sibling. When the women ask about Pepe, he clarifies that it's the nickname Siha gave to the penguin he likes to draw. One of the women excitedly tells Siha she likes penguins too, and the spiky-haired man notes her interest. The woman tells a terribly cheesy joke, asking where high school penguins go, then revealing the punchline: the fridge. The spiky-haired man is utterly unimpressed by the bad joke, thinking how lame it was as the women stand there in awkward silence. Siha points at the man and exclaims, "Mundo! So ugly!" leaving him surrounded by a dark, shocked aura. Siha quickly follows up by making a cute gesture, telling Mundo to smile, and the man reluctantly agrees. Thump! Shi-hyuk suddenly bursts through the door, calling out Siha's name with a look of relief. Siha stands up on his chair and happily reaches out his arms for his brother. Shi-hyuk lovingly sweeps Siha into a hug while the two women watch, remarking on how fun the entire scene is. Holding Siha, Shi-hyuk thanks Do-won for watching him and offers to get food, but Do-won simply collapses onto the table in exhaustion. Shi-hyuk asks what happened as Siha gently pats a crying Do-won on the head, repeating his earlier advice for Mundo to smile. At the Seoul Mobility Show, Shi-hyuk leaves Siha in Do-won's care, waving goodbye as he heads off. A sleek, bright orange convertible gleams under the sun. In front of the car, a photographer snaps pictures of Do-won holding an excited Siha. With Siha now perched on his shoulders, Do-won turns his head suddenly, as if he heard something. The scene transitions to the orange convertible, cruising down a beautiful, sunlit coastal road. Behind the wheel, a sunglasses-wearing Do-won laughs, enjoying the drive by the sea. Siha sits happily in his car seat, giving a thumbs up while wearing his own tiny sunglasses. The fantasy ends, revealing Do-won and Siha are actually in a small, red electric toy car at an event, with Siha making vroom vroom noises. A staff member explains the toy car's new safety feature and instructs them to take one lap around the course. Do-won playfully asks Siha if they should speed up, and the toddler cheers with excitement as they start moving. As they drive, Do-won notices a crowd gathering in another area and wonders what's causing the commotion. Wah! The scene shows another person in a toy car, frantically trying to get it to move as it remains stuck in place. Ah! In the red toy car, Do-won panics, fearing an imminent crash while Siha watches calmly. Clunk! A foot slams down hard on the car's pedal. The toy car screeches to a sudden halt, leaving a shocked Do-won wondering what just happened. A female staff member explains that the car's advanced safety feature detected the collision and stopped them automatically. Suddenly, a crowd of photographers swarms them, their thoughts revealing they're captivated by Siha's cuteness, not the car. A staff member with glasses approaches, apologizing for the photos and reassuring Do-won that no faces were shown. The staff member shows Do-won the camera to confirm, while a flustered Do-won looks on. Siha reminds Mundo about the car, and Do-won tells him they'll be moving again soon. After the ride is over, Do-won tells Siha it's time to go, but the boy looks up with puppy dog eyes and asks to go again. Do-won gently refuses Siha's cute request for another ride, explaining that other children are waiting their turn. With a pout and a thoughtful finger to his lips, Siha adorably pleads to go. Again? Holding hands, Do-won leads a pouting Siha away, looking for something else fun to do. Two young women, Soo-hyun and a blonde named Lisa, spot Siha and call out his name excitedly. He responds with a happy, "Ribbit." Lisa looks confused by the ribbit, but Soo-hyun laughingly explains it's just an inside joke between her and Siha. The surprised Do-won greets Soo-hyun, who explains she came with her friend from the fashion department, Elisa. Do-won stumbles through a formal English greeting for Elisa, only for Soo-hyun to point out that Elisa speaks Korean perfectly. Blushing, Do-won formally introduces himself as Elisa Smiles, saying Korean is a piece of cake for her. Siha proudly shows Elisa the penguin shirt he's wearing, and she lights up, recognizing the outfit they made together. Elisa affectionately pats Siha's head, as Soo-hyun suggests they all look around together, wondering where Shi-hyuk is. Do-won explains Shi-hyuk is busy with simultaneous interpretation, but will join them later, prompting Soo-hyun to gush over how amazing he is. Soo-hyun confides in Do-won that she feels stuck in place, while Shi-hyuk always seems to be a step ahead. Do-won reassures her that their situations are different, showing a diagram of Shi-hyuk's many responsibilities and noting how much time he dedicates to Siha. Soo-hyun dismisses the idea that she'd be different, admitting she doesn't follow through on her plans, while Do-won agrees Shi-hyuk's ability to act is impressive. Holding her phone on a gimbal, Soo-hyun announces her plan to start with a hobby, leaving Do-won to ask what she means. Do-won suddenly realizes Elisa and Siha have vanished, looking at their empty outlines in surprise. Let's go. Do-won and Soo-hyun cheerfully decide to run and catch up with their missing friends. At the Melt's tent, Shi-hyuk shakes hands with a client who praises his excellent planning and interpretation skills. Walking with a colleague, Shi-hyuk quietly wonders if his contributions were actually helpful. His colleague thinks the event's theme felt subtle, but Shi-hyuk disagrees, feeling differently about the outcome. The colleague explains that while motor shows are often similar, Shi-hyuk's input allowed them to try something new and fresh. A man with a goatee and a beige jacket approaches them, extending a hand and offering a warm welcome. Shi-hyuk's colleague identifies the newcomers as being from Singapore by their accents and prepares to give an explanation. The Singaporean man politely interrupts, specifically requesting that Shi-hyuk handle the interpretation, much to Shi-hyuk's surprise. The man smiles warmly at Shi-hyuk, thinking to himself that while his colleague Liam is good enough, he prefers Shi-hyuk. Shi-hyuk and the Singaporean man have a quiet one-on-one conversation amidst the event's bustle. Impressed, the man compliments Shi-hyuk's excellent interpreting and asks how he got into the profession. The man laughs, clarifying that because Shi-hyuk is so talented, he's curious to know his father's name. Blushing slightly, Shi-hyuk reveals his father is Lee Jung-hyuk, humbly adding that the man has likely never heard of him. The man recounts how he once missed the chance to hire a truly desirable interpreter, even after making a great offer, and was rejected. He continues, explaining that the interpreter had vast knowledge and a knack for creating a great atmosphere, a loss he truly regretted. Shaking hands, the man says it was nice meeting him, while an intrigued Shi-hyuk wonders why this person seems so drawn to him. As the man and his associate walk away, Shi-hyuk stands frozen in thought until his colleague calls his name. Siha ecstatically reaches for his brother, leading to a tearful reunion as Shi-hyuk declares how much he missed him. The brothers have a dramatic reunion on top of a crushed Do-won, who complains from beneath their combined weight. As Soo-hyun and Elisa approach, Do-won asks how they all met up, and Elisa waves, explaining it was by chance. Shi-hyuk thanks the girls for keeping Siha company and offers to treat them all to a nice meal as Do-won carries Siha on his shoulders. The happy group walks off together, with Siha joyfully riding on Do-won's shoulders. Soo-hyun confesses to Shi-hyuk that seeing him gave her the courage to finally pursue her YouTube channel idea, and he encourages her. Shi-hyuk playfully teases her about becoming a frog YouTuber, complete with frog mukbangs and vlogs, causing an embarrassed Soo-hyun to protest. On Do-won's shoulders, Siha tugs his hair to get his attention, as Doan looks completely exhausted and bruised. Siha excitedly declares he wants the bright orange convertible too. Shihak looks overwhelmed, groaning at the thought of a luxury sports car. In a moment of resolve, Shiyuk, carrying Siha and Doan, thinks that he wants to give Siha everything. As a distraction, Shihuk points frantically, telling Siha to look at a penguin car, while Siha asks about his beloved Pepe. Shihuk's thoughts shift to a sleek red sedan as he wonders if maybe the world is easier than he thought. Standing before the red car, Shihuk is stunned when a man in a suit confirms the vehicle is for him, as Siha happily exclaims, "Car!" In a flashback, Shihuk tells the man with the goatee that he's not sure if the event was fun. The man reflects that only a few memorable people ever stick with you. The man with the goatee continues, explaining people are forgettable because they lack a special quality that leaves a strong impression. Back in the present, the man in the suit reveals he's surprised to meet the son of Lee Jung-yuk. The man explains this is his chance to repay a debt to Jung-yuk, leaving a confused Shiyuk wondering what's happening. Staring at the red car, a shocked Shiyuk asks in disbelief if they're really giving it to him. Feeling uneasy, Shiyuk questions the gift, but the man clarifies they are only granting him the right to use it, not ownership. Shiyuk remains uncomfortable, recalling they said it was a gift for helping with a contract, as the man in the suit stays silent. The man in the suit leans in, bluntly telling Shiyuk to consider the car a bribe for him to sign with their company. He adds that Vice Chairman Daniel said there's no rush to decide, as an image of the smiling, goatee-wearing man appears. Suddenly, Siha is already in the car seat, happily making vroom vroom noises, causing Shihuk to panic and tell him it's not theirs yet. Seeing how much Siha loves the car, Shihuk looks conflicted, as the man in the suit points out the boy's obvious delight. The man sweetens the deal, offering a company card for gas and maintenance, leaving Shihuk utterly speechless. Holding the card, Shihuk questions if he truly deserves such a generous offer, believing there are far better interpreters they could hire. Lost in thought, he stands silently by the car, clutching the company card. Examining the car key and credit card, Shihuk realizes this generous offer must have strings attached. Click! He presses the key fob, concluding the car is an advance payment based on their belief in his future potential. Siha adorably cheers his brother on, and a blushing Shihuk happily asks if they should take their new car for a ride. The scene shifts to a pile of well-worn toys, including a pink teddy bear and a red robot. At a daycare, a boy named Jung-ho complains of boredom, while a girl asks a sad-looking Siha how his brother Shiyuk is doing. Jung-ho points an accusing finger at their teacher, calling her a bad villain, but she seems amused by the accusation. The children complain that she forces them to nap, while the teacher discovers their hidden toy stash with a knowing smile. Confused by the idea that naps are bad, Siha recalls sleeping peacefully in his brother's arms as the teacher playfully declares herself the villain. Hiya! A child's hand snatches the red robot from the pile. Thump! After a scuffle, the other children celebrate defeating the villain. Playing along, the teacher pretends to grow enormous, challenging the children to attack the newly powered-up villain. After the chaotic playtime, the red robot lies broken on the floor, leaving Jung-ho in tears as the teacher laments how fragile it was. Another boy taunts a crying Jung-ho for breaking a kitty toy, then smugly shows off his own remote control. Vroom! A shiny red remote-controlled sports car zips into view. The boy gleefully demonstrates his cool toy car, impressing Jung-ho while Siha watches with quiet interest. The boy and his twin brother mock Siha, asking if he's jealous, but Siha calmly declares his own car is bigger. Siha points out the window to the full-sized red luxury sedan, confidently stating that's his car. The other children rush to the window, awestruck by the incredibly cool car, as Siha proudly calls it Melchi's car. Thump! Shiyuk arrives at the daycare, and Siha and the other kids excitedly run to greet him. The children praise Shihuk's awesome car, while Jung-ho clutches his own broken toy, trembling with envy. Enraged, Jung-ho thinks his own toy should be thrown away as it shatters into pieces in his imagination. Shihuk asks Jung-ho what's wrong, and the boy angrily declares he'll have his dad buy him an even cooler car. The children sadly look at the broken toy on the floor, lamenting what a waste it is, as Siha watches with a concerned expression. The pile of broken and discarded toys grows, now including the defeated red robot and the worn-out pink bear. Shiyuk watches Siha, who looks down with a sad and thoughtful expression, clearly affected by the broken toys. The teacher taps Shihuk's shoulder, asking for a private word, much to his surprise. Surrounded by a magical aura of pink flowers, the discarded pink teddy bear suddenly speaks, greeting the children. The children gasp in shock and amazement, exclaiming that the teddy bear just talked. The teddy bear explains that the witch lady, their teacher, cast a spell on it so it could talk to them. The bear asks the children to listen to its story before the magic fades, and everyone, including Shihyuk, eagerly gathers around to listen. The pink teddy bear asks to tell its story, and the children, watching from the doorway with Shihyuk, enthusiastically agree. The children lean forward, their faces filled with eager anticipation as they ask what the story is about. Seeing the children look sad, the bear gently reassures them it's okay and tells them not to cry, as they didn't mean to hurt it. Thump! The bear's magical glow fades, and as it sits silently on a stool, Siha waves a quiet bye-bye. Shihyuk smiles warmly and encourages the children to take better care of their toys as Siha happily clutches the pink teddy bear. Blushing, a surprised Shihyuk finds himself being praised by the daycare teachers, who call him an amazing and cool adult. Shihyuk carries a box of broken toys and leads the children to his red car, which is parked in front of the Dukdak Toy Hospital. Inside, a kind-looking, gray-haired man greets them and asks if they've brought some toys to be fixed. Shihyuk introduces the man as the toy doctor, prompting the children to give him a cheerful greeting. The toy doctor recognizes Shihyuk as Lee Jang-yuk's son, leaving Shihyuk flustered as he confirms his identity. The man softly calls out to Siha, who looks up at him with wide, curious eyes. Chuckling, the toy doctor gently pats Siha's head as a confused Shihyuk looks on. Looking into the box, the toy doctor counts the items and seems surprised to find only 3. The man offers to fix the toys for free if Shihyuk agrees to do one small job for him, piquing Shihyuk's interest. The children pop up over the counter, their eyes wide with excitement at the mention of a free repair. A YouTube channel page for toy doctor Dr. Dukdak is displayed, showing he's a popular creator with a video about fixing a plushie. The toy doctor proudly notes he has 50,000 subscribers, explaining that YouTube is a good way to advertise. He then casually reveals that he's a building owner and just makes videos for fun, which leaves Shihyuk completely stunned. While Shihyuk sits at a laptop, the children admire a shelf of old toys, exclaiming how cool they are. The toy doctor tells Shihyuk that his own children once had a toy that they deeply cherished. He recalls how they were devastated when it broke, and since repair shops didn't exist back then, he decided to fix it himself. A close-up on tools illustrates his determination as he explains that he racked his brain to fix it. He smiles fondly, remembering how his child's heartfelt thanks made him feel like a hero. Concluding that toys mean the world to kids, he watches as the children play with a newly repaired toy dog on the floor. The toy doctor expresses his hope that his videos will help viewers feel the same way about toys. He playfully shoves a camera at a nervous Shihyuk, telling him to film a good video in exchange for the free repairs. Shihyuk is shocked when a red-haired woman with a camera announces that everything is ready, and he asks what she's doing there. In a moment of pure shock, Shihyuk freezes, his mind reeling from the unexpected turn of events. It's revealed that a full crew, including the woman and a man from the gym, are there to help with the video shoot. A hand adjusts a camera, with someone confirming that the angle should be perfect for filming. Shihyuk panics internally, exclaiming that he never imagined this small favor would blow up into such a big production. Later at home, Shihyuk sits with Siha at his laptop, contemplating how to approach filming the video now that the stakes are higher. Watching a clip of Siha, Shihyuk buries his face in his hands, terrified of the hateful comments people might post about his brother. The man in the tracksuit, Bakdong, arrives at the door with a box of fried chicken, asking if he can come in. Bakdong presents the chicken as a thank you gift, and a grateful Shihyuk accepts while Siha happily chirps, "Cluck cluck." Noticing the video on the laptop, Bakdong asks if it's a toy, prompting Shihyuk to begin explaining his dilemma. A flashback shows a worried-looking Shihyuk at the toy shop, highlighting his initial reservations. He expresses his concern about Siha being in the video, while Siha happily munches on a piece of chicken. When Shihyuk admits he doesn't know how to write from a kid's perspective, Baekdong says he knows someone who can help. A cheerful blonde woman in an apron volunteers to write the story, and Shihyuk gratefully accepts her help. At the daycare, Jungho and another child peek from behind a wall, curiously wondering what is going on. The blonde woman explains the video project to the daycare director, who listens with a gentle smile. An overwhelmed Shi-hyuk tries to explain the spiraling situation, looking completely flustered. Siha and the other children watch the proceedings with sparkling, captivated eyes. Crying from stress, Shi-hyuk feels the simple project becoming a massive undertaking, while the red-haired woman tells him to have fun with it. Shi-hyuk tries to convince himself that it's fine as long as Siha is happy, but he still feels a sense of unease. As the others buzz with excitement, he looks around in shock, wondering if he's the only one who finds the situation strange. A child's drawing shows lightning striking a house while a voice from the clouds booms, "Repent for your sins!" The pink bear narrates its adventures, admitting that breaking its friends a robot and a car was all its fault. The narration concludes that the child cried, reflected on his actions, and decided to take back the toys, leaving the children watching with moved expressions. The toy bear, robot, and car wonder how they'll cross the wide expanse to reach a distant goal. With a determined look, the pink teddy bear takes the wheel of the red car and tells everyone to hop on. The toys flee in terror as the narration explains they were about to be dragged into a monstrous incinerator. Just in time, a heroic, sword-wielding penguin in a crown and cape appears, and the children watching shout, "It's Penguin Monster!" The blonde woman concludes the story by saying, the penguin became a rich and famous building owner, leaving Shi-hyuk to wonder if he's the only one who finds this weird. After the video shoot, Shi-hyuk smiles and asks Siha how it feels to have his toy car back. Siha joyfully lifts his car, cheering that he's happy it came back. As Shi-hyuk laughs warmly, Shi-hyuk quietly wonders if toys can feel their owner's love, as two other children are seen playing happily in the background. Baekdong tells Shi-hyuk it was a fun volunteer day, and the red-haired woman happily agrees. In a cute chibi thought bubble, Baekdong compliments a singer named Soo-hyun, but the red-haired woman proudly corrects him, saying she wrote the song herself. A surprised Shi-hyuk praises the red-haired woman's impressive songwriting skills, causing her to blush and hurry away. As she leaves, Siha tugs on Shi-hyuk's hand, asking him to draw, and a surprised Shi-hyuk asks if he plans to draw again today. Cradling his little brother, Shi-hyuk asks if he's going to draw today's events, and Siha enthusiastically agrees with a cheerful "Pung!" While working on his laptop later, Shi-hyuk tells his uncle on the phone that the video script was certainly unique. Laughing, Shi-hyuk confirms he edited out the part about the toy doctor being a building owner, calling it a good call as the screen shows a happily ever after ending. Looking at the video credits on a phone, the daycare teacher laments that they cut out the most important part of her story. A sleepy Shi-hyuk yawns as a very awake Siha pulls him along, tablet in hand, eager to start drawing. Shi-hyuk remembers telling Siha that finishing his coloring would let him submit it for an emoji review, realizing that's why his brother is concentrating so hard. Watching Siha draw with intense focus, a blushing Shi-hyuk rests his chin on his hand with a look of pure adoration. Shi-hyuk gently guides Siha's hand on the tablet, showing him how to color, and Siha eagerly learns. With a final clap, the adorable set of penguin emojis depicting various fun activities is complete. Shi-hyuk daydreams about Siha becoming super rich from his emojis, thinking it would be awesome as money rains down in his imagination. At a bank, Shi-hyuk holds Siha and patiently tells him he just needs to take a number from the machine. A friendly teller welcomes them, and Shi-hyuk explains they are there to open a children's savings account for Siha. When the teller asks what kind of account design he'd like, a confused Shi-hyuk asks about different types, but Siha simply points to his favorite one. Shi-hyuk chuckles, knowing Siha would pick the penguin monster design, which the amused teller also recognizes. The teller calls Siha cute, and after Shi-hyuk relays the compliment, a shy Siha whispers a thank you. Thump! Siha excitedly slaps the counter and yells, 4! Startling Shi-hyuk and the teller. When Shi-hyuk asks Siha what he wants to buy with his new account, Siha thoughtfully points at him and declares he wants to buy his brother. Siha hands the new bank book to his brother, saying it's for him, leaving a touched and flustered Shi-hyuk to ask if he's giving him all his money. Overjoyed, Shi-hyuk lifts Siha high in the air, declaring that the sentiment alone makes him feel rich, and that he must treat his brother like royalty. Siha smiles brightly and cheekily clarifies that his money is, in fact, all his. The scene shifts to the gleaming cow emoji division building as someone complains that their eyes are about to fall out from overwork. Emoji division assistant manager Kim Si-hoon rubs his tired eyes, lamenting that he has to review dozens of submissions a day. His fatigue vanishes as he spots a familiar set of penguin drawings on his screen, recognizing them as Siha Pepe. Shi-hyuk receives a message asking for an in-person meeting to discuss the contract, and he wonders why they can't just send it over. An ecstatic Kim Si-hoon shakes Shi-hyuk's hand, saying it's an honor to meet Siha Pepe, and Shi-hyuk introduces himself. Shi-hyuk then introduces Siha, and Kim Si-hoon connects the dots, realizing the adorable emoticons must be based on his son. Laughing, Shi-hyuk clarifies that Siha is his little brother, leaving a flustered Kim Si-hoon to apologize for his mistake. At a cafe, Kim Si-hoon admits there was a specific reason for the in-person meeting that was difficult to explain in writing. He explains that the emoticon market currently has a very long waiting list for new launches, a fact Shi-hyuk was already aware of. In a flashback, Kim Si-hoon recalls a panicked office meeting, where they learned the artist scheduled for the next week's launch had ghosted them. As the team scrambles for a replacement, needing an unscheduled work with a quick, confidential contract, Kim Si-hoon has a flash of inspiration featuring penguin emojis. In that moment of crisis, Kim Si-hoon had pulled up a Siha Pepe emoji on his phone and proposed the artist to his boss. Back in the present, Kim Si-hoon drops a bombshell on a shocked Shi-hyuk. They want to move his work to next week's launch list. Gushing with admiration, Kim Si-hoon forms a heart with his hands and declares himself a huge fan of Siha Pepe's illustrations on social media. Shi-hyuk clarifies that Siha is the artist, while he, Pepe, handles other parts, forming the duo Siha Pepe, which leaves Kim Si-hoon absolutely speechless. Watching Siha eat cake, Kim Si-hoon mentally analyzes the art, realizing its polish and skill are far beyond simple doodles, and questions how a 3-year-old could create it. Finding the situation incredible, Kim Si-hoon remarks that the secrecy now makes sense, and internally notes the witty captions provided by the older brother. As his admiration grows, Kim Si-hoon looks at the brothers with sparkling eyes, wondering who this mysterious and talented duo really is. A man with glasses is stunned by their story, praising Shi-hyuk's writing as even more impressive than the art. Shi-hyuk reveals he's a literature student, prompting the concerned man to offer him connections in the publishing industry. The man with glasses vows to protect Shi-hyuk from shady industry types, but Shi-hyuk graciously declines his help. Shi-hyuk gently explains to a curious Siha that shady folks means bad people he doesn't need to worry about. Siha's innocent repetition of weird people flusters Shi-hyuk, who struggles to explain the concept. Shi-hyuk reassures the worried man, explaining that he also does interpreting work and is financially stable. Siha suddenly shouts out random character names, leaving the man with glasses utterly confused by the outburst. Realizing his worries were for naught, the man wonders if Siha was speaking for his brother, making him blush. Outside the cafe, the man promises to email the contract as he and a tiny Siha give Shi-hyuk a deep bow of gratitude. The man watches them go, thinking fondly to himself that Shi-hyuk and Siha are a pair of genius siblings. A few days later, the scene shifts to the impressive campus of Kangin University under a bright sky. 2 students spot an older woman struggling with a giant teddy bear, and one suggests they should go help her. Zap! The woman reveals a sign explaining she's in the middle of a preschool class, startling the would-be helper. Wearing his bear hat, Siha looks around the university campus in wide-eyed wonder, clutching a piece of paper. At daycare, Siha unpacks a pencil case from his bag, impressing his classmates while he wonders if it's his brother's. The teacher gently asks Siha if he brought his brother's pencil case, and a shy Siha can only stammer. The teacher wonders aloud how Shi-hyuk will study without his things, leaving a confused Siha to ponder her question. The realization hits Siha like a lightning bolt. Without his pencil case, his brother can't study. With newfound resolve, Siha gets up and looks toward an older staff member standing in the doorway. The woman asks if he can go alone, and Siha confidently strikes a pose, ready for his mission. The teachers cheer him on, as a determined Siha marches out of the daycare, ready to save the day. On his important mission, Siha walks purposefully down the street, passing other pedestrians. He stops to consult his paper, checking the route to find his brother. Siha shows his sign to a student, who laughs and jokes about being called brother, much to his friend's annoyance. His friend scolds him for the joke, pointing out the age difference, and the student sheepishly agrees. One of the students points him in the right direction, identifying the Korean literature building for him. The 2 students watch him go, agreeing that the little kid on a mission is seriously cute. Suddenly, the woman with the preschool class sign appears, startling passers-by as she calls out. A professor at the front of a lecture hall gives his students an encouraging thumbs up, wishing them good luck. New Shiyuk realizes he forgot his pencil case, but the orange-haired girl beside him kindly offers him a pen. As students groan about an additional report, Siha finally arrives and peeks into his brother's classroom. Siha overhears the students complaining about their heavy workload, wondering how they'll manage a group project and finals. Uh-oh. The professor is startled mid-lecture, catching sight of a small figure in the audience. Gasp. A dark aura surrounds a horrified Shihyuk as he spots his little brother in the lecture hall. A hand slams down with a loud bang, drawing everyone's attention. Saha, completely unfazed, beams and happily calls out to his brother. The students are instantly charmed, cooing over how cute Siha is as he politely greets them. A stunned Shihyuk asks how he got there, and Siha proudly declares he came all by himself. Siha proudly presents the forgotten item, and a relieved Shihyuk exclaims, "Oh, it's my pencil case." A student recoils in terror as a furious Shihyuk, radiating a dark aura, tells them to shut it. While the other student reels from the emotional damage, Shihyuk's mood completely shifts as he warmly thanks his little brother. As Shihyuk leaves with Siha, the orange-haired girl asks to team up with him for the group project. Other students immediately protest, arguing over who gets to team up with the popular senior Shihyuk. No! Peeking over his brother's shoulder, Siha defensively shouts, "Brother!" Mine, surrounded by a floral glow. A blushing Shihyuk hugs his little brother tightly, as Siha happily repeats his claim. With finals and the group project finally over, a tired but relieved Shihyuk stretches at his desk, ready for a break. He fondly watches Siha pointing at a cute picture on his phone, thinking it will be a sweet memory for them. Lost in the happy moment, Shihyuk smiles to himself, content and touched by his little brother's joy. On a chat screen, cute penguin stickers sent by Shihyuk Appa suddenly appear, prompting a confused reaction. Shihyuk proudly shows his new stickers to the orange-haired girl, who agrees they're cute but finds them strangely familiar. At a cafe, Shihyuk watches an orange-haired woman use his penguin stickers in a text, privately celebrating his successful promotion strategy. Pleased with himself, Shihyuk smiles at his phone, thinking that his plan to spread the emojis is working perfectly. While working, a man gasps in surprise as he recognizes the penguin sticker in a message from cool guy Shihyuk as Siha's drawing. Shihyuk smirks as his stunned coworker Kim Si-hoon declares that he needs to buy at least 100 of the adorable stickers. As Kim Si-hoon continues to stare at his phone in amazement, Shihyuk reminds him that Siha's involvement must remain a secret. Kim Si-hoon eagerly shows the emojis to a female coworker, asking if they're cute, and she turns around, agreeing that they are. In a lecture hall, Shihyuk glumly reviews internship papers, thinking that companies just seem to enjoy bossing students around on errands. He scans the list of participating companies, trying to decide where to apply for his internship. Shihyuk has a flashy, unwelcome mental image of a flamboyant man with glasses calling out his name. Annoyed, Shihyuk realizes with a jolt that he recognizes many of the companies on the list, wondering if it's just his imagination. His orange-haired classmate, Soo-hyun, asks if he's going to Key Media for his internship, and he confirms, adding that he may need to bring Siha. Soo-hyun questions why he isn't focusing on broadcasting to help his YouTube channel, secretly hoping she can get less grunt work by sticking with him. As she hopes for a more meaningful role, Shihyuk glances at her and skeptically considers the possibility. Shihyuk gloomily imagines the internship as a bleak experience where people call out for help, convinced his classmates' hopes are futile. A man in a cap approaches their table, pointing as he recognizes Soo-hyun from debate class and notes they're both interning at Key Media. He enthusiastically offers to help her out, but Soo-hyun visibly cringes in disgust, while Shihyuk looks on with amusement. In a cute doodle, the man daydreams about spending the summer with Soo-hyun, while she and Shihyuk think of ways to get away from him. Shihyuk smirks confidently while Soo-hyun crumples her papers in frustration, as he internally wishes for a peaceful internship. The scene shifts to the daycare, where two children named Sung-jun and Hana excitedly run towards Siha. Siha holds up 2 sheets of his printed penguin stickers, looking at them with a hint of surprise. The other children gather around, looking at the sticker sheets with expressions of pure awe and excitement. Eagerly, the kids tell their teacher they want to make stickers too, and she encourages them to start drawing. The daycare teacher happily announces they'll turn the drawings into stickers, prompting a little girl to decide she'll draw Shi-hyuk. The teacher then turns to ask Siha who he plans to draw, as the other children look on curiously. A black-haired boy cheekily asks Siha if he's drawing him because he's so handsome, but Siha bluntly replies, "Nope." The boy then offers to draw Sungjun instead, who agrees, but Siha once again shuts down the idea with a deadpan. "Nope." A child reveals a cute blue crayon drawing of a puppy, explaining that they drew it because Siha reminds them of one. Hana proudly shows off her colorful drawing of Shi-hyuk, declaring that they're both puppies, and Siha agrees they're the same. Another boy, Jungho, presents his drawing of a horse to the teacher, who correctly guesses it's meant to be Sungjun. Jungho cheerfully announces he's going to ride Sungjun and orders him to lie down, much to Sungjun's fury. As the two boys start to fight, the teacher quickly steps in to separate them, telling them to play nicely. The teacher holds up another drawing, this time praising Siha for his excellent artwork. She holds up a drawing of a cool sheep in sunglasses, complimenting Jungho's cute art, while Siha quietly wonders if he's that cute. Shi-hyuk tries to correct a misunderstanding about the word sheep, but his explanation only confuses the teacher and Siha. Sungjun laughs and calls Jungho a lying shepherd boy, upsetting him, while Siha processes that being a liar is bad. An angry shout of "he" echoes from off-screen as the scene shifts to the exterior of a modern office building. At the office, the flamboyant man from Shi-hyuk's vision greets him warmly, and Shi-hyuk recognizes him as the section manager. The section manager insists on guiding Shi-hyuk personally for such an important task, leaving Shi-hyuk to question its true importance. The section manager meets with a group of interns, asking if any of them have a particular department they'd like to join. He passionately pitches the sales department as the heart of the business, but a close-up shows Shi-hyuk is completely unimpressed. Giving a thumbs up, the manager continues his speech about the overseas sales team, confident they will soar with the new interns. The manager assigns them the very important job of writing review reports, which horrifies Shi-hyuk but delights Soo-hyun. The man in the cap also eagerly volunteers, causing Shi-hyuk to let out a frustrated groan. Thrilled by their enthusiasm, the manager introduces a tired-looking assistant manager, Kim, who will explain their duties. The manager leads Soo-hyun and the man in the cap, Byung-soo, away, while Soo-hyun gives Shi-hyuk a fighting gesture. Left behind, Shi-hyuk sighs in defeat and grimly wishes his fellow interns good luck, thinking they'll need it. In a meeting, the section manager reveals an interesting proposal to host an event for Korean and Chinese martial arts novelists. An employee agrees it sounds like a good idea, and the manager adds that it will be a great opportunity to secure new contracts. Shi-hyuk explains that because China's web novel market is so large, their works will disappear without heavy promotion at the event. Suddenly, Shi-hyuk flinches and grabs his hand as the section manager asks if he's okay, while Shi-hyuk wonders if he just had another electric shock. Shi-hyuk laughs nervously, scratching his head as he questions the suggestion of him knowing Chinese. The section manager enthusiastically volunteers Shi-hyuk for simultaneous interpreting, leaving him completely stunned by the sudden assignment. An angry voice from an office cubicle calls out to Byung-soo, questioning the quality of his review report. A short-haired co-worker bluntly tells Byung-soo that his poorly written report wouldn't even earn him pay at a part-time job. The man in the cap, Byung-soo, looks stressed as his superior continues to criticize his report as unconvincing and terrible. The coworker lectures Byung-soo on what a proper report entails, questioning if he understands this is serious field training, not a casual tour. Byung-soo internally laments that his plan to quickly finish and impress Soo-hyun has backfired, but he now feels obligated to fix his mess. Shi-hyuk smoothly approaches Soo-hyun at her desk, leaning in to ask how her work is going. Annoyed, Shi-hyuk internally fumes that helping Soo-hyun is supposed to be his role, not someone else's. Shi-hyuk patronizingly tells Byung-soo not to be discouraged, while Byung-soo seethes, thinking how annoying Shi-hyuk is. Watching the exchange, Soo-hyun correctly guesses that Shi-hyuk is putting on this act just for her benefit. Suddenly, Shi-hyuk flinches, looking shocked as a strange sensation hits him. Looking flustered and confused, Shi-hyuk abruptly yells for everyone to forget what just happened. While Soo-hyun asks if something is wrong, a flustered Byung-soo quickly tries to cover, insisting everything is fine and finished. Shi-hyuk eyes his coworker suspiciously, thinking that the sudden outburst was startling and strange. Shi-hyuk reflects on his social life, acknowledging that there are people, like Soo-hyun, who seem to like him. He also acknowledges there are others who hate him for no reason, even though he doesn't give them much thought. Shi-hyuk is pleasantly surprised to find his little brother, Si-ha, waiting for him with a handmade drawing. At home, Si-ha proudly presents the pictures his friends Sung-joon and Hana drew for him. Shi-hyuk praises the artwork and Si-ha's friendships, and Si-ha beams, saying he likes his friends. A woman affectionately pats a shy Si-ha on the head as he clutches his backpack. Shi-hyuk explains the story of the boy who cried wolf, concluding that the lying shepherd was bad, which confuses the woman but resonates with Si-ha. An illustration depicts the shepherd boy crying for help as a large wolf attacks him. Si-ha reacts with alarm, declaring the wolf is bad, while Shi-hyuk and the woman find his earnest reaction amusing. The story continues as a stick figure hero arrives to save the crying boy from the wolf. With a powerful punch, the hero defeats the wolf, knocking it unconscious. The woman is moved to tears by the touching story of heroism, deeply affected by the tale. Back at the daycare, Sung-joon excitedly presents a giant toy tomato to Si-ha, wanting to play. Crash! The tomato collides with a tower of blocks, sending them scattering across the floor. The teacher gently scolds Sung-joon for playing with a ball inside, and he sheepishly admits his mistake. Leading the children outside, the teacher announces they'll play catch, and the kids cheer with excitement. Sung-joon attempts a dramatic heading shot with the toy tomato, but gets bonked on the head instead. An angry Jung-ho holds the ball as Sung-joon demands it back, and Si-ha also asks for his turn. Jung-ho glares, remembering when Sung-joon called him the shepherd boy, as Si-ha looks on, confused. Revenge, Jung-ho shouts as he hurls the ball, catching Si-ha completely by surprise. Declaring himself Si-ha's avenger, Sung-joon dashes to intercept the thrown ball, while Si-ha watches, puzzled. Jung-ho easily dodges the ball and taunts his friends for missing him. Wah! In his moment of triumph, Jung-ho trips over his own feet and falls, leading Sung-joon to mock him for being a fool. Jung-ho angrily blames Seon-joon for his fall, calling him a fool, and Seon-joon fires back, calling him a lying shepherd. Hana intervenes, pointing out that Jung-ho started the fight by throwing the ball on purpose. As Sung-joon continues to call him a liar, Si-ha steps between them, trying to remind them they are all friends. Fed up, Jung-ho shouts for everyone to go away and storms off, leaving Si-ha watching in concern. Si-ha calls out to a distraught Jung-ho as he runs away from the group. Si-ha follows Jung-ho with the ball, offering to play together, but Jung-ho angrily accuses him of teasing. Go away, Jung-ho yells, slapping the ball out of Si-ha's hands in frustration. A low growl from the bushes startles both children, who turn to see what made the sound. Woof! A huge menacing dog bursts from the foliage, barking aggressively and terrifying the little kids. Jung-ho collapses to the ground in tears, utterly terrified, while Si-ha stands frozen in shock. Crying, Jung-ho clings to Si-ha, wailing that he's scared. In a flash of inspiration, Si-ha recalls the image of the hero defeating the wolf from his brother's story. Wham! Inspired by the story, Si-ha throws a punch at the aggressive dog as Jung-ho watches in shock. Grrr! The dog snarls menacingly, but a terrified Si-ha trembles and calls out weakly for his brother. Wah! Overwhelmed with fear, Si-ha breaks down in tears, crying out for his brother. An unseen rescuer shouts Si-ha's name as they race toward the dangerous scene. Thwack! A backpack flies through the air and smacks the dog, startling the animal and the children. Shi-hyuk rushes to his brother's side, frantically asking if he's okay as a stunned Si-ha looks up at him. Scooping up both children, Shi-hyuk holds them close, reassuring them that everything is okay now that he's here. Si-ha peeks out timidly from the safety of his brother's arms, while Shi-hyuk glares protectively. A voice calls out Milky, and Shi-hyuk turns in surprise to see the dog looking up at him curiously. The dog's owner, a woman in sunglasses, runs up and scolds her pet, Milky, for running off alone. The owner fusses over her dog, asking if it's hurt, while the dog whimpers and Shi-hyuk looks on, annoyed. Shi-hyuk angrily confronts the woman for letting her dog off its leash, but she apologizes, claiming her baby hates wearing one. Still frightened, Si-ha and Jung-ho cling tightly to Shi-hyuk's leg for safety. Shi-hyuk glares skeptically as the owner insists her dog is well-trained and would never bite. The owner laughs dismissively, adding that even if her dog did bite, it would only be playful teasing. Shi-hyuk retorts that even a light bite can hurt children, but the woman defensively insists she already apologized and no one was harmed. With a furious expression, Shi-hyuk clenches his jaw and quotes the owner's excuse. Our Milky isn't like that. An older woman with gray hair places a calming hand on Shiyuk's shoulder, telling him to save his energy and let her handle it. The older woman steps forward, calmly stating that both an unauthorized person and a large, unleashed dog have trespassed. Pointing a finger, she threatens to send the owner a certified letter with CCTV footage, causing the owner to break out in a nervous sweat. As the older woman walks away, the panicked owner tries to call her back while her dog looks on, confused. Shihak kneels to check on the boys, and while Siha says he's okay, a sniffling Jung-ho stays silent. Sob! The fear finally hits him, and Jung-ho bursts into loud sobs, wailing about how scared he was. The daycare teacher rushes over with Sungjun and Hana, calling out the boys' names in concern. As the other children arrive, the teacher asks if they are all right. Siha confirms he is, patting a still-crying Jung-ho. Shiyuk smiles, thinking that surviving a dangerous ordeal together will help Siha and Jung-ho get along better now. Looking at his backpack, Shiyuk notes his relief at not bringing his laptop, revealing the bag is full of heavy textbooks. Later, the older woman asks Shiyuk how he managed to save the children, and he can only respond with a vague, "Ah." The woman explains that the daycare's parent association is powerful, with members from legal, political, and even underworld circles. Jung-ho declares that Shi-hyuk is incredibly cool and totally Hana's type, as the other children gaze at him with admiration. Back home, Shi-hyuk comforts Jung-ho, who admits he was only okay because Siha was there with him. Sungjun and Hana both promise to protect a blushing Jung-ho next time, showing their newfound bond. The older woman remarks on how well the children are getting along with the twins, while Shi-hyuk blushes with pride. A week into his internship, an exhausted Shi-hyuk leans against a vending machine, feeling drained from work. Lost in thought, he fondly remembers holding Siha's hand and admits to himself that he misses his little brother. Ugh. Section manager Hong startles him from behind, asking if he's tired, much to Shi-hyuk's annoyance. The manager offers to let him go home early, but Shi-hyuk politely declines, stating his duty as an intern. The manager discusses a past project, noting that while the profit was good, there was a disappointing aspect. He explains that while a project may be a guaranteed win in Korea, its reception overseas can be vastly different. Using a coffee metaphor, the manager attributes the lukewarm overseas reception to cultural differences. The manager excitedly points out the massive success of the video content, which Shi-hyuk chalks up to the larger market scale. The section manager casually asks Shi-hyuk to bring Siha to an upcoming meeting, brushing off Shi-hyuk's concerns about daycare. He explains that Chinese authors are bringing their families for a sightseeing trip, making it a casual event. The manager adds that the interpreter's family, including a child, will also be there, finally convincing Shi-hyuk it might be okay. As the manager leaves, Shi-hyuk decides to ask Soo-hyun to join them, since she's also attending the event. Nearby, Soo-hyun reads a book with an annoyed expression, sensing Shi-hyuk's presence behind her. "Appa!" Soo-hyun exclaims as Shi-hyuk suddenly appears, startling her from her reading. Shi-hyuk proudly tells Soo-hyun he's gotten good at writing review reports, wondering if he has a hidden talent for it. Soo-hyun playfully complains that because of him, the daycare kids, including Siha, now call her a frog, prompting his apologetic offer of coffee. Leaving the office, Shi-hyuk quietly acknowledges his fellow intern, Byung-soo, as he passes by. A smiling Shi-hyuk asks a startled man in a black cap if he'd like to order something. With 3 iced drinks now on the table, an unseen person thanks Shi-hyuk for the treat. Over drinks, the orange-haired girl asks about next week's company event, and Shi-hyuk confirms it's an important dinner meeting. As Shi-hyuk announces he's bringing Siha, whom he thinks will be cute, the man in the cap sips his drink with a grimace. Shi-hyuk leans in toward the man in the cap, saying he likes kids too, which seems to fluster him. Shi-hyuk suggests that they should all become friends during the upcoming vacation, delighting the man in the cap but shocking the orange-haired girl. A thought bubble worries that forcing friendships might make someone struggle, shown over an image of children happily holding hands. Shi-hyuk watches with concern as the orange-haired girl looks down, clearly upset by his suggestion. He gently explains that Siha is shy, and he'll ask her to befriend him again once the boy has warmed up, causing her to light up with joy. Suddenly beaming, the orange-haired girl gives Shi-hyuk a thumbs up and thanks him profusely, leaving him bewildered. The orange-haired girl asks a technical question about setting up a camera and microphone, looking at Shi-hyuk for an answer. Shi-hyuk cheerfully tells her he'll explain everything after he finishes babysitting Siha, and she hums happily. The scene shifts to a UX meeting room in Shanghai, China, where a man in a red blazer concludes his presentation. The man in the red blazer asks to make an off-the-record comment, catching the attention of his colleagues. The man, introduced as UX co-CEO Zhang Wei, announces plans to meet with a small Korean publisher before approaching a Korean platform. His colleagues question his choice of a small publisher, but he explains they will act as an intermediary for translated novels. When questioned about the small size of the Korean market, Zhang Wei concedes that it's true. However, he reveals the deal isn't about money, prompting his colleagues to ask what the real purpose is. He calls it a cornerstone, explaining the Korean platform is the perfect showcase for UX's expansion into a global company. His colleagues agree it's a great move for showmanship and stock prices, and Zhang Wei confirms there's more to his plan. Zhang Wei presents an English translation of a Korean novel, praising the translator's rare understanding of wuxia. One colleague remarks on the translation's quality, while another correctly identifies the translator as Lee Se-hyuk. Zhang Wei states his firm belief that a high-quality translation is essential for a flagship work to succeed with foreign readers. Confidently, Zhang Wei thinks to himself that entering the Korean market first will make securing the North American market an easy next step. A sly smile spreads across Zhang Wei's face as he thinks, but I. The scene returns to Si-hyuk and Si-ha, who are greeted by the enthusiastic man with glasses from the cafe. The man with glasses eagerly looks forward to working together, and Si-hyuk calmly reassures him. Si-hyuk hands Si-ha over to the orange-haired girl, whom he calls Froggy Nuna, asking her to watch him. Si-ha waves goodbye to a blushing Si-hyuk as the orange-haired girl holds him, both of them smiling warmly. Watching from a distance, the man in the black cap fumes, convinced that Lee Si-hyuk also has feelings for the orange-haired girl, Soo-hyun. He angrily questions Si-hyuk's claim that his brother is shy, remembering a cute image of Si-ha in a penguin suit. He concludes that Si-hyuk is merely trying to keep him away from Soo-hyun out of jealousy. Believing that bonding over a meal is powerful, he invites Soo-hyun to eat with him, vowing to challenge Lee Si-hyuk. At a restaurant, the man in the cap offers Soo-hyun a piece of freshly grilled meat from the tongs. Soo-hyun looks disgusted by the undercooked meat, but he insists that half-cooked beef tastes the best. As Soo-hyun asks if he's being difficult on purpose, the man flashes a guilty, awkward smile. He introduces himself to Si-ha as Kim Byung-soo, explaining that he's his brother's friend. Reacting to Si-ha's mispronunciation of his name, Kim Byung-soo yells, "Bingo!" in frustration. As a note clarifies, Bingu means dummy. As Kim Byung-soo and Soo-hyun laugh awkwardly, a cute drawing in Si-ha's mind shows his logic. Bing-soo brother's friend, Bingu. Soo-hyun kindly pats Si-ha's head, encouraging the little boy to eat plenty of food. A brief flashback shows a woman calling out to a younger, cheerful Si-ha. Si-ha's face lights up with a bright, innocent smile, his eyes sparkling with happiness. The scene transitions to Si-hyuk attending a formal business dinner in a private room. As his dining companions speak in a language he doesn't understand, Si-hyuk thinks to himself that he's glad he ate beforehand. An older, gray-haired man flatters CEO Zhang, who dismisses it as kind words, making Si-hyuk reflect on the world of adults. The gray-haired man turns his attention to Si-hyuk, commenting that the interpreter also looks as young as a college student. The gray-haired man proudly introduces Si-hyuk as Key Publishing's amazing and exclusive interpreter, impressing CEO Zhang. A flustered Si-hyuk inwardly panics, wondering when he became exclusive, and realizes the shamelessness required to succeed in business. Si-hyuk mentions his work translating author Song Taek-soo's novels, which makes CEO Zhang suddenly remember his name. Zhang Wei enthusiastically praises Si-hyuk's translation, revealing he read it on Amazon and was impressed by its faithful detail. At a business dinner, a gray-haired man praises Si-hyuk's Chinese and asks if he could translate martial arts novels. Section Manager Hong explains this would be a huge benefit for KI Media because their partner, UX, distributes many hit martial arts titles. A graphic illustrates a win-win scenario where KI translating for UX could lead to UX distributing Korean works in return. Si-hyuk reflects on his gratitude toward KI Media and Section Manager Hong Jin-soo, while the manager misinterprets his thoughtful smile as being directed at him. Resolved to repay their kindness, Si-hyuk confidently states that translating the novels is possible. A man in a dark suit is surprised to hear Si-hyuk has actually read Chinese martial arts novels. Blushing, Shi-hyuk enthusiastically recalls a popular novel he enjoyed about a cynical protagonist who dealt with spirits. Shi-hyuk explains that the novel Return of the Spirit was so influential it created the spirit genre and set a new trend. A woman at the table excitedly agrees, remembering how popular the novel was, while another woman laughs, feeling embarrassed. Raising a cup, a blushing Shi-hyuk charmingly quotes a line from the novel about the joy of meeting everyone alive. The man in the dark suit observes Shi-hyuk, impressed by his ability to quickly set the mood. The man declares his strong desire to recruit Shi-hyuk, prompting a flustered manager Hong to defensively grab his intern. Phew. After the intense meeting, Shi-hyuk steps away from the crowd, exhausted but relieved to have a moment to himself. "Brother!" Siha's voice suddenly calls out, and Shi-hyuk turns around with a bright, welcoming smile. As Shi-hyuk lifts a happy Siha into his arms, a shy young boy with spiky hair steps forward to greet them. Shi-hyuk is surprised to see the boy's mother, who warmly greets him in return. Later, sitting on a bench, the woman recalls how much she cried after that incident, which Shi-hyuk soberly acknowledges. In a flashback to a traumatized child, the woman looks at Shi-hyuk and firmly promises that nothing like that will ever happen again. Shi-hyuk asks what brought her here, and she explains that she was luckily hired as an interpreter for the Chinese team. The woman asks Shi-hyuk if she can ask him something, and he readily agrees. She looks toward the meeting venue and asks if the success of this contract is a good thing for him. Pressing the issue, she asks if the contract is important to him, and he admits its success would be good for him. Wham! She suddenly turns to him with a worried expression, asking if the deal will bring him any harm. Taken aback by her sudden change in tone, Shi-hyuk wonders what's wrong and asks if there's some kind of problem. Looking tense and conflicted, the woman nervously averts her gaze as Shi-hyuk waits for an answer. With a grave expression, she finally reveals the name of UX's current manager, CEO Zhang Wei. The scene reveals CEO Zhang Wei, a sharp, imposing man with slicked back, dark green hair and a calculating smirk.